Chapter 2651. Spirit Attack. The lighthouse was a place unlike any Sunny had ever seen, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The reason for his unease was simple: there were no shadows on the small island surrounding the great tower, and none within. There were clouds of vapor swirling around the lighthouse, and that vapor was suffused by the brilliant silver light. Every tiny droplet of water was reflecting the radiance, making the light omnidirectional, which meant that there was nowhere on the island where light was absent, and therefore no place for shadows to nestle. So, Sunny could not use Shadow Step to travel there. This was a new kind of obstacle for him. In fact, Sunny had not even been aware that his powers could be suppressed this way, so he was quite stumped. Luckily, he still possessed the Shadow Lantern, so returning to the Night Garden was not going to be a problem, but they would still have to brave the dark waters washing the shores of the Eternal City to reach the lighthouse. Unlike the wharf, the lighthouse was located inside Darren's barrier. The Night Garden remained at a distance, drifting at the edge of the outer dome. It was decided that Ether would remain on the bridge of the living ship, controlling it, while the rest of them would proceed to the small island. "What do you think is in the water?" Sunny could not help but sound a little apprehensive. Bloodwave shrugged. "Whatever it is, we'll find out soon." A few minutes later, they plunged into the cold water. An onyx serpent, an azure serpent, and a monstrous killer whale dove into the dark depths and rushed toward the radiant light, racing to get to the shore as fast as possible. Jet, meanwhile, had turned into a wraith and hid inside Sunny's maw. Just moments after they plunged into the water, Sunny sensed that something was terribly wrong. Curses! He could feel the indestructible plates of the jade mantle slowly eroding away. Beside him, clouds of blood surrounded the enormous killer whale, and further away, Neve's icy scales were becoming covered by a net of cracks. "I see what is going on." There was no single harrowing abomination hiding in the waters of the Eternal City. Instead, there was an incalculable number of tiny fish, each no larger than a fingernail, hiding beneath the tumultuous surface of the dark water. The fish were small, but armed with countless razor-sharp teeth, swarming hungrily around any living thing that entered their hunting grounds. Which was far worse. Sunny could handle a dreadful leviathan or two, but a myriad of tiny monsters. Actually, he could handle that too. Activating the curse, he used the Shadow Flame and the Weakening Curse to affect a wide area around him, then channeled his death will while augmenting it with the Mercy of Shadow. He was empowering the Shadowbound charm with the Underworld armament and using it as a conduit for his will. As a result, Sunny's killing intent became a lethal force. Considering how many tiny abominations he was affecting, each individual one was not weakened that much by the Weakening Curse. However, they were all exposed to the same death will, and therefore they died. Sunny willed it so, and an unimaginable number of tiny abominations were instantly killed. They sustained no wounds, and neither had they been exposed to an attack they could have resisted. The fragile flames of their lives were simply snuffed out. They simply ceased. Of course, it had only been possible because each individual fish was relatively weak. But, still, it was an eerie and indescribable feeling to be able to decimate a myriad of abominations with a mere thought. "I guess this can be called a spirit attack, since it was my will that killed them." For a few moments, Sunny and the Saints of Night received reprieve from being gnawed on by the abominable creatures that populated the waters around the Eternal City. But it was a place foreign to death, after all. Soon enough, the tiny fiend Sunny had destroyed stirred and came back to life, swarming the two great sea serpents and the giant killer whale again. Blood spilled into the cold water once more, and Sunny willed them to die once more. It was quite straining. Sunny, Neve, and Bloodwave fought their way through the infested waters while being eaten alive. Luckily, Sunny could slow down the rate at which they were devoured, and the distance separating them from the small island was not too vast. Soon enough, they were surrounded by brilliant light, and could sense solid ground close by. Sunny climbed onto the cold stones and swayed, blinded by the radiance. His shadow sense was useless here, and the light was unbearably bright. Groaning, he shielded his eyes with a hand and jumped away from the water. Jet assumed her corporeal form nearby, unperturbed and entirely dry. Neve and Bloodwave joined them a few moments later, having already assumed their human forms. The former looked pale, but relatively unscathed, while the latter was riddled with ghastly wounds and bleeding heavily. Looking down at his shredded armor, Bloodwave grimaced and wiped the blood off his face. His wounds were already closing, and he did not seem bothered by the pain. If anything, the flowing blood seemed to only make him more ferocious. No wonder those immortals are reluctant to fall into the water. His tone was flat. Sunny tended to agree. The waters of the Eternal City were teeming with these abominations, and their teeth were chillingly sharp. Usually, falling into infested waters would merely mean a swift and painful death, but things did not die in the Eternal City. Once someone fell into the water here, they were destined to be devoured eternally, endlessly coming to life only to be pierced by tiny teeth and torn apart again, and again, and again, forever. If there was a fate even nightmare creatures would be wary of, that was it. He shuddered. Stay alert. Stripped of shadow sense and surrounded by soft silver radiance, Sunny felt incredibly vulnerable and exposed. His expression darkened. We are inside the barrier, so there can be immortals here. In fact, let's hope that those fiends are the worst thing hiding in this light. Despite how beautiful the diffused expanse of soft silver light was, Sunny got an eerie feeling from this place. Glancing at his companions, he summoned the shadow lantern and sighed. Let's go. Chapter 2652. Hidden in the light. The radiant vapor made it hard to see. It was bright enough to be blinding, and without shadows, discerning the shape and size of objects was surprisingly difficult. Jade and the Saints of Night seemed to be doing fine, but Sunny had to summon a small shadow out of the shadow lantern and manifest it into a mesh blindfold. After tying it around his eyes, he finally felt better. Being unable to sense his surroundings still made him uneasy, but at least his vision was not severely impaired. It's better than true darkness, at least. If it had been elemental darkness, he would not have even been able to summon the shadows to help him in a moment of need. Sunny, Jet, and the Saints of Night cautiously advanced forward. The island supporting the lighthouse was not very big, but there was still some distance they had to traverse to reach the base of the tower. The ground gently sloped upward, and there was a set of wide steps they followed. Soon enough, however, Sunny gestured for everyone to stop. What's wrong? He remained motionless for a few minutes, then hissed and took a step back. A strand of his wet hair fell to the ground, cut cleanly by something incredibly sharp. There was also a deep cut on his forehead, just above his brow. Anybody else would have already been bleeding profusely, but of course, Sunny did not bleed. If he had been a bit taller, though, he would have lost an eye. There's something here. Reaching forward, he felt the air carefully and then grasped an incredibly thin, razor-sharp wire strewn across the road. The wire was so fine that it would have been hard to notice even in normal circumstances, but in the blinding radiance that surrounded them, it was practically invisible. When Sunny pulled on the wire, it glistened subtly, allowing his companions to see. They tensed a little and looked around, searching for other unseen threats. Proceed with caution. There was another wire there, at the level of Sunny's knee. Bending a little, he stepped over it and continued forward with careful steps. Their progress inevitably slowed. There were more wires awaiting them ahead. The density increased gradually, until there was an entire razor-sharp, invisible fence blocking the road. There were also other traps hidden in the blinding radiance, sharp spikes that protruded from the ground, thin blades embedded into the stone, nets that glistened subtly in the air. Sunny and his companions avoided them without much trouble, but anything larger than a human would have had trouble ascending the slopes of the island toward the lighthouse. Not that it mattered much, considering that the horrors of the Eternal City were immortal. The wires and traps forced Sunny to search for alternative paths, though. He could have destroyed them, of course, but there was no telling what that would cause. Traps were often triggered by such actions, after all, not to mention primitive alarm systems. In the end, they had to circle almost the entire island before finding a way up. The lighthouse island was eerily quiet and empty, and they did not meet a single enemy while exploring its mysterious shores. However, Sunny stopped once again only a few hundred meters later. They were still surrounded from all sides by hazy radiance, the vapor feeling refreshingly cool on their faces. He peered into the silver light somberly. "Can you hear it?" They did. A strange, quiet, eerie sound was resounding from the radiant haze ahead, as if something was scraping against the stone. Sunny and his companions advanced cautiously, preparing themselves for battle. They were not prepared for what they found ahead, though. What the hell? Out there, in front of them, a gruesome body was impaled by 6 short, sharp steel spikes. The person had their limbs and head severed, and then arranged on the ground like a macabre display. The torso, the arms, the legs, and the head were each pierced by a spike and held in place by them. The worst part of it all was that the body was still alive. It moved weakly, trying to free itself of the spikes, and thin tendrils of flesh were reaching toward the severed parts, as if wanting to reunite with them. It was the struggles of the severed body that produced the scraping noise. The face was covered by a bloody cloth, but they could see its lips moving under the fabric. Sunny shuddered in revolution. "What is this?" Neve's voice trembled. Sunny remained silent for a few long moments, then said in a subdued tone, "This is the danger of immortality." Indeed, the grotesque body laying on the ground in front of them belonged to one of the fallen immortals of the Eternal City. Someone had left the abomination here, severed and immobilized, perhaps to restrain them, perhaps as a punishment. In any case, Sunny had no desire to free that monstrosity from the spikes. After studying the impaled immortal for a bit, they carefully moved around the ghastly body and continued forward. As Sunny and his companions ascended higher, they witnessed a few more similar scenes. Here and there, the fallen immortals were displayed like trophies, weakly trying to set themselves free. Some were nailed to the ground like the first one, some were impaled on tall spikes, some crucified or suspended in nets of razor-sharp wide. Some still looked like humans, while some were no more than abhorrent masses of slithering flesh. There was even a head of a giant bull that was held in place by thick silver chains, its enormous glassy eyes staring at them with hunger and fury. The tongue of the ghastly creature was moving, but its body was nowhere to be seen. The further Sunny went, the darker his mood became. Just what has happened on this island? After circling the lighthouse a few more times and discovering half a dozen cruelly restrained immortals, they approached the great tower. And there, on its steps, they finally found an immortal who was not restrained. Chapter 2653. Modern History. Stone steps revealed themselves from the blinding radiance, with tall pillars framing their flawless surface. They ascended steeply into the silver haze, disappearing into the brilliant light like the pathway to heaven. There was nothing heavenly about them, though, because not 100 meters lower down the slope, a horrid mass of vivisected flesh was slithering and straining as it tried to escape the wires that bound it and the spikes that impaled it. The lighthouse was obscured by the radiance, but it was near, looming in the haze. A young man was sitting on the steps, staring at the ground. As Sunny and his companions approached, he slowly raised his head and peered at them with his strange, nebulous silver eyes. The youth looked barely old enough to be called an adult, with beautiful features and dark, flawless skin. He wore a tunic woven out of flowing, luxurious fabric, and his long hair was tied neatly by a piece of metal wire. As he regarded them with a hollow look, a strange, ominous smile twisted his lips. Hearing the nauseating sounds of rippling flesh behind them, Sunny tensed and readied himself. The youth opened his mouth. What escaped it were not revolting tendrils of flesh, however. They were the familiar sounds of the human language, instead. "Kid, is that you? Gods! You look old." Sunny froze. Jet seemed stunned and confused, too. Neve's expression was hard to read, while Bloodwave remained his usual grim, nonchalant self. Staring at the young man somberly, he pursed his lips, and then said in his low voice, "So you're alive after all, scoundrel." The youth studied Bloodwave for a while, not saying anything, then looked behind him. "Where is Knossos? Where is Typhaon? Wait a minute." Sunny blinked and then peered into the soul of the young man. To his surprise, there was no darkness inside it, just the pure, radiant light of a transcendent soul core. Bloodwave shrugged. Dead. The youth fell silent. A few moments passed, and then he chuckled. What kind of nightmare creature managed to do those two in? Neve spoke at that moment, his voice sounding a little hoarse. It wasn't a nightmare creature. It was the Prince of Nothing. The young man frowned slightly. Who the hell is the Prince of Nothing? Neve sighed. Mordred of Nowhere. The banished son of the King of Swords. The young man blinked a couple of times. Who the hell is, wait, Anvil? Warden's boy. Neve nodded silently. The youth studied him for a bit and then raised an eyebrow. I see. And who might you be? Neve stared at him somberly, not saying anything. Sonny, who had been listening to their conversation silently, chose that moment to speak. He already suspected who the strange youth was, but wanted to confirm it, so, glancing between Neve and the young man, he asked in a bewildered tone. Is someone going to do the introductions? Neve smiled slightly. Sure. These are Soul Reaper and the Lord of Shadows. He gestured to the youth. And this is Nightwalker, the founder of our fallen clan. I am glad to see you too, father. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sonny was still digesting the fact that Nightwalker, the legendary and mysterious founder of the House of Nye, was not only alive, but also his buddy Neve's absent dad. The fact that Nightwalker looked a couple of decades younger than his son was not helping him come to terms with that information either. At least I know why Bloodwave doesn't like his clan's founder very much. Now, the bastard got his older sister pregnant. For all the talk about how the House of Night was not a single family, but an alliance of prominent legacy clans of the Storm Sea instead, their familial relationship seemed quite complicated. Sonny sighed. After the brief introduction, Nightwalker rose and invited them to follow him. They walked up the stone steps, heading for the lighthouse, or one of the buildings surrounding it, at least. So, can someone catch me up on what has been happening in the world? I am quite curious. Sonny gave him a long look, and, since no one volunteered to speak, said in a neutral tone. Let's see. When was it that Nightwalker had gone missing again? Actually, nobody outside the House of Night really knew. A Category 5 Nightmare Gate opened in America, so we lost that side of the planet. Immortal Flame and his daughter died there, as well. Broken Sword and his cohort conquered the third nightmare. Then, they conquered the fourth nightmare and became Supremes. Then, Broken Sword was killed by his companions, and they divvied up the world. Nightwalker whistled quietly. So they are Supremes now, huh? Actually, so there are Supremes now, huh? Sonny glanced at him. There are 7 Supremes, although 3 of them are already dead. Well, 4, technically. Anyway, Vela, Song, and the House of Night established themselves as the great clans. Broken Sword's daughter got lost in the Dream Realm for a couple of years, then conquered the second nightmare as a sleeper. Antarctica got swallowed by Nightmare Gates, that's one less continent, again. Your son was there, by the way, risking his life to evacuate the civilians. Jet smiled lazily. I was there, as well. Nightwalker studied her with interest. No, actually. Why is that bastard leering at Jet? Nightwalker smiled. I assume that you are the Soul Reaper. Nice to meet you, young lady. Jet chuckled pleasantly. Please call me Jet, mister. Sonny stared at them, appalled. He coughed. As I was saying, millions of mundane people settled in the Dream Realm. A few years later, Vela and Song went to war. The House of Night attempted to maintain neutrality, but in the end, most of its elders were killed by Mordred, and all of its citadels were usurped. Nightwalker's smile dimmed. One man defeated my entire house. He turned to Neve and Bloodwave with a somber expression. Neve gritted his teeth. That thing can hardly be called a man. Nightwalker remained silent for a long while, then sighed and looked away. Ah, I remember now. That boy was given to the dream spawn. It makes sense, then. His voice sounded neither somber nor cheerful, just distant. As if he was talking about the past he had left behind. Sunny shifted slightly. The dream spawn again. So Mordred had not lied. Nightwalker and Astarion really did have a history. Chapter 2654. Family Reunion. Sunny studied the back of the young man who was old enough to be his grandfather, wondering what had happened between Nightwalker and Astarion, and when. He was full of questions, but knew that it was not the time to ask them yet. The questions still struggled to climb onto his tongue, though, which made him feel itchy. Sunny was also controlling the besieged Shadow Legion, repelling the harrowing onslaught of the grotesque army of immortals, so there was that as well. He squinted. "Weren't you a master?" Nightwalker looked at him, then smiled wryly. "I found a seed of nightmare here in the Eternal City. Took me a few tries, but I conquered it eventually." A few tries. Overwhelmed by the implications of these simple words, Sunny briefly wondered who had done it first, Broken Sword and his cohort or Nightwalker. Perhaps it did not matter, in the end. He sighed. Anyway, in the war between Vela and Song, neither Vela nor Song won. Broken Sword's daughter won, instead, killing both Anvil and Kisong with the help of an extremely dashing Sellsword, who then betrayed her and was promptly killed, as well. They're dating now. Nightwalker slowed down and turned, giving him an incredulous look. Strangely enough, Neve and Bloodwave stared at him with wide eyes, too. "Wait, you and Lady Nephis are together?" Sunny gave them a dark look. "Oh, did I not mention it? There's no need to sound so shocked, you know." "Yes, we are." He grinned. "We're like two sides of the same coin, she and I." Nightwalker stared at him for a moment, then looked at Jet. Then, he smiled. "Good for you." Sunny tilted his head, suddenly feeling his smile growing strained. Nephis of the Immortal Flame clan, Changing Star, attained supremacy and became the ruler of humanity. Earth is being slowly devoured by the Dream Realm, so hundreds of millions of people are being resettled to the Dream Realm ahead of the apocalypse. We almost lost the Eastern Quadrant to a great terror recently, but a new Supreme ascended and took care of it. That pretty much covers everything. Oh, the remains of the House of Night were absorbed into the government. Saint Jet is the de facto leader of the government, as well as the new captain of the Night Garden. Nightwalker looked at Jet once again, then glanced at Neve and Bloodwave. His expression grew distant for a short while, but cleared eventually. "Good to know." He studied Sunny silently. Neve and Bloodwave are members of the House of Night, while the beautiful young lady is the captain of the Night Garden. "But who are you, kid? Did someone find Shadow God's lineage, after all?" Sunny smiled. "Someone did." He paused for a moment. "I am Supreme Sunless, the demigod in charge of conquering this city. I am also thousands of years old, so please refrain from calling me kid, young man." Nightwalker stared at him with no particular expression on his youthful face, then looked away and sighed. "The world has changed a lot since I've been gone." He walked forward without saying anything else until a wall built of large stone blocks revealed itself from the radiance. Opening the door, Nightwalker walked inside and invited them in. The space inside might have been a storage area once, but it had been turned into a makeshift living space now. There was a luxurious bed, paintings and statuettes decorating the haphazard collection of furniture, and several braziers with cold coals in them. There were also weapons and various tools littering the floor, with large spools of metal wire and long spikes leaning against the walls. It seemed like Nightwalker both lived and prepared his traps here. If anything, this place resembled Sunnis' room in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City more than anything else. Most importantly, though, was that there were shadows here. Bright light spilled through the small window near the roof, but most of the storage space was mercifully dark, soothing Sunnis' strained eyes. Walking inside, he let out a relieved sigh and pulled the blindfold off. He felt like a fish thrown back into the water. Curiously enough, Sunny had not sensed these shadows from the outside. It was only when he crossed the threshold that he felt their presence, hinting that this building, and maybe the lighthouse, as well, were able to suppress anyone from peering through their walls. Make yourself at home. Nightwalker walked over to one of the braziers and made fire. Then, he looked around with a slightly lost expression. Sorry. I don't think I have any food or beverages to offer you. I don't actually remember the last time I ate something. In the silence that followed, Neve sighed and asked the question that had been on all of their minds from the moment they met the miraculously surviving founder of the House of Night. You are one of those immortals now, aren't you? Nightwalker regarded him with a neutral expression. Aren't we all immortal here, in the Eternal City? He shrugged, and then sat down in a decadently opulent chair. But yes, the answer to your question is yes. I died here. And then, the Eternal City brought me back. So, I am one of its immortals now. Neve drew a shaky breath. But you are not corrupted, like the rest of them. Nightwalker shook his head slowly. No, not yet, at least. In fact, none of the immortals are corrupted. Sunny frowned. I'll have to disagree. Neve nodded. Indeed. We've seen them. Jet and the Lord of Shadows fought them, as well. How can those abominations not be corrupted? Nightwalker lingered for a moment. Sorry. I should rather say that the abominations you've faced are not the immortals. He leaned back and sighed. The actual immortals aren't really alive anymore. Their bodies are intact and their souls are intact, but their minds have long crumbled. They are like empty dolls with nothing inside. Well, at least there wasn't anything inside them, initially. Nightwalker looked at them darkly. That was before a certain nightmare creature came to the Eternal City, crawled into them, and rooted itself within their immortal bodies. So, the things that you saw and fought is that nightmare creature wearing the bodies of the immortals. It's a parasite. Sunny frowned. I don't suppose you know what that nightmare creature is called. Nightwalker turned to him and smiled. Oh, of course I do. His smile dimmed, and was then erased from his face. It's called the Flesh of Connacht. Chapter 2655. Cursed King. Hearing Nightwalker's words, Sunny frowned. Connacht. I've heard that name before. Jet had fought a great devil named the Heart of Connacht, as well as several lesser abominations bearing similar names. According to Cassie, he had been a cursed king whose parts were kept apart to prevent him from coming back to life. More importantly, Uris had mentioned an individual called Connacht once, when talking about those cursed by Shadow God. Considering how many traces of Connacht were left in the dream realm, he must have been quite powerful. And considering the nature of these traces, he must have been quite sinister. Now, they were facing a great terror born of the same source, a being of the same caliber as Skinwalker. Who the hell is Connacht, though? Nightwalker smiled wryly. Just an old myth. He hesitated for a short while, then sighed. He was supposedly one of the first humans, born at the dawn of the Age of Gods. Gods and deities walked the earth back then, battling void creatures and their spreading corruption. They brushed sides with humans quite often, as well, to various results. Most of those encounters were benign in nature, but not all of them. Connacht in particular managed to anger Shadow God, somehow, so Shadow God took his shadow away, and with it, his ability to die. Sunny scratched his head. Doesn't sound like much of a punishment. In a sense, he was the opposite of Connacht. Sunny had more shadows than he knew what to do with. One was cursed by Shadow God, the other received Shadow God's blessing. The latter could be said about Sunny and Uris, as well. Nightwalker grinned. A very topical remark, considering where we are. He fell silent for a moment. Gods have their own views on things, I guess. In any case, Connacht did not seem to mind the curse of Shadow God. Eventually, he established a vast kingdom and ruled it for countless generations, defending his people with his overwhelming power. His power was so great, in fact, that people started calling him a god. Sunny raised an eyebrow. But? Nightwalker shrugged. But Canuck didn't just want to be called a god, he wanted to be a god. Sunny leaned against a wall and crossed his arms. Ah. That troublesome thing, apotheosis. Nightwalker stared at him blankly. A what? Apotheosis? Oh. I guess the word fits. Sunny had to remind himself that the man had been gone for decades. Even the existence of Supremes was news to him, and naturally, he would not know about the impenetrable barrier that prevented them from climbing higher on the path of ascension. He shook his head. Anyway, so what happened? Nightwalker answered in a neutral tone. No matter what Canuck tried, he could not step over the threshold of divinity, not without a shadow, at least. He became obsessed with the idea of godhood, and his kingdom gradually became a dark and nightmarish place. People who used to venerate and worship him were now full of terror and hatred for the undying monster who ruled them, and entire generations disappeared into the ghastly cauldron of his obsession. They could not do anything to free themselves, though. After all, Canuck's power was overwhelming, and he could not be killed. He leaned forward a little. They did manage to topple his throne in the end, still. Canuck's body was severed from his soul and spirit, cut into pieces, and all these parts were sealed separately in various places, never to be reunited. The end. Sunny stared at him incredulously. It's obviously not the end, though. Nightwalker smiled. Well, I assume those seals were guarded by someone. However, the Guardians all perished when the Dream Realm was consumed by corruption. The seals weakened after a while, and the same corruption took hold of the severed remains of Canuck. Those pieces eventually became horrid abominations. He fell silent for a while, then added in a somber tone. I only know about this because I had the misfortune of visiting the kingdom of Canuck in one of my nightmares. The interesting part, however, is not what he did to earn the curse of Shadow God, and not what happened to his severed parts. It is not even what will happen if those parts fuse back together one day. Nightwalker leaned back. The interesting part is how Canuck was overthrown, and why. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh? Nightwalker lingered for a few moments. The being who helped the enslaved people of Canuck's kingdom get rid of him was none other than the Demon of Repose, who happened to pass nearby. As for why she decided to help them, according to the myth, it was because after countless years of searching, Canuck finally found a way to become a god despite being disqualified from achieving divinity the usual way. Sunny's eyes widened a little. He remained silent for a few moments, then leaned forward. He found an alternative way to achieve apotheosis? How? Nightwalker studied him a bit, then shrugged. I am not entirely sure, but apparently, he was planning to consume his own kingdom, complete with every person living there. So, not the best role model, as far as kingship goes. He gave Sunny a curious glance. If only that poor fool lived in the age where the nightmare spell existed, huh? All that nonsense could have been avoided. Nightwalker fell silent for a while, then asked. You told me that the first Supremes emerged decades ago, right? Sunny nodded. Around 25 years ago, yes. Nightwalker looked away with a pensive expression. How come none of them challenged the fifth nightmare, then? Sunny tilted his head a little. I guess it's because one of them is stuck on the moon, while the other two were misguided, afraid, and had too much to lose. Nightwalker looked at him directly. What about you? Are you not misguided and afraid? Do you have nothing to lose? Sunny smiled faintly. Me? No. And I am in a completely different situation than they were. He looked at Nightwalker and said in an even tone. Because of the decades they wasted, I am not afforded the luxury of having a choice. The end of days is not on the horizon anymore, it is already in progress. So it's become sacred or die, or at least watch everything I treasure die. Sunny sighed. That is the reason why I'm here, in the Eternal City. Conquering this place is a part of the process. Chapter 2656. Dubious Conquest. Nightwalker studied him for a long while with the same strangely distant expression he had worn previously, then smiled faintly. Conquering the Eternal City? I am not going to diminish your accomplishments. Getting to the lighthouse unscathed must have already been difficult enough. Well done. However, you should have noticed that this place is populated by a myriad of immortal abominations. Surely, your goal is a tad too ambitious. Sunny gave him a nonchalant shrug. Personally, I think it's just ambitious enough. Jet chuckled. You must not have witnessed the power of a Supreme before, mister. It is quite daunting. And that guy is not just any Supreme, at that, he's someone who became Supreme by killing the person who sat on the throne before him, which puts him in an entirely different category. She smiled. I wouldn't have brought the Night Guardian here if I wasn't reasonably confident in his ability to keep his promises. Despite how he looks, he's quite reliable. Sunny gave her a silent stare. Ooh? What's wrong with how I look? Not getting an answer, he frowned and looked back at Nightwalker. She's right. My forces have already secured the wharf and the island it is connected to. Currently, we are engaged in a battle for the 3 islands north of that. I expect the siege to come to a conclusion in a few hours, which would allow us to advance further into the heart of the city. Nightwalker studied him with interest. Really? How are you dealing with the immortals, then? Sunny gave him an even look. I am putting them to sleep. Although now that I know what hides in the water, I am thinking of just tossing them into the waves. Nightwalker shook his head slowly. That won't work. Sunny was a little disappointed. Why? The lost founder of the House of Night let out a heavy sigh, as if recalling his own disastrous attempt to do just that. As I said, the immortals are merely shells for the parasite that controls them. So, you can indeed get rid of them by throwing them into the water. Some would climb out, but most would become an endless source of sustenance for the little critters there. However, his expression darkened. A parasite is a parasite. Once one host becomes useless, it will find another, and with countless abominations populating the depths, the flesh of Canact would have countless new hosts to infect. Once thousands of those fishes start mutating, sprouting tendrils, and climbing ashore, you'll regret having fed them an immortal or two in the past. Believe me. He shivered. Sunny was quite uneasy, as well. He hummed, then mumbled quietly. Wow. I never thought that one day I'd be happy to only be fighting the human vessels of an immortal great terror. His expression twisted a little. Flesh of Canact is a great terror, right? He had assumed so because the fallen immortals wielded power similar to that of great nightmare creatures. Considering that Nightwalker did not mention any kind of source creature or accursed abomination controlling them, the flesh of Canact did not seem like a tyrant. As for being a titan, it could be one, but Sunny would have expected more trouble when facing a creature like that. As if fighting a city full of immortal great ones is not trouble enough. Nightwalker nodded. I would expect so. He studied Sunny intensely, then shifted slightly. Well, I guess you really do have a chance to conquer this hell. Unbelievable. His expression turned wistful for a brief moment. And there I was, feeling proud of myself for becoming a transcendent. At that moment, Neve, who had been silent before, finally spoke. The flesh of Canact is not our only problem. Nightwalker gave him a curious look. Oh. Neve hesitated a little, then nodded. The Dutchman is also here. Nightwalker's eyes widened a little. That thing? It followed you to the Eternal City. The House of Night had never engaged in a serious battle against the Dutchman, but having traveled the misty waters of the Storm Sea for decades, they had known about the existence of the Wraith Armada from various chilling encounters and sightings long before this expedition. Nightwalker probably knew more than most. Sunny shrugged. It's more like we followed it here. It doesn't matter who arrived first, though, only who will be the one to leave when all is said and done. Jet here is a specialist in disposing of troublesome wraiths. In fact, she's somewhat of a wraith herself. Jet smiled. When I'm in the mood. Nightwalker chuckled. Then, however, his expression slowly grew serious. A heavy silence settled in the room. Sunny studied Nightwalker and Neve, wondering why their reunion was so reserved. The former seemed too aloof, while the latter was seemingly holding himself back. But neither displayed any noticeable sense of joy. Perhaps they were simply too shocked to feel anything easily defined yet. Perhaps they had never had a joyful kind of relationship to begin with. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "If I may ask, how did you end up stuck in this city, Nightwalker? Better yet, how did you manage to get here alone, as a mere ascended?" The corner of Nightwalker's mouth twitched. "Mere ascended, huh?" He remained silent for a while, then sighed. "Who said that I was alone?" Sunny frowned. "That was the impression I got after learning about your disappearance from Neve and Bloodwave." Nightwalker shook his head. "I wasn't alone. I was accompanied by that kid, Asterion, and his followers." Sunny winced. "I'd appreciate it if you would not mention his name." Nightwalker grinned. "Oh, I would be happy too. I don't particularly like mentioning him either." At that moment, Jet asked in a confused tone, "Why would you take him with you instead of forming an expedition from the champions of the House of Night? And why did you leave the Night Garden behind?" Nightwalker smiled. "That's simple. Because I did not want to lose the Night Garden, and I did not want my people to die. Plus, you said that you are putting the immortals to sleep. I was planning to do something similar. Fighting them physically is useless, so I needed someone with a powerful aspect that allowed them to perform mental attacks. Such people are rare, and that kid seemed like a good candidate, being the successor of Heart God and all." His expression darkened. Nightwalker remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a cold tone, "Of course, I did not expect that the bastard would kill me as soon as we reached the city and he didn't need me anymore." Chapter 2657. Gift of Empathy. Neve paled visibly when he heard Nightwalker's admission. Even Bloodwave, who had maintained a stoic expression, scowled deeply. Jet frowned, as well, but Sunny did not show much of a reaction. After all, he already suspected that something of the kind had happened. However, behind his mask of nonchalance, he was a little excited. Perhaps it was a bit callous of him to feel thrilled about Asterion's betrayal and subsequent murder of Nightwalker, an act that might have prevented the House of Night from nurturing a sovereign of their own, eventually, but he was simply glad to finally meet someone who knew about the Dreamspawn's powers firsthand and was willing to share that knowledge. Sunny lingered for a moment. Mental attacks? What is his aspect, exactly? Nightwalker gave him a look of indignation. "That is what you chose to ask about? Really?" Sunny stared at him with a deadpan expression. "Yes." Nightwalker laughed. "Are all Supremes this? Never mind. I'm not one to judge." Sunny raised an eyebrow, prompting Bloodwave to speak gruffly. "You know how no one knows much about Nightwalker? That is not because of his elusive and mysterious nature. He simply used to avoid everyone, his closest allies included, as much as possible, because he hates people. He has always been a reclusive, antisocial bastard." Nightwalker grinned. "True. It's not my fault that people are so hateful, though, is it?" Shaking his head, he added, "And considering how I ended up, I'd say that I had not avoided people enough." Nightwalker fell silent for a few moments, then sighed. "Regardless, to answer your question, he's a mind reader." Sunny's eyebrows flew up. "A mind reader? What do you mean?" Nightwalker brushed his face tiredly. "The Dreamspawn, the last survivor of the Path of Ascension cult. He is a mind reader, although he did not start out as one." Sunny and Jet glanced at each other. "Cassie, are you hearing this?" He only had to wait a few moments before the answer came. "Yes." Nightwalker, meanwhile, continued. His dormant ability allowed him to sense the emotions of other living beings. He was an empath, of sorts. His awakened ability is a bit sinister. It allows him to feed on the powerful emotions of others, consuming them. It was his ascended ability that made me take him to the Eternal City, however. That one allowed him to influence the emotions of others with his own. His expression grew somber. His abilities underwent a bit of an evolution when he ascended, though. The scope of his dormant ability increased to include not only emotions, but also the thoughts of others. And his ascended ability was the same. It allowed him to put his thoughts into other people's heads. Nightwalker grimaced. He had always been a creepy kid, and these 3 powers made being in his company even creepier. Because even with fearsome mental defenses, you never could be quite sure that your thoughts and emotions were your own. Even if they were, you knew that he could read you like an open book. That made being around him uncomfortable, or it would have if he did not know just the right words to say to put people at ease. Nightwalker chuckled bitterly. He was capable, effortlessly charming, devilishly smart, and strong. Really strong. But despite all that, you could not help but feel a little uneasy around him, from time to time. Because once in a while, for a brief moment, it felt like there was something deeply wrong about him, hiding in the depths of his eyes. But of course, that feeling was easy to explain by the prejudice everyone had about him. Nightwalker shrugged. After all, he was a stranger. Someone from outside the bounds of the world we were familiar with. Those Path of Ascension zealots had always been a weird bunch, and nobody knew what happened to them in the dream realm. So, it was difficult not to feel distrustful of that kid. That's how others felt, at least. Personally, I didn't care too much. His smile turned a little bitter. Maybe I should have. Sunny, meanwhile, was thinking about Asterian's aspect. Empath, mind reader, mental manipulator, and what does it mean? He consumed other people's emotions. Was he like an energy vampire? He remained silent for a while, then could not help but ask a senseless question. What about his transcendent ability? What about his domain? Nightwalker gave him a confused look. How should I know? He was a mere ascended the last time I saw him. Sunny grimaced. Right. After pausing for a moment, he asked, so what did he want to find here, in the Eternal City? And why did he turn on you? Nightwalker scratched the back of his head. What he wanted to find here? I am not sure, since everything he had told me turned out to be a lie. No matter what it was, though, he must have failed to find it. You see, we were too weak, he and I. All we knew about this place was what I had seen here as a sleeper, so we might have overestimated ourselves and underestimated the Eternal City. What could 2 masters do here, really? He was already lucky to escape alive. Nightwalker looked at Sunny with a dark expression. As to why he turned on me, perhaps that was his main goal all along. I did not think that it was possible, but he wanted to absorb the lineage of Storm God. Divine lineages can't coexist with each other, but when it comes to the dream spawn, they somehow can, even if I learned it too late. His silver eyes glistened dangerously. He could have entered the lighthouse and attempted to receive the lineage like I had done once, a long time ago, but he chose to stab me in the back instead. To his credit, I don't think that he was aiming to kill me. But I was too stubborn to surrender, so in the end, he did. Nightwalker sighed. It was a hollow end, to survive all the horrors of the nightmare spell only to die by a human's hand. Saying that, he looked away and added in a distant tone. And it was a bitter beginning, to come back to life in this cursed city, knowing that I am destined to die here thousands of times more. Chapter 2658. Tempered Blade. Sunny looked around, noting the spools of razor-sharp wire and steel spikes. Remembering the grotesque scenes hiding in the beautiful radiance of the lighthouse island, he felt a chill running down his spine and asked in a neutral tone. So that is how you spent these decades? Escaping the immortals and building traps to keep them away from your hideout? Nightwalker regarded him silently for a long while, then smiled. I don't remember. Sunny raised an eyebrow. You don't remember? Nightwalker chuckled. Well, I remember this and that. In the beginning, I was an ascended, life was hard. Those abominations were simply too overwhelming, so I died a lot. Sometimes, I managed to escape. Most times, I did not. And eventually, I went mad. I don't recall what happened after that clearly. Relaxing in his chair, he shrugged. But I regained my senses after a while. And then, I lost my mind again, and then, I found it again. Time lost all meaning. I would not have known that I have been here for decades instead of centuries or thousands of years if you had not told me. His expression grew distant and detached. At some point, I found a seed of nightmare. There's a few here, in the Eternal City, but I could only get close to one. I challenged it and died. The city brought me back to life, so I challenged it again. Eventually, I conquered it and became a transcendent. Things did not get easy after that, but they did become easier. At least I could fight the immortals, finally. Nightwalker smiled, and something dark and dangerous gleamed in his eyes. So that was what I've been doing for the last 10 years, I guess? Fighting great nightmare creatures all day, every day. To kill time. It was at this point that Sunny realized two chilling facts. The first fact was that the amicable youth in front of him was not just a legendary figure from the early years of the nightmare spell, an outstanding, but antiquated person whose achievements had been swallowed by the passage of time. No, Nightwalker was something else. He was the most dangerous saint in the world, by far. 10 years, he says. If Nightwalker had been battling great nightmare creatures tirelessly for a decade, as a mere transcendent, no less, then he had accumulated more combat experience than every other saint combined. These 10 years were a harrowing crucible capable of forging a blade so terrifying that no other weapon could ever withstand its sharp edge. Nightwalker had already been one of the most accomplished warriors of the most ill-fated generation in history before returning to the Eternal City and transcending. Now, he would be a monster. And the second fact was that Nightwalker was either the most insane awakened in the world, or the most sane one. Sunny was not sure which statement was true. The young man seemed composed enough, which could mean that he was either completely unhinged and hiding it well, or had somehow managed to preserve his sanity despite experiencing long years of complete isolation and a myriad of gruesome deaths without allowing his mind to shatter completely. In any case, I want to recruit him. Sunny's eyes glistened. He had come to the Eternal City to find treasure, and he felt like he had just found it. The perfectly preserved arsenal of powerful enchanted weapons was a good discovery, but this one man was worth far more. In a world falling into the hungry maw of apocalypse, an exceptional champion like that was a priceless commodity. Nightwalker shifted uncomfortably under his gaze and coughed. If you keep looking at me like that, you'll make me blush. Sunny smiled slowly. All day, every day, you say? Must have been fun. Nightwalker gave him a surprised look. Well, I wouldn't call it fun, personally. But actually, it wasn't too bad. He smiled. As Bloodwave mentioned, I am not very fond of people. Why would I spend most of my life wandering the sea otherwise? So, on one hand, spending all these years in a city populated only by nightmare creatures was a bit of a chore. But, on the other hand, I enjoyed the peace and quiet. Sunny could not help but let out a scoff. This guy? I like him. At that moment, Nightwalker turned his smile to Jet and winked. Of course, there's an exception to every rule. I am actually fond of some instances of human companionship quite a lot. I should probably kill that guy. Ah, damnation! Nightwalker was immortal here, in the Eternal City. Leaning forward a little, Sunny asked in a pleasant tone. Saint Nightwalker, how would you like to get out of the Eternal City and return to the surface world? Nightwalker looked at him in confusion. Saint? That's a bit weird. Believe me, I am no saint. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Oh, right. Nightwalker was probably old enough to be his grandfather. That's what we call transcendence. Akin to masters. Nightwalker tilted his head a little. Saints? Who? Well, I guess it has a ring to it. Yeah. I like it. Smiling, he inhaled deeply and looked into the distance. Of course, I would love nothing more than to leave this cursed place. But it's not that easy. Sunny shook his head. Actually, it is. I can send you back right now. All he had to do was ask Nephis to open a dream gate in front of the lighthouse. That would involve quite a bit of risk, of course, but it was possible. Nightwalker shook his head. No, you don't understand. I simply can't leave. Once you die in the Eternal City, you become its prisoner, for as long as it exists. And it is, you know, eternal. He chuckled quietly. Why do you think Repose created this place? Did you think that she wanted to create a peaceful paradise for virtuous creatures to enjoy for all eternity? He shook his head with a twisted smile. No. The Demon of Repose, she was a complete psychopath, that one. What she wanted to create was a place to gather all the creatures that she hated, the worst of the worst, so that they would never be able to escape from her. Nightwalker laughed. The Eternal City is a prison. Chapter 2659. Prison of Eternity. Sunny remained silent for a long while, studying Nightwalker with a distant expression. Eventually, he asked, "A prison?" The youth nodded, his silver eyes glistening with nebulous light. Indeed. Maybe she looked at what Shadow God had done to Canict and was inspired, maybe the idea simply came from her own devious head. In any case, the immortality this hell grants its victims comes at a price. And that price is having to stay here forever. Sunny frowned subtly. Nightwalker knew that those who were made immortal by the Eternal City could never leave their beautiful cage for as long as the Eternal City existed. However, his guess at what had motivated the Demon of Repose to build it seemed to be based mostly on his own perception of what this place was. In truth, Sunny suspected that the real reason was not that unambiguous. None of them knew what motivated the mysterious demon, but he did know a few things about her kind. For example, he knew that all other diamonds had wrestled with the unconditional taboo placed upon them by the gods and the loneliness that resulted from adhering to that prohibition. So, had the Demon of Repose truly wanted to torment the prisoners of the Eternal City forever? Or had she simply been unwilling to part with those who won her favor? The answer to that question was now lost, erased by the currents of time. Even if she had intended to build a paradise for those who were weary, she would have had to find a way to avoid their gratitude. Because if she had not, the Eternal City would have been destroyed, just like the Kingdom of Hope had been destroyed. Maybe that was why the Demon of Repose had wandered the world on her living ship instead of residing in the paradise of her creation. Maybe being unwilling to part with those who settled in the Eternal City and tormenting them eternally were not two conflicting possibilities, but cause and effect instead. Maybe she had indeed been a twisted, demented psychopath. There was a reason why the diamonds had been feared so much, after all. In any case, as much as the secrets of the Eternal City tantalized Sunny, satisfying his curiosity was not his main concern. His main concern was benefiting from the expedition to the Eternal City as much as possible. They had already initiated the restoration of the Night Garden and reached the lighthouse. At the very least, the Saints of Night would be able to use the memory Nightwalker had used all those years ago and capture some of the starlight trapped within, thus ensuring the continuation of their bloodline. Sunny still had to find the fragment of Weaver's lineage. But now, he had a new goal as well. He looked at Nightwalker. So you can't leave the Eternal City for as long as it exists? Nightwalker nodded. Yes. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then said in a neutral tone. Let's destroy the Eternal City, then. Nightwalker laughed. Neve and Bloodwave looked at Sunny, and even Jet smiled. However, his expression remained the same. Ah, that's a good one. Nightwalker shook his head and looked at Sunny with a wry smile. At least you have a sense of humor. From everything you guys told me about Supremes, I expected them all to be exceedingly serious. Sunny glanced around the room in confusion. I am not joking, though. Neve and Bloodwave seemed taken aback. Nightwalker's smile faltered for a moment. He stared at Sunny with a strange expression, then said in a dubious tone, "So, you want to destroy the Eternal City?" "Ah, I see." Sunny shrugged. "We had several main goals to achieve here. Repair the Night Garden, gain access to Storm God's lineage, find a certain thing that I am personally interested in, and maybe get our hands on some valuables." Of course, he hoped to conquer the Eternal City and make it a part of the human domain, if possible, but that does not seem very plausible anymore. It seems less beneficial than making you a part of the human domain, at least. He looked at Nightwalker with a wistful expression. Talent is the most precious resource in the world, after all. And we desperately lack resources for what is about to come. So, yes, if it means adding one more special strategic asset to the forces of humanity, I am willing to turn this entire place to ruin. Nightwalker studied him silently for a moment. It's called the Eternal City for a reason, though. Are you not familiar with the concept of eternity? Sunny grinned. I am painfully familiar with such concepts, actually. I once fought an infinite rat, another time, I fought an endless worm. Both are dead now, by the way. I bet there is a way to destroy this prison city, as well. I have yet to find a prison that I could not escape. He hesitated for a moment, then added, "What makes this city eternal is the divine sorcery of the Demon of Repose. I am an accomplished sorcerer myself, so I know better than most that any kind of sorcery can be destroyed, as long as you know how it functions. There has to be some kind of mechanism that allows the Eternal City to continue existing even in the absence of its creator, so if we reveal that mechanism, breaking it should solve the problem." A slight frown creased his brow. "Of course, we will have to deal with the Dutchman first. We will also have to destroy the flesh of Canuck to prevent it from escaping into the dream realm. And make sure that we don't drown if the dome protecting this sunken city comes down." Nightwalker gave him a deadpan stare. "That's all." Sunny shook his head. "Well, I will have to accomplish my personal goal before we venture to end eternity. But if we do, how about it, old man? Care to pick up your sword again?" He paused for a moment and added awkwardly, "Or whatever your preferred weapon is, I mean." The beautiful youth remained silent for a while, and then smiled faintly. "Sure. Why not? If you destroy the Eternal City, I'll pick up whatever you want." His tone suggested that he was not taking Sunny's suggestion seriously. However, Sunny was dead serious. He was both dead and serious, in fact, which added all his promises grave weight. Chapter 2660. Meet Your Heroes. Some time later, Sunny and Jet found themselves standing alone outside Nightwalker's hideout. They had left him alone with Bloodwave and Neve out of tact, to let the Saints of Night have a private conversation. The radiance of the lighthouse surrounded them like a brilliant veil, and a cool wind caressed their faces. Somewhere far away, the Shadow Legion was embroiled in a furious battle, besieged from all sides, and slowly gaining the upper hand. Sunny sighed. "Nightwalker. I can't believe he's still alive." Standing by his side, Jet glanced at him and nodded. "Yeah. It's like meeting one of your childhood heroes, who supposedly died decades ago. Only the hero is perfectly alive and looks younger than you, and you're the one who's dead instead." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "That's one way to put it." He looked at her and frowned. "So what do you think?" Jet hesitated for a while. "I think you are right. Returning from this expedition with Nightwalker will be a great boon. He has become even more outstanding than he used to be, it seems, and he used to be legendary." Her expression darkened a little. "I am not entirely sure that we can trust him, though." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Jet shrugged. "I've hunted down plenty of Awakened who couldn't handle the weight of the nightmare spell and went crazy, you know. We do not know how damaged that man truly is, considering what he went through. Hopefully, he's fine, or rather, broken in a controllable manner. But we will have to wait and see." Her expression turned a little somber. there is something strange about his story, as well. Don't you think? The Dreamspawn supposedly betrayed and killed him, but why would that man go into all the trouble of traveling to the Eternal City just to kill Nightwalker? He could have done that anywhere else and gotten the lineage of Storm God anyway. Additionally, the act of killing Nightwalker itself seems strange. Wouldn't the Dreamspawn have known that he would come to life? Sunny sighed and looked away. Maybe he wanted Nightwalker to rot in the Eternal City forever. But yes, I share these concerns. I really hope they won't come to pass, though. For what it's worth, he doesn't seem crazy, or, at least, he seems like the right kind of crazy. And believe me, I know a lot about crazy. He grinned. A few moments later, his smile dimmed. In any case, for now, the expedition gained another powerful member. One who knows the Eternal City way better than we do, at that. Jet nodded. The two of them remained silent for a while, looking at the wall of the lighthouse. Eventually, Sunny said, I think Neve is going to go inside. Unlike Ether and Bloodwave, and Nightwalker himself, he inherited the lineage instead of absorbing it. I am not sure what the difference is, but there seems to be one for the members of the House of Night. Jet smiled faintly. It makes sense, I guess. Storm God is the god of journeys and guidance, so her heirs can't just receive their inheritance. They have to find their way to it. Sunny remained silent for a while, then looked at her and asked in a curious tone. Are you going to try? Entering the lighthouse and receiving Storm God's lineage, I mean. Jet hesitated a little, then shook her head. No. Why should I? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Because possessing a divine lineage grants you power. Nightwalker, Immortal Flame, Warden of Valor, Kisong, even the Dreamspawn. All of them had accomplished so much because they possessed one. Jet chuckled. Or maybe they received those lineages because they were the kind of people to accomplish that much. She looked at Sunny and shrugged. Neve mentioned that not just anyone can assimilate a divine lineage, and that it's a deadly gamble. From what I understand, success does not depend on how powerful or resilient you are, it is more of a question of affinity. And I don't really have any affinity to Storm God and her various aspects. So, I am not keen on taking the risk. Jet looked away and shrugged. And to be honest, I have no interest in inheriting the legacy of dead gods. They failed in the end, after all. So it's a legacy of failure. I don't need it, instead, I'd rather leave behind a legacy of my own. Sunny smiled. How arrogant. But it was also strangely compelling. He sighed, thinking about his own quest to assemble the fragments of Weaver's lineage. Jet, meanwhile, asked, What about you? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Me? Oh. I can't absorb the lineage of Storm God. I might be able to benefit from being exposed to it, though. Bloodweave had swallowed the lineage of Shadow God and grown stronger from it. Granted, Sunny had an inherent affinity to shadows, and that lineage had been received from an aspect legacy, in other words, it had been presented to him by the spell. So, there was a chance that he would be able to swallow the lineage of Storm God, as well. But Sunny was not sure that the risk was worth it. After all, if he was incapacitated even for a short while, the Shadow Legion would be decimated, and their expedition would come to an abrupt end. He sighed. I feel like it's a little irresponsible for me to enter the lighthouse now. Sunny grinned. But who am I kidding? Of course, I will enter. Jet clicked her tongue. And I had just boasted about how reliable you are. They both remained silent for a while after that, surrounded by a blinding silver radiance. Eventually, Jet asked, Are you really going to try and destroy the Eternal City? Sunny smiled. Sure. Despite all my accomplishments, I have yet to destroy a single city, you know. And something like that will look really good on my resume. Chapter 2661. Shrine of Storm. Sunny walked up the last few steps leading to the gates of the lighthouse while shielding his eyes from the blinding light. He found Neve there. His old buddy was sitting on the cold stones with a distant expression on his face. His indigo eyes reflected the brilliant silver radiance, coming to resemble those of his father. Sonny paused for a few moments, then glanced at the gates of the lighthouse and asked in a neutral tone, "So, how was it?" Neve flinched slightly, then turned his head and looked up. He stared at Sonny for a short while, then shook off his reverie. "Oh, it was fine, I guess. I am like the night garden. At the moment, some parts of me that I did not even know were missing are being repaired. I do not think it will change how strong I am that much, though." Neve pointed to a beautiful lantern that stood on the stones beside him, shining like a miniature star. "This is the greatest treasure of our clan, by the way, the star lantern my father brought with him from the Eternal City once. It was emptied before, but now it is full of starlight once again. That! I am both glad for it and disturbed by that." For someone who had just ensured the uninterrupted continuation of his clan's bloodline, Neve did not look too happy. Sonny could understand him, as well. After all, out of those who had been exposed to the Star Lantern, not everyone was as lucky as Bloodwave and Ether. Many had perished, paving the way for the rest with their lives. That was how the House of Night had been created. Neve sighed. "Does it make me a coward to say that I would not have allowed my own children or siblings to stand in front of this lantern and be judged by it? Even knowing how desperately the world needs those who wield great power." Sonny studied him for a while, then looked away. Nothing wrong with being a coward. He paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. "You wouldn't believe the lengths I went to make sure that my sister never has to pass the same trials I had. Actually, that is the sane thing to do. As far as I am concerned, it is what legacies do to their children that is macabre." Sonny fell silent, then looked at Neve with interest. "How does it feel, by the way, to descend into hell and find your deadbeat father there?" Neve chuckled. "Ah, that." He shook his head. "That was quite a shock, but then again, I always felt like he could still be alive out there, somewhere. Somehow." Neve remained silent for a while, then shrugged. "To be honest, we were never that close. He would appear once or twice a year, then disappear again, and by the time I was a teenager, he disappeared and never appeared again. I faced the expectations of being his son every day, though. But luckily, I never really cared about that." He shrugged. "So, finding him here was like finding a stranger. Although, if we do manage to help him escape." His expression suddenly changed, and his eyes widened. "Oh. Damn." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What?" Neve seemed genuinely rattled. No, it's nothing. I just realized that I will have to break the news to my mom." "Oh, Car. Maybe my uncle can do it." Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then laughed. When his laughter died down, he looked into the silver radiance with a smile. "You know, I don't even really remember what my father looked like. So if I got the chance to meet him again, well, I'd imagine it would have been quite awkward. I think I'd be happy, though." He slapped Neve on the shoulder. "Your daughter will also gain a new grandpa. Hell, now that I think about that, we simply must get Nightwalker back to civilization." Neve smiled. Leaving him behind, Sonny walked across the stone plates and entered the lighthouse. Passing through a long corridor, he entered a vast hall. The great tower was drowned in silver radiance and hollow inside, so there was no ceiling in sight. Its ground floor resembled a temple. In a sense, it was the opposite of the somber shrine hidden in the ebony tower. One was submerged in deep darkness, the other was bathed in blinding light, but the statues standing in them were almost identical. Sonny studied the one in front of him. It depicted a beautiful young woman dressed in a flowing tunic, her face obscured by a veil. She was holding a star in one hand, and a bolt of lightning in the other. He could not help but feel a hint of subtle affection for the statue of Storm God, because she reminded him of Saint. Turning away, Sonny walked to the edge of the vast hall and ascended the steps that spiraled along the wall of the lighthouse, climbing the soaring heights. There were no shadows here, so he could only walk. In the end, it took him quite a while to reach the top. There, passing through a mass of incandescent stone, he entered a platform on which a furious, blinding star burned endlessly, emanating waves of brilliant light and immolating heat. Strangely enough, he was not instantly incinerated. If anything, the silver light felt cold. It washed over him almost like a physical force, permeating his very being. That light illuminated the dark depths of his soul. Sunny could feel something being etched into it by the light, attempting to change him. But before the starlight could penetrate the silent abyss of shadows, something vast and ominous stirred in the darkness and cast its hungry gaze at it. The lineage of Weaver surged, absorbing the radiant light and obliterating it. Soon enough, there was nothing left of it, only its absence. Sunny felt the invisible strings reinforcing his soul growing a little firmer, and his mind growing a little clearer. And that was it. The change was not too significant, and neither was it too groundbreaker. The Weave had simply vanquished an invader. With a small sight, he shielded his eyes and looked away from the trapped star. Figures. After all, I have already been claimed by another star. Chapter 2662. Stellar Winds. The platform containing the trapped star was open to the winds, with 7 mighty pillars supporting its scorched roof. Sunny stood there motionless for a while, bathing in the furious waves of stellar radiance. Then, with a sigh, he walked to the platform's edge, grabbed one of the pillars, and started climbing. Soon enough, he was on its outer side, with nothing but an abyssal drop beneath him. The brilliant light obscured the world, so he could not see the distant ground, but simply knowing how far he would fall if he let go sent a chill running down his spine. Of course, a fall would not kill a sovereign, but despite being supreme, Sunny still had human instincts. What was more, there were all those deadly traps Nightwalker had set across the island. Falling into a tangle of razor-sharp wire was not going to be pleasant even for Sunny, especially considering that there were no shadows here for him to escape into. There are still ways to avoid falling. But it was better not to fall at all. Reminiscing about the perilous task of climbing the great statues of the Forgotten Shore, Sunny slowly scaled the pillar and made his way to the domed roof of the lighthouse. Eventually, he stood at its highest point, enduring the furious power of the winds. The vapor shrouding the base of the great tower did not reach here, so he could somewhat see through the radiance. The rolling underbelly of the storm sea undulated above him like a dark heaven. Far below, the eternal city sprawled beneath him like a brilliant hell. Sunny studied its vast expanse with a somber expression. The Shadow Legion was still waging war on the 3 islands in the southern outskirts of the city. The fallen immortals were spread evenly between them, assaulting the strongholds of the silent invaders with demented fury. He was more interested in what was happening in the north, though. Out there, the Dutchman and its Wraith army had already advanced into the inner rings of the Eternal City. He could not discern the details of the battle raging there, but could see a ghostly viridian light glowing in the clouds of swirling mist. Grotesque shapes moved in the ethereal fog, and the silver spires were continuously falling and rising from the clouds of dust and debris, flawlessly restored. Sunny wondered briefly how the captain of the cursed ship was dealing with the fallen immortals. He probably did not have a creature like Nightmare at hand, but then again, both the Dutchman and its captain were ancient fiends. Surely, they had plenty of profane means to contain the tendrils of the flesh of Canact, as well. They were far ahead of the Shadow Legion, which meant that he had to hurry. Worse than that, the mysterious creature who had landed in the eastern parts of the Eternal City was even closer to the goal than the other 2 contenders. Sunny still had no idea what it was, but he could see the traces of its passing, the toppled buildings, the shattered islands, and torrents of immortal abominations that were flowing into the billowing clouds of black dust, only to vanish without a trace. By the time the Eternal City rebuilt its streets, the creature was already sowing its eerie and unexplainable devastation somewhere else. By now, it was only a few islands away from the towering, beautiful edifice of the palace. I really need to hurry. A pensive frown appeared on his face as he studied the landscape of the Eternal City, as well as the distant carnage raging on the islands where the Shadow Legion was besieged. He studied the wide canals separating the islands and the arching bridges connecting them, as well. Slowly, his expression settled, and he turned away from the daunting sight. Sliding off the roof, he called a bit of darkness from the shadow lantern and manifested it into two tenebrous wings before the blinding radiance of the lighthouse could dispel it. Soon enough, he landed on the ground and folded his wings, wrapping them around himself like a cloak. Jet, Neve, Bloodwave, and Nightwalker were standing nearby. They had been discussing something in lively tones, but were not staring at him silently with wide eyes. Ignoring the stares, Sunny said in a neutral tone, "I thought that you guys were speaking metaphorically when you told me that there's a star trapped inside the lighthouse. Turns out, it's a real star. A real star emanating divine light, no less." Jet blinked a couple of times. "What? That doesn't even make any sense, scientifically speaking. First of all, this whole place would have been tuned into a cloud of plasma. No, such a tiny star would create a black hole. So, this whole place would have been turned into an infinitely small grain of superdense matter. I think?" Sunny smiled. "As if an army of immortal abominations and a city that endlessly rebuilds itself makes any sense, scientifically speaking. As a matter of fact, scientifically speaking, neither you nor I make any sense. Hasn't stopped us yet, has it?" Jet cleared her throat. "Well, if you put it like that, in any case, what's your point?" Sunny looked at the Saints of Night, lingered for a few moments, and then shrugged. "If there's an actual star here, drowning everything in its light, doesn't it mean that we have a secret weapon in our hands?" Jet frowned. "Listen, Sunny, if you are planning to somehow break the sorcery containing that star and create a black hole right in front of our noses, I must object." "Vehemently object." He shook his head. "No, that's not what I mean." Turning slightly, he looked in the direction where they had left the night garden. "What I meant to say is that a particular member of our expedition can weaponize starlight. So, what will happen if we supercharge Ether and set him loose on the immortal abominations of the Eternal City? I'd say, it's at least worth a try." Jet opened her mouth, but could not say anything, in the end. Neve and Bloodwave simply stared at Sunny with stunned expressions, their eyes slowly widening. In the silence that followed, it was Nightwalker who spoke first. Looking between with a confused expression, he frowned slightly and asked, Who the hell is Ether, though?" Chapter 2663. Flexible Strategy. As a Supreme, Sunny had been elevated from being a warrior to being a general, and of a vast army, at that. He was aspiring to become a cunning and competent strategist, and had spent more than a year staging an invasion of the burned forest to achieve just that. Sadly, he did not consider himself a seasoned commander yet. Granted, there were few stellar examples of military excellence for him to emulate, ones he had witnessed, at least. One person who came to mind when he thought about war and warfare was Morgan of Valor, who possessed a shrewd strategic mind and an eerie ability to both manifest and exploit mayhem and chaos. Morgan always seemed to get the short end of the stick, though. Every time she received an opportunity to showcase her talent, something seemed to get in the way. A sudden descent of multiple devastating nightmare gates, a father who did not really care for winning the war and preferred sending his daughter on a suicide mission, a fratricidal sibling who just happened to be both virtually immortal and in possession of a divine aspect. No, really, that poor woman's luck was worse than Sunny's. And that was a startling feat in and of itself. In any case, Sunny considered himself to be a novice strategist. If there was one thing he knew, though, it was that a strategist's greatest virtue was the ability to swiftly adapt to the shifting conditions of the battlefield. Take the Eternal City, for example. Initially, Sunny had wanted to conquer it. But now, he wanted to plunder and destroy it instead. The conditions had changed, so naturally, his strategy had to change as well. That was why the Shadow Legion moved. By then, the battle for the Three Islands had reached an apogee. Hundreds of the fallen immortals had been lulled to sleep by the dream curse, thousands were debilitated and restrained, yet thousands more were crashing into the fortified strongholds of the Silent Shades, flowing like a river of hideous flesh. Considering the scale of powers involved in the battle, its visage was nothing short of apocalyptic. The grotesque nature of the immortal horrors and the dark cruelty of the ghostly shades made it look like a scene from the depths of a horrid hell. The violence was chilling, and the scope of destruction was devastating. The streets of the Eternal City quaked as they were ruined and rebuilt again. But even if it did not seem that way, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Sunny knew that he would win it. He was just not going to win it fast enough. So, it was time to adapt. In the beautiful park on the Middle Island, the dark castle repelled wave after wave of abhorrent abominations. The carapace of manifested shadows protecting its walls was being shattered and rebuilt again, just like the Eternal City itself was. Still, the marvelous mimic had received several deep wounds already, trembling in pain and discomfort each time. Within its halls, countless youths were sleeping with peaceful expressions on their beautiful faces, lost in a maze of dreadful nightmares. On its walls, the shades of the Serpent King and of the human saints that followed him led the rest of the defenders in repelling the attacks of the fallen immortals, armed and armored by the armament salvaged in the Hippodrome. On the roofs of the residential district that had been turned into a frigid hell by a furious blizzard, Slayer and her bestial army were fighting a savage battle against the abominable dwellers of the Eternal City. The snowstorm was suffused with the brilliant silver light of the distant spires, turning the world into a dim, gloomy white abyss. Blood flowed like a river, and red waterfalls plummeted down only to freeze into morbid ice sculptures before hitting the ground. Countless buildings were suspended in a state between existence and destruction, stone debris drifting in the air and serving as precarious stages for clashes between the immortals and the murderous shadows. The shadow wolves and the obsidian wasps were now clad in glistening suits of metal armor, making each of them far more difficult to vanquish. The battle in the leisure district was perhaps the most dreadful, with countless abominable immortals assaulting the black fortress of the Shadow Legion. Its walls were enveloped by layers upon layers of manifested shadows, but they were still covered by deep cracks. Several sections of the Hippodrome had already collapsed and were restored by the Eternal City, causing heavy casualties among its defenders. From a distance, it seemed as if the black fortress was drowning in a tide of twisting flesh. Red tendrils rose like a forest, and gargantuan shapes moved toward the crumbling walls. Fiend rampaged among them like a dark colossus made of sharp blades. At the moment, however, he was having quite a bit of trouble, entangled by colossal tentacles and pulled to his knees. Pillars of black smoke rose from the scorched expanse of sizzling flesh around him, and his claws cut the burning tendrils, straining to free him from their hold. A moment later, an enormous black shield suddenly fell from above, piercing the mountain of slithering flesh that besieged him and causing a devastating shockwave when it impacted the ground. Before the wounded abomination could reel, Saint landed on the cracked cobblestones, causing the ground to quake and the surrounding buildings to collapse. Rising gracefully from one knee, she brandished her tenebrous sword, severing the colossal horror, and the building behind it, in half. It was then that the cadence of the three battles entirely changed. The change did not happen under the walls of the Hippodrome, however. Instead, it happened on the frozen roofs of the residential district. There, raging currents of snow obscured everything in sight. Bestial shadows appeared out of the snow to descend upon the frenzied immortals in a deadly fury of fangs, claws, and mandibles. The next moment, however, the carnage suddenly ceased. Slayer's soldiers silently retreated into the blizzard, disappearing from view. The abomination surged restlessly, expecting to be ambushed and torn apart seconds later. However, seconds passed, and the eerie lull in the mayhem continued. A dead silence settled upon the residential island, broken only by the howling of the wind. And then, far away, below the walls of the Hippodrome, the terrifying hiss washed over the attacking immortals. Chapter 2664. Divide and Conquer. Strategy was not an easy discipline, and when it involved armies capable of performing miraculous feats, it was downright hellish. Sometimes, though, the mystical nature of the warriors fighting these mythical battles offered Sunny a great advantage. The Shadow Legion had countless advantages over a mundane army, even if the overall power of its soldiers was not taken into account. The Silent Shades did not need to eat or drink, for example, and neither did they need shelter from the elements. That alone all but eliminated one of the most vital and laborious tasks of military strategy, establishing supply lines and maintaining logistics. The Shades were immune to disease and sickness, as well, which eliminated the main cause of deaths and casualties in the history of war. More soldiers had perished from disease than had been killed by enemy weapons, after all. In fact, Sun's Shades were downright immortal. Even if they were vanquished in a battle, they would rise from the dark depths of his soul anew before too long. So he did not even need to worry about casualties, in the traditional sense. However, there was one particular advantage the Shadow Legion possessed that was easier to overlook, but carried just as much weight. It was how mobile his Shades were. Many battles in history had been decided simply by which of the competing armies was better at maneuvering. Mobility reigned on the battlefield, and it also reigned in war. That was why nomadic horsemen had always been a nearly unstoppable force, for example. Needless to say, the Shadow Legion was far more mobile than ancient horsemen. Before, Sunny had been aiming to conquer the Eternal City, and he had also needed to spread the fallen immortals thin. That was why he had staged the battle across 3 separate islands. Now, however, his goal had changed. The enemy forces were already divided, as well. So why did he need to continue ignoring one of his greatest advantages? As the abominable horrors of the Eternal City engaged Slayer's bestial army in the embrace of a calamitous blizzard, he commanded his Shades to disengage and retreat. Then, he called all but one of them back into the dark expanse of his soul and stepped into the shadows, carrying Slayer and Serpent with him. The fallen immortals were left alone in the blinding blizzard summoned by the shade of the winter beast. Sunny brought his shadows to the tangle of streets of the leisure district, behind the mass of fallen immortals besieging the hippodrome. And there, he opened the gates of his soul once again, calling the bestial army back. Serpent flowed forward like a river of onyx scales, letting out a terrifying hiss. Slayer jumped onto his back, narking an arrow onto the string of her bow. The Shadow Wolves, the Obsidian Wasps, the Ember Queen, and the legion of monstrous millipedes rushed forward like a tide. Just like that, the abominations assaulting the Black Fortress were pincered between its defenders and a new, equal force of deadly Shades. Not only were they attacked from the rear, but the strength of the enemy facing them had also doubled, instantly and completely shifting the balance of battle. If that was not enough, one more incarnation of Sunny joined the fight, which meant that the capacity of the curse doubled as well. It was a massacre. The fallen immortals, who had already been slowly losing the battle after breaking themselves against the walls of the hippodrome, suddenly found themselves assaulted from 2 sides. From the rear, Slayer and her bestial army bit into their abominable flesh with primal fury. The defenders of the Black Fortress suddenly abandoned the battlements and attacked, with Saint and Fiend leading the charge. Freed from having to maintain the fortifications reinforcing the hippodrome, Sunny could manifest countless chains to hold the disabled abominations down. More of them were restrained and immobilized, taking them out of the fight, and with each immortal who had been taken down, the burden on the remaining ones only increased. It was as if they were buried under an avalanche of losses. Which was a good thing. After all, his sudden maneuver could only end up being beneficial if victory was achieved swiftly. If he lingered for too long, the abominations from the residential district would simply move westward to the Park Island, and his forces located there would find themselves overwhelmed and outflanked just like these horrid creatures were. Faster, faster! Before too long, Saint and Fiend met Slayer and Serpent in the middle of the battlefield. The battle was all but finished by then. The Shades finished off the remaining immortals and restrained them, the obliterated buildings restored themselves, and the damaged hippodrome was rebuilt, returning to its previous spotless condition. The dream curse spread among the disabled abominations like a plague, claiming more and more of them. It seemed like Nightmare was doing well in his own battle, as well. Sunny would have liked to celebrate his victory, but there was no time. Instead of resting, he stepped through the shadows once again. Soon, the 4 shadows, Saint, Slayer, Fiend, and Serpent, as well as both armies, appeared among the silver trees of the beautiful park, encircling the forces attacking the dark castle. The immortals who had been left in the dreadful blizzard on the residential island had just started crossing the bridge by then, with most of them still lost in the raging snow. The shadow of the puppet shifted slightly on its perch atop the tallest tower of the dark castle, casting the eerie gaze of its enormous black eyes onto the bloody battlefield below. Now, there were 4 of Sunnis incarnations present here. As the reinforcements attacked the immortals from the flanks, the shadow of Daron leaped down from the tall walls of the marvelous mimic. The mighty spear salvaged in the hippodrome flashed like lightning, causing havoc among the hideous abominations. In the next moment, the mimic itself stirred. "Show them hell!" Even though Sunny did not speak his command aloud, his shadows seemed to have heard him. And so, they did. Chapter 2665. Ingredients of War. As an accomplished cook, Sunny knew that countless dishes could be made from the same ingredients. War was no different. In this battle, for example, 3 contingents of the Shadow Legion had initially faced 3 swarms of corrupted immortals. Their strength was roughly equal, so neither side could crush the other. Once he moved the ingredients around, however, the situation changed completely. Slayer moved to reinforce Saint, vanquishing one of the swarms. Then, both of them descended upon the abominations besieging the dark castle. It did not take long to subdue them. The immortals whom Slayer had abandoned in the frigid embrace of the dreadful blizzard had crossed the bridge and entered the park by the time the battle exhausted itself. But by then, the full force of the Shadow Legion and 4 incarnations of its malevolent commander were facing the remaining 1/3 of the enemy swarm. More were crossing from the north, attracted by the bloodshed of battle, but their number was not sufficient to change anything. Wipe them out. Saint, Slayer, Serpent, Fiend, and the Shadow of Daron led the Sea of Silent Shadows into an all-out attack. For a short while, the beautiful park turned into a shattered, broken wasteland where a furious battle was seething and roiling under the undulating black sky. But soon enough, it was pristine and beautiful again. The battle was over. The fallen immortals were defeated and subdued, slowly succumbing to the dream curse. Their bodies were being carried into the great maw of the dark castle, disappearing from view. Those shades that were not restraining the abominations or moving them assembled into a defensive formation facing north, ready to repel the stragglers wandering into the park from the next island over. The Wharf Island, the Park Island, the Leisure Island, the Residential Island, and the Lighthouse Island, as well. All of them belonged to Sunny now. Not that it mattered anymore. Turning into a human atop the walls of the dark castle, Sunny inhaled deeply and looked north, at the distant silhouette of the palace. There is only one place that matters, now. His expression turned somber. Even if he cut a straight line from his current territory to the heart of the Eternal City, he would have to conquer 3 or 4 more islands. Of course, going in a straight line was impossible. The immortals from the neighboring island would flank and surround the Shadow Legion, swiftly reducing its numbers to 0. So, if he wanted to reach the palace in full force, he would have to slowly and methodically lay siege to at least a dozen more islands, taking the entire southern half of the Eternal City under control. Naturally, there was no time for that. Damn it! It seemed like he was not destined to lead a conventional military campaign, after all. He would have to pull off a trick once again, only on a much larger scale than usual this time. His 3 incarnations appeared on the wall near him, each wearing a dark expression. That really is unfortunate. Ooh? Not having to wage an endless battle against a myriad of eternal abominations is unfortunate. Well, when you put it like that. Who has time to fight myriads of eternal abominations when there are myriads of murderous ghosts to fight instead, anyway? Right. Right. Does it seem like a good time to have a chat, fools? Sunny looked at the various vessels of himself and grinned. Hurry up and go. Try to find a museum, or something. 3 of his incarnations grinned, as well, and dissolved into the shadows. Using Shadow Step to move as fast as possible, they each went to one of the 3 neighboring islands. One jumped between various shops and establishments on the Leisure Island, one searched the most opulent manors on the Residential Island, and the last one searched the warehouses and offices of the Wharf Island. Anything that looked remotely valuable was immediately pulled into his soul sea. Sunny smiled faintly and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, pillaging. It really is the best. Then, the smile drained slowly from his face. Looking down, he said, "Move." Far below, the Shadow Legion marched forward. At the same time, the dark castle stirred and abandoned the hill it had been standing on. Following the orderly rows of silent shades, it crawled north, as well. As they advanced north, toward the distant edge of the island, more immortals coming from the inner islands attacked them. Of course, there were far too few of them to pose a threat to the Shadow Legion. In fact, most of them were taken down by Sunnish shadows before even reaching the vanguard of his eerily quiet army. The main mass of the corrupted immortals had not left the islands where they dwelled. More importantly, a great number of them had migrated north to fight the Wraith army of the Dutchman and east to fight the mysterious abomination. Because Sunny arrived last, the pressure on him and his forces was lessened. That was why he had not been swarmed and buried under a tidal wave of abominable flesh yet. Still, by the time the Shadow Legion reached the northern edge of the island, the series of brief skirmishes it had been fighting turned into an uninterrupted stream of attacks. There were still too few of the fallen immortals to pose a serious risk to the Silent Shades, but already enough to make Sunny return to augmenting the puppeteer. And there were even more of them crossing the bridge, which promised nothing but trouble. That was before something collided with the surface bridge at terrible speed, of course, causing a devastating shockwave to roll in all directions. A moment later, the second cannonball impacted against the bridge, turning a dozen abominations into a crimson haze. The puppeteer, and Sunny as well, cast his gaze west. There, the edges of the Park Island were suddenly illuminated by brilliant starlight. Sunny smiled mentally. Our boat has arrived. Chapter 2666. First Helmsman. The turbulent water far below surged and rose. A massive wave rushed across the canal, carrying an incalculable number of tiny abominations with it. In the distance, a halo of silver radiance illuminated the shores of both islands. A moment later, the wind brought the sounds of a furious cannonade and of an eerie, echoing cacophony of roars. The night garden was approaching. The canals separating the islands of the Eternal City were truly vast, some spanning several kilometers across, but they were still hardly wide enough to navigate a Titanic ship through them. Unless a truly exceptional helmsman steered it. And at the moment, the living ship was being guided by one such man. Nightwalker's face had betrayed a wistful expression when he stepped aboard his former home and stronghold. Looking around, he remained silent for a long while, and then smiled bitterly. Love what you've done to the place. His gaze stopped at the imposing black edifice of an obsidian cannon, and he tilted his head with a strange expression. Are those cannons? Sunny nodded. Yes. I forged them. Nightwalker's eyes suddenly glistened, the trace of bitterness disappearing from them. By the dead gods, what a great idea. I always wanted to get myself some cannons. Sunny coughed. Right. What kind of ship did not have cannons? A sad one. Nightwalker marveled at the ferocious cannons for a few more moments, then looked down at the deck of the living ship. His expression slowly turned strange. Did you say that there are millions of people living aboard the garden now? Jet nodded. It's a bit crowded, but because of how vertical the nature of the ship is, everyone has enough space to live. Nightwalker remained silent for a while, then sighed. I used to live on this enormous ship alone in the beginning, you know? Ah, those were the days. Despite the words he spoke, his voice did not sound too cheerful. Well, regardless. I assume the bridge is where it used to be, so let's go. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was strange, but despite the astonishing and dreadful events happening around the living ship, the people sheltered on its lower decks and in its cavernous holds had no idea about what was transpiring outside. At most, they felt slight tremors and heard muffled echoes of the firing cannons. The mood among the denizens of the floating city was not festive. In fact, it was somewhat subdued and a little somber. However, they did not seem very tense, and neither did they seem particularly frightened. Perhaps it was because of the awakened and ascended warriors patrolling the streets, who instilled a feeling of safety in the mundane citizens, or perhaps it was because of Jet. Maybe it was simply because most of these people either worked for the government, were family members of government workers, or had belonged to the House of Night. In any case, Neve, and Bloodwave descended below deck to check on things and inform the officers about what was about to happen, so that they would be better prepared to pacify the civilians. Sunny, Jet, and Nightwalker, meanwhile, proceed to the bridge. Ether's reaction to suddenly meeting the legendary founder of his clan was quite a sight to behold. His reaction to hearing what Sunny wanted him to do, however, was even more intense. He did agree to try, though. When Nightwalker stepped into the runic circle, it flashed and came to life. Perhaps Sunny imagined it, but the intensity of the ethereal glow seemed greater than when Jet or Ether did the same. Nightwalker brushed his hand across the polished wood, then smiled faintly. "It's like riding a bicycle." Sunny stared at him for a bit, then asked in a lively tone. "Oh, you know what a bicycle is?" "Actually, I own a bicycle workshop. The best, most premier, affordable bicycles in the dream realm. We even have a line of luxury models enchanted by the former spellsmiths of Valor. You must have buried tons of treasure somewhere, right? Come find me in Bastion when we get out of here, I'll give you a discount." He was not one to miss a chance to peddle his goods, so he gave Nightwalker a wink. When Sunny first heard the word bicycle, he had assumed that it was some kind of nightmare creature with two sickles instead of hands. But as it turned out, it was one of Aiko's most genius business ideas instead. Nightwalker gave him a strange look. "Bicycles in the dream realm, why does it surprise me more than a bunch of Supremes running around, killing each other?" Sunny scratched the back of his head, struggling to find an answer. Soon enough, the night garden moved, sailing toward the lighthouse. The abominable fish populating the dark waters rushed to sink their razor-sharp teeth into its hull, only to be swallowed by it instead. They were inexplicably restored outside the living ship in a few moments, though, only to attack it in demented frenzy again. The water boiled around the night garden. And now, it had reached the Park Island after navigating the narrow passageways of the twisting canals. The living ship was bathed in blinding starlight, because it was surrounded by a cage of annihilating rays that were like a net that caught the abominations lunging themselves on the ancient vessel. The canals of the Eternal City might have been wide, but when the titanic ship sailed through them, they seemed narrow. There was not enough space between its sides and the islands to prevent the fallen immortals, at least some of them, from trying to leap across or extend their long tendrils toward it. The deck of the night garden was almost level with the surface of the islands, as well, so those standing on it could clearly see the harrowing visage of two ghastly rivers of abominable flesh flowing on both sides of the living ship, rushing along the edges of the islands it passed. The fallen immortals had been stirred and lured by the passage of the night garden, congregating around it in great numbers. The only thing that protected it from their fury was the obliterating cage of starlight surrounding it, the saints defending its deck, and the 24 cannons that Sunny single-handedly charged with supreme essence, aimed, and fired at the undulating mass of abominations. The Park Island was free of immortals, at least. So, he could concentrate his fire on only one terrifying river of flesh. Chapter 2667. Boarding Party. Jet, Neve, and Bloodwave were spread out across the deck of the night garden, ready to defend it if the abominable dwellers of the Eternal City broke through the shield of severing starlight that surrounded the living ship, as well as the furious barrage of the obsidian cannons. Nightwalker was steering the ship, while Ether was sitting on the floor of the runic hall with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. His skin glowed with a pale silver radiance, and his white hair moved slightly in the wind. He was controlling the radiance of Storm God's lighthouse to slash and sever any abomination that attempted to leap onto the deck of the night garden. His aspect had always been powerful, granted, it was most effective at night, but here in the Eternal City, which was illuminated by the lighthouse and the silver spires reflecting its light, it became especially deadly enough to keep most of the abominations at bay, at least. The reason why a mere transcendent could defend the night garden from countless great ones was the star trapped at the top of the lighthouse. Not only was he far closer to the source of his power than usual, but the star itself was also special, containing a trace of Storm God. It was the divinity of the goddess of the black skies that made its light so fatal to nightmare creatures, and why the night garden could be protected by a shield of sacral starlight, for as long as Ether still had essence, at least. As a result, the living ship seemed to have become a radiant comet, bathing the streets of the Eternal City in light as it moved through the canals. How pretty! Sunny himself was leaning on a pillar that formed one of the arched portals of the runic halls, one step away from plummeting from the great height of the mainmast pagoda to the deck far below. He had two tasks at the moment. One was to protect Ether, the other to operate the enchanted cannons. Before, he had manifested countless hands out of shadows to load and fire them, but now, that did not seem sufficient. So, he manifested crude human figures instead, controlling them like golems to maintain a ceaseless barrage. At the moment, the 12 port cannons were firing at the mass of abominable flesh pursuing the Night Garden along the edge of the nameless island to the north. The starboard cannons, meanwhile, were being moved. 6 of them would join the port cannons, while the remaining 6 would face forward, since they were needed to accomplish a different task. Soon enough, the devastating hail of charged cannonballs grew even more intense, causing bloody carnage among the abominable immortals. The thunderous roaring of the cannonade fused into an echoing, deafening howl, traveling along the canal in both directions. The abominations torn apart by the bombardment swiftly mended their pulverized bodies, of course, but they remained dead enough to slow the tide of hideous flesh down. More importantly, they could not leap toward the Night Garden, since the cannons created an iron curtain around it. Well, it was more of a shadow curtain, really, since the cannonballs Sunny used to load the cannons were made out of manifested shadows. Surrounded by starlight and devastation, the Night Garden sailed through the canal. Soon enough, the bridge connecting the Park Island to the Nameless One came into view. The 6 cannons moved to the bow of the living ship, opened fire then, decimating the immortals trying to cross it. But that first salvo was merely to help Sunny adjust aim. By the time he reloaded the cannons, he could see the Shadow Legion assembled at the edge of the Park Island, as well. The vast sea of monstrous shades stood in neat rows, with gargantuan figures of dead titans among them, the dark castle towering above it all, and the colossal moth perched atop it. Nightwalker looked at the eerie sight with a stunned expression. What the hell is this? Leaning on the pillar with an aloof expression, Sunny smiled faintly. This is the rest of me. He turned his head and looked at Nightwalker. It's time to stop. The Night Garden slowed down. It continued moving forward due to inertia for a while, but eventually came to a halt near the formation of the Shadow Legion. The precision with which Nightwalker managed to park the Titanic ship was nothing short of stunning, actually. He stared at Sunny for a moment, then looked away and mumbled under his nose. The rest of me, what is that even supposed to mean? Sunny looked away and gazed at the great mass of his silent shades. He sighed. Death swallows all. With that, bridges made of shadows extended from the island, connecting it to the deck of the Night Garden. And the silent shades marched forward, crossing them to board the living ship. The shadows wolves, the obsidian wasps, the asuras of condemnation, the black millipedes and their queen, the spawns of the chain of nightmares, the shadows of the human saints. Dayron, Goliath, Winterbeast, Defiled Seeker, and countless more. They flooded the surface decks of the Night Garden like a dark tide, spreading along the great length of the living ship to defend it. Saint, Slayer, Fiend, and Serpent were there, as well. A few moments later, the absent incarnations of Sunny joined them, having returned from pillaging the conquered islands. Finally, the colossal moth sitting atop the dark castle shifted subtly and then spread its vast wings. The puppeteer raised a hurricane when it flapped them and leaped off the tall tower, soaring through the air, and finding a new perch atop the main mast of the Night Garden. It was as if a piece of the night sky itself had moved. All that was left was the dark castle. It crossed the gap between the edge of the island and the living ship last, settling in an open space near the bow of the Night Garden. The ancient vessel swayed lightly as it accommodated Mimic's weight. Nightwalker observed all that with a strange expression. I guess you really are a being of the same caliber as the Serpent King. Sunny suppressed a smile. He remained silent for a moment, and then said, Oh, I am. Actually, I killed the Serpent King once. He's here somewhere, by the way, among my shadows. Chapter 2668. Bridge Issue. With the vast sea of silent shadows scattered across the Night Garden, the ship looked almost crowded. Far more people lived here, of course, but people were human-sized, while many warriors of the Shadow Legion weren't, so it seemed as if the main deck was drowning in darkness. The dark figures of the shades contrasted sharply against that stark silver starlight, and it almost seemed as if the night garden had become an eerie black and white gravure. The living ship looked like the boat of Karen, the sole guide, drifting on dark waters to deliver the shadows of the dead to hell. It was quite ironic, then, that what surrounded them instead were the sunken streets of the Eternal City, a place devoid of death, one that had been meant to be a paradise but became no different from hell instead. "Hey, your lordship, why is there a giant moth sitting on my ship?" Nightwalker's voice sounded a little subdued. Sunny gave him a long look. "It's not your ship. It's Jet's ship." He was very happy to have found Nightwalker, a legendary figure among the fearsome awakened of the first generation, but he was not going to let Jet be displaced as a result. The House of Night had lost their citadel to Mordred, and Mordred lost it to Soul Reaper, so, as far as Sunny was concerned, it was hers for as long as she wanted it. Nightwalker had not shown signs of wanting to get his past citadel back. In fact, he seemed generally aloof and devoid of any strong desires, but it was better to set the record straight early on. Indeed, it was definitely not because Sunny was outraged and aghast at the fact that this deadbeat bum of an old man had the audacity to flirt with Jet, who was so out of his league in all regards that it was not even funny. No, definitely not. Nightwalker cleared his throat. "Right. Of course." Sunny looked away with a satisfied smirk. "And this moth is here because it's very helpful. No doubt about it." He looked ahead. "Anyway, we should continue onward, unless we want for those abominations to catch up to us." Nightwalker stared at his back for a few moments, then shrugged. "You'd better load those cannons, then." More and more immortals joined the frenzied torrent of hideous flesh that reached over the chasm of the canal toward the night garden. It was as if a disgusting red forest was growing on the edge of the island, twisting and slithering while individual abominations leaped across. Looking at that nightmarish sight, Sunny could not help but remember the labyrinth of crimson coral that had once covered the forgotten shore. Even though the deadly maze would offer little threat to him now, he still could not help but shiver as an unpleasant coldness grasped his heart. That fear was ingrained into it. "You don't have to worry about that." The fallen immortals were torn apart by the impacts of the cannonballs, erased from existence by the ranged attacks of the Shadow Legion, and cut to pieces by the slaying rays of silver starlight. A bloody haze permeated the air, and torrents of blood poured into the seething water below, where myriads of tiny abominations hungrily drank them. No enemy had reached the deck of the night garden yet, but if the swarm grew enough while the living ship remained static, the situation could change. The living ship was already moving, though. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the night garden moved forward through the narrow canal. Sadly, they were facing a peculiar problem. The canal was just wide enough for an incredibly skilled helmsman to navigate the titanic ship through it, and the surface of the islands was almost level with its deck. However, the tall masts of the night garden extended far into the sky, just as tall as the distant spires. And, therefore, the bridge connecting the two islands was in the way. "You have a minute." Nightwalker's voice was a little nervous. Not deigning the warning with an answer, Sunny looked forward coldly. Hidden from view by the massive bulk of the dark castle, the 6 cannons installed on the bow of the living ship barked in quick succession and rolled back as they spat out 6 devastating cannonballs. This time, Sunny was not aiming at the abominations crossing the bridge, however. He was aiming at the bridge itself. The first cannonball impacted like a meteor, making the bridge ripple like a rope and sending a net of cracks running through its great mass. Enormous pieces of stone shot outward like shrapnel, raining down like hail. The bridge would have restored itself, of course, but just a split second later, the second cannonball struck the same place, exacerbating the grievous damage done to the structure of the bridge. And then, another. All 6 cannonballs hit their mark with uncanny precision, striking the bridge consecutively, but in the span of a single second. The deafening thunderclaps of the 6 impacts fused into a single, terrifying boom. That was a level of coordination and accuracy that 6 cannon crews would have never been able to achieve, but since Sunny was operating the cannons personally, he could pull off the improbable firing sequence himself. Those first shots had not been wasted futilely, allowing him to correct his aim. Shattered and broken, the great bridge let out a low, rumbling groan and collapsed. Countless tons of stone poured into the canal, taking dozens of fallen immortals with them. Before the sorcery of the Eternal City could reverse the destruction and pull the pieces back together, gargantuan tendrils of shadow suddenly rose from the bow of the Night Garden and wrapped themselves around the largest chunks of shattered stone, holding them in place. It was as if the living ship was merely a shell hiding the body of a vast, formless, dark monster. Sunny grunted quietly. Oh, that was far more difficult than he had expected. The power with which the Eternal City was pulling the fragments of the broken bridge back was truly horrifying. So, resisting it, even temporarily, felt similarly dreadful. The tendrils of shadows rooted themselves in the Night Garden, and as a result, the living ship actually rose a few meters higher above the water. Accelerate a little, damn it! Beads of cold sweat appeared on Sunny's face. He did not have to endure long, though. Soon enough, the Night Garden sailed beneath the shattered bridge, its masts passing freely between the suspended fragments. Dismissing the tendrils of shadows, Sunny let out a relieved sigh and leaned heavily on the pillar. Behind him, the bridge was already restoring itself, but it did not matter. Having passed it, the Night Garden rushed forward. Their daring voyage to the heart of the Eternal City had begun. Chapter 2669. Coastal Pursuit. The Night Garden moved through the canals of the Eternal City, surrounded by starlight and enveloped by the thunderous roaring of its cannons. The mass of abominations pursuing it along the shore of the portside island was steadily growing, making Sunny frown and strain to load the cannons faster. Empowered by the curse, all shades that could attack from range were helping the cannons slow down the pursuers and reap a chillingly bloody harvest. The swarm of fallen immortals was continuously torn and decimated, but restored itself each time like a horrid, furious, undying beast. The sight of it all was indescribable, ghastly, and uncanny. But then again, Sunny had long grown numb to all the horrors of the dream realm. Senk was among the shades, tossing one javelin after another into the seething mass of abominations. Funnily enough, the shadow of Goliath, whom she had slain with a javelin once, was nearby, unleashing its immolating gaze upon the swarm of corrupted immortals. Due to its rank, the damage it dealt was not deadly, but it served to wound and weaken the enemies. Slayer had mounted an obsidian wasp and flew to the very top of the main mast of the Night Garden, hiding there in the shadow of the puppeteer's wing. Her arrows fell like a deadly rain, unerringly felling the most monstrous of the immortal swarm despite the great distance. Sunny had wrapped one of his shadows around her to enjoy the benefit of sharing her incredibly sharp senses. From the great height of Slayer's precarious position, most of the southern part of the Eternal City was like an open book. He did not like what he saw at all. The shadow of Daeron had put aside the spear and took up a fearsome greatbow that had been salvaged in the armory of the Hippodrome. His arrows struck the fallen immortals like bolts of lightning, impaling their hideous bodies. Strangely enough, Serpent had assumed the form of Daeron and picked up a bow, as well. However, its arrows were far more deadly and devastating than those of the dead Supreme. That was because Serpent was a shadow and possessed the will, while the shadow of the Serpent King did not. Quite ironic, isn't it? While its defenders repelled the pursuing abominations, the Night Garden slowly approached the edges of both islands. Sunny could already see the ice-covered building of the residential island in the distance. Nightwalker could see them, as well. His expression turned somber. "This is pretty bad." Sunny turned and gave him a questioning gaze. "What exactly?" A pale smile appeared on Nightwalker's youthful face. "Don't you see this ship, Shadow?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I do." Nightwalker nodded. "Then you should have noticed that it's very damn long." He let out a heavy sigh. "Navigating it through this narrow canal is already difficult enough, so how hard do you think making a turn will be?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Oh. They were currently moving east, but to reach the palace, they had to turn north. The fastest way would be to do that at the nearest junction of several canals and sail right toward their goal. If that was impossible, though, they would have to reach the edge of the city, escape into the open waters, circle the city counterclockwise, and enter the canals again from the east. Time was of the essence, though. Looking ahead, Nightwalker let out another sigh. His silver eyes suddenly seemed to glow brighter. Don't worry too much, though. I have a tendency to always get to where I'm going. I do suggest you hold on to something, though. This is going to be rough. Sunny grimaced and looked away. It always is. Nightwalker chuckled. Indeed. The night garden was swiftly approaching the junction between canals separating four islands. The water was turbulent, and the stone walls of the isolated districts of the Eternal City seemed terribly close to each other. Even if the junction itself was much wider than the canals were, and shaped irregularly, Sunny could not help but feel like guiding the night garden through the turn was impossible. He winced. Say, is it a bad time to tell you that I absolutely hate traveling by ship? Nightwalker did not seem pleased by that question. What? Why? Sunny scowled. The first time I did, it was on a boat made from demon bones, sailing across an abomination-infested sea that was actually a great titan. Halfway through the journey, the boat was destroyed by a creepy depth dweller, and I almost died. His scowl deepened. The second time was on an alloy battleship across the Indian Ocean, and wouldn't you know it? Halfway through the trip, we were attacked by some horrid sea monsters, the hull was breached, and I almost died. Nightwalker coughed. Sunny, meanwhile, continued. The third time, gods, don't even get me started. I had to brave a river of an unholy titan's blood on anything and everything, starting from makeshift rafts and ending with the corpse of an enormous, monstrous turtle. And guess what? The raft was shattered, the corpse was eaten, and when I finally found a normal ship, that's when the really terrible part started. I almost died. It started as a joke, but now, Sunny was really fuming. Ah, damn it. Curse it all. Why the hell did I think that this damn expedition would be any better? Nightwalker gave him a look of pity. No way. That's some terrible luck. But it couldn't have all been bad, right? What, have you never had a good experience on a boat? Sunny opened his mouth to offer an angry retort, but then closed it. A strange expression appeared on his face. Eventually, his frown was replaced by a faint, absent-minded smile. Well, come to think of it. I did go boating on a date once. That was nice. He lingered for a moment and then nodded. I take it back. Boats are great. Chapter 2670. Broken Navigation. In the end, Nightwalker did manage to make the turn. Sunny had not been sure how he was going to, since it seemed physically impossible, but the founder of the House of Night was not considered to be the greatest and most daring seafarer in history without a reason. Pull more of your creepy shadows to the bow. The colossal ship moved like a nimble gondola in his steady hands. The night garden turned slightly in the canal, its stern nearly scraping the Park Island while its bow came mere meters away from the shore of the opposite one, and the frenzied mass of abhorrent abomination seething on its edge. Nightwalker's warning had been timely, but shades alone were not enough to prevent the fallen immortals from pouring onto the deck of the ship. Even the simultaneous discharge of the 6 cannons installed on the bow was not enough, so Sunny sent Saint and Fiend there, augmenting each of them with one of his incarnations. Luckily, the fierce confrontation did not last long. Soon enough, the night garden reached the termination point of the island, escaping into the wider waters of the canal junction. There was one problem, though. There was still not quite enough space there to allow the Titanic ship to pass. How is he going to do it? Nightwalker remained calm, so Sunny assumed that he was confident. He was probably relying on some mystical quality of his aspect or his divine lineage, or so Sunny thought. He turned out to be wrong, though, since Nightwalker used a far more mundane solution to push the living ship through the impossibly tight turn. Grab something. Sunny took a few steps away from the pillar he had been leaning on and grabbed Ether. He was not afraid for himself, since even falling over the edge of the runic hall would not pose him any danger. Ether, however, could very well be hurt by the fall from the great height of the main pagoda, not to mention that his concentration could be broken, thus weakening the shield of starlight protecting the ship. In the next moment, "This crazy!" The Night Garden rammed into the side of the island at great speed. The immense weight of the living ship was already astronomical, and with countless shades, including giants like Goliath and the Puppeteer, not to mention the great bulk of the Dark Castle, aboard, it had become simply terrifying. The resulting impact was so violent and dire that an entire section of the island collapsed, crumbling into the foaming water. Colossal chunks of stone were sent barreling through the air like shells. "Bastard!" Sunny barely prevented Ether from being thrown over the edge of the runic hall. "You lunatic!" Nightwalker laughed loudly. Piercing through the cloud of dust and stone debris, the bow of the Night Garden emerged from it and entered the northward canal. Its port side scraped against the jagged surface of the shattered stone, leaving deep scars on the living hull. However, it did not slow down much, continuing to move forward. "Ah, that's better." The demented youth grinned brightly while steering the ship into the canal. Sunny looked forward and then cursed loudly, noticing the wall of another island swiftly approaching the bow of the living ship at an angle. Soon enough, the Night Garden collided with its starboard side. This time, the impact was only glancing, sending cracks running through the ancient stone and helping the living ship complete its turn. Breathing heavily, Sunny looked back. The edge of one island was entirely shattered, mending itself slowly, while the other was cracked. The hull of the Night Garden was damaged, but not breached. The water flowing through the canal swayed and surged, climbing hundreds of meters higher than it was supposed to be. Nightwalker hummed. "What's up with that expression? We made the turn, didn't we?" He smiled brightly. "Actually, I've been feeling stifled ever since we set off from the lighthouse. These narrow canals are the worst. Open seas are where my heart lies, with no limits or boundaries in sight, but this was unexpectedly fun." Ether just stared at them both in shock. Sunny gritted his teeth. "Yes, we did make the turn. And that is why I have this expression." Nightwalker studied him for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, anyway, I suggest you start loading your cannons fast." Sunny frowned. "What?" Nightwalker pointed forward. "Load your cannons. There's a bridge ahead." Cursing, Sunny spun around and looked forward. The Night Garden was moving north now, and there was indeed another bridge barring their way north. Damnation! Controlling the manifested shadows, Sunny hurriedly reloaded the cannons. He needed to take apart an indestructible bridge again, and this time, it was a moving target. Actually, it was the Night Garden that was moving, but that did not make the aiming easier. The torrent of abominations had made its way around the broken section of the island by then, continuing the pursuit. What's worse, it was not the Park Island starboard of the Night Garden now. Instead, it was another nameless island, complete with its own swarm of abominable immortals. They were already rushing toward its edge, assembling into a second river of grotesque flesh. The living ship was going to be besieged on both sides soon. And it was only going to get worse. The deeper into the Eternal City they went, the more islands they would pass. So, the pursuing abominations from the previous ones would join those from the new ones, and their numbers would continuously swell. Until all fallen immortals left in the southern half of the Eternal City were straining to get to the deck of the living ship, overwhelmed by a frenzied desire to consume Sunny, Jet, the Saints of Night, and the millions of people sheltered inside the Night Garden. But maybe, that was a good thing. Sunny's eyes glistened dangerously. I wonder if the Dutchman would like my present. Chapter 2671. Gregarious Gondolier. At some point, Sunny somehow became a person who had experienced and endured more than most people. So much so that bewildering people with honest retellings of his many misadventures was one of his favorite pastimes, in fact. In other words, he considered himself to be quite a veteran. Nothing really rattled him anymore, let alone scared him. However, As the Night Guardian navigated the narrow maze of the Eternal City's canals, he had to admit that this was quite possibly the most dreadful situation he had ever found himself in. Godgrave, the burned forest, Ariel's game, nothing could compete with the horrors of the sunken city of the Demon of Repose in scope and scale of their sheer dreadfulness. Perhaps only the tomb of Ariel could compare, not the endlessly flowing waters of the great river or its nebulous estuary, but the inner walls of the ancient pyramid, where a myriad of dark butterflies rested on the cold black stone. He had only glimpsed those abominable creatures from afar, though. The hideous legion of corrupted immortals, on the contrary, the hosts of the flesh of Canict, was right in his face. Goddamit, that's a little bit too much. One of these damned things was already creepy and disgusting enough to make even Effie lose her appetite. But with thousands of them pursuing the Night Guardian like two grotesque, slithering rivers of flesh, Sonny felt like he would never be able to enjoy a meal again. By now, the living ship was surrounded on both sides and besieged. The canals differed in width, but there was never more than a few hundred meters between its hull and the weathered foundations of the islands, a negligent distance for great nightmare creatures. The cannons roared without pause, and the barrier of slaying starlight still surrounded the Night Guardian like a brilliant shield. However, that alone was not enough to prevent the immortal abominations from invading its deck, and so most of the pressure fell on the Shadow Legion, which Sonny controlled. It had been fine at first, but as more and more immortals joined the pursuit, the dreadful battle had become frenetic and feverish. Sonny was barely keeping it together as he commanded the shades and manned the cannons to push the abominations back. On top of that, he also needed to destroy any bridge that appeared in the path of the living ship and prevent its pieces from fusing back together until the ship passed. His head was starting to ache. The noise of it all was unbearable, and the sight of it all was terrifying enough to give even the most seasoned veterans of the Dream Realm nightmares. All the shades of the Shadow Legion, all of his shadows, and most of his incarnations were engaged in the fierce battle against countless undying great nightmare creatures, that was indeed a battle unlike any Sonny had fought before. Needless to say, its carnage and mayhem were peerless. The pristine expanse of the Eternal City shone with a beautiful silver light, and the cold waters of the storm sea rolled above the besieged Night Guardian like a dark sky. Damn Weaver, why couldn't that nasty demon just put pieces of themselves somewhere nice and easily accessible? Who? What are you mumbling about? Sonny looked at Nightwalker and pursed his lips. Just cursing out a dead demon. The youthful founder of the House of Night stared at him silently for a moment, then nodded. Ah, I see. Been there, done that. At that moment, the air of the runic hall suddenly turned cold, and Jet appeared out of torrents of mist. She looked around warily, then dismissed her scythe and found herself a chair to sit down. Despite the dreadful violence happening all around the living ship, she seemed entirely at ease. In fact, she languidly stretched her legs and leaned back in the chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Tired? Jet looked at him evenly. Dead tired. Then, she chuckled and leaned her head back, closing her eyes. Sonny smiled, as well, and turned his attention back to the battle. Only Nightwalker seemed surprised. Aren't you going to help defend the ship? From what I see, it's an all-hands-on-deck situation. Jet sighed and spoke without opening her eyes. Nobody likes to fight an immortal abomination, but in my case, they are simply the absolute worst kind of enemy. Sonny nodded quietly. Jet's soul could not generate essence, so she relied on her aspect to exist. That aspect allowed her to absorb a portion of soul essence of those she killed. The fallen immortals of the Eternal City never died, however, which meant that fighting them was harmful to her. Not only could she not replenish her broken soul, but she had to actively drain its reserves. Worse still, there were no other nightmare creatures in this part of the Eternal City, so she could not hunt at all. Jet opened one eye and looked at Nightwalker. Don't worry, though. I am simply saving my strength for the Dutchman. He studied her with interest. Oh. Jet nodded. Do you know why they call me Soul Reaper? It's because my aspect allows me to directly attack the soul. Among other things, that means that I am custom-made to slay spectral abominations and wraiths of all kinds. She smiled darkly. The last time we met the Dutchman, I sank a few of his ships. I never got to the flagship, though maybe I will this time." Looking away, Jet sighed. "I am not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, though. After all, no one knows a lot about the Dutchman, what it is, where it comes from, and what it's capable of." Nightwalker chuckled. "Oh, really?" He shook his head and then said in an aloof tone, "You're mistaken. I might not know a lot about most things, but I do know a thing or two about the Dutchman. After all, that thing had been hunting me down for decades." Nightwalker looked at Sunny and Jet with a smile. "Do you want me to share?" Chapter 2672. Cursed Wanderer. Sunny and Jet glanced at each other. "The Dutchman used to pursue you." They knew that the House of Night had a history with the ghostly ship and its Wraith armada, but were under the impression that it mostly consisted of distant sightings. Then again, Nightwalker had not mentioned his clan, he only mentioned himself, as if the Dutchman had it out for him personally. He chuckled. "Oh, yes. It was quite troublesome early on, to be honest." Nightwalker looked around and smiled. "Luckily, there is no vessel in the storm sea that can outrun the Night Garden. So that bastard never managed to get his hands on me." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "But why would it be interested in you in particular?" "Wait." His expression changed subtly. "Don't tell me that the Dutchman raced to the Eternal City because you were here." Nightwalker laughed and shook his head. "No, you got it backward." He flinched when an especially loud thunderclap resounded above the Night Garden, followed by a chillingly inhuman howl. Then, grimacing, he added, "The Dutchman was hunting me down because I had the map to the Eternal City. He always wanted to come here, and I was the only one who knew the way. That is why he pursued me relentlessly for the better half of 3 decades, not that I ever let him get close. That is also why he did not attack the House of Night after I left. There was simply no reason to, because I took the map with me." Sunny stared at him in surprise. "But why exactly did the Dutchman want to come to the Eternal City?" Nightwalker shrugged. "How should I know? Sadly, I am not in the habit of talking to sinister apparitions. So, I didn't ask." He remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a somber tone, "First of all, you need to understand that the Dutchman is not a nightmare creature. It is, in fact, 2 nightmare creatures who are bound to each other." Sunny and Jet could not help but look at each other again. Eventually, it was Jet who spoke first. "2 bound nightmare creatures? Do you mean the ship and its captain?" Nightwalker looked at her with a smile. "Bingo! Those 2 are entirely separate beings, but at the same time, they can never escape each other. They are one and the same." Sunny frowned. "I thought you did not talk to sinister apparitions." "How do you know?" Even Cassie had not been able to tell them much about the Dutchman. So how was it that Nightwalker seemed to know so much? "It is because the Storm Sea is my home." Nightwalker shrugged. "And the Dutchman had been haunting these waters for thousands of years. You did not think that Awakened of the waking world were the first ones to suffer his malice, did you? No, there are traces of him, and of stories about him, all over the ruins left behind by the Serpent King's people. To them, he was like a plague." His expression turned somber. "In fact, many of those ruins became ruins precisely because of the Dutchman." "Oh, but they did not call him the Dutchman, of course. Instead, they called him, what was it?" "Ah, right. The Cursed Wanderer, a mortal captain who was cursed to wander the sea forever, and therefore became the curse upon the sea." Nightwalker looked into the distance, then smiled saintly. Those ancient people believed that seeing the Cursed Wanderer was an ill omen. If you saw its silhouette sailing in the mist, even from afar, death would come for you soon, something like that. He paused for a moment and then added in a neutral tone. "According to legend, the Cursed Wanderer used to be a mortal captain who swore to find the Eternal City and profess his undying love to the Demon of Repose. He sailed the Twilight Sea, searching endlessly, slowly growing weak and old. In the end, desperate to buy himself more time to fulfill his oath, he braved the heart of storms to claim a mythical treasure, the Well of Souls. Only that treasure turned out to be cursed and sealed for a reason, so it claimed him instead. Nightwalker grinned. That's how it goes with cursed treasure, usually. In any case, the captain became bound to the Well of Souls, but instead of becoming its prisoner, he subjugated it. The Well of Souls became a ship, and the captain became its helmsman. However, they never reached the Eternal City, and never found repose, cursed to wander the storm sea without reprieve, forever. He shrugged and chuckled quietly. Well, that's the legend, at least. It is mostly nonsense, I think, but some parts of it are true. The Dutchman is a kind of Well of Souls, at least. It's like a nesting doll of horror. The ship consumes souls and enslaves them, then sends them out to slaughter the living and conquer more souls. His expression dimmed. You must have noticed that killing the Wraiths does not destroy them, it just sends them back into the holds of the smaller ships. And destroying the ship simply returns them to the Dutchman. From what I know, once it gets you, there is no escape. The souls of a few of my friends are probably still there, among the ghost soldiers of that abominable duo. Sonny gave him a dubious look. You had friends. Nightwalker flashed him a menacing smile. Shut up. He paused, and then added in a dark tone. This ship itself is merely a tool. Although its captain is one of the captured souls, I think, he is the true master of the Dutchman. He's the evil will behind the curse that has been plaguing the storm sea for thousands of years, as well, reaping countless lives and bringing despair to all who see him. Nightwalker grimaced. It is our luck that the Dutchman almost never comes close to the coast. Otherwise, humanity would have had far fewer citadels. The battle still raged on, so Sonny did not really have the energy to ponder that strange story seriously. Still, it echoed in his mind, making him feel like there was a kernel of important information hidden in it. As he pondered, Jet said with a smile, I did not feel despair when I saw the captain of the Dutchman, though. Her smile widened a little. All I thought was, hey, that bastard is staring at me. I want to kill him so bad. Nightwalker chuckled. Well, you'll get a chance soon. Chapter 2673. Dreadful Race. Another bridge collapsed into an avalanche of debris, sending countless tons of jagged stone plummeting into the river. When the pieces of the broken bridge froze in the air and moved in reverse, gargantuan tendrils of shadow rose again to hold them back. Standing in the runic hall of the night garden, Sonny grimaced and swayed slightly, his porcelain face turning even paler than usual. He was pushing against his limits. Directly controlling the Shadow Legion was already far more strenuous than what he was used to, and he was manipulating the shadow golems that fired the cannons as well. But it was actually the act of preventing the Eternal City from restoring the shattered bridges that was the most taxing. Creating a tentacle out of shadows was the simplest form of shadow manifestation. In fact, it was the first thing he had manifested after becoming a master. Sonny was capable of shaping shadows in infinitely more intricate and sophisticated ways now, but he had never used his ascended ability on quite that scale. Only the dome he had built around the night garden recently could compare, but that dome only needed to exist. The colossal black tendrils extending from the bow of the living ship, however, had to move, accurately grasp the slabs of stone, and overcome the pull that the sorcery of the Eternal City exerted on them. The sheer size of the black tendrils was daunting. It was to the point that Sonny found his reserves of essence actually draining for the first time in a long while, an unexpected and unwelcome development that made him frown. Sonny was not the only one losing essence, either. Ether was swiftly draining his own reserves to maintain the shield of starlight around the night garden, and unlike Sonny, he did not have 7 soul cores or a domain supplying him with a constant torrent of spirit essence. He was going to exhaust his reserves far sooner than Sonny would. They were quite short on time. Luckily, their dreadful race through the canal of the Eternal City was coming to an end. The night garden had not reached the finish line just yet, but the towering silhouette of the palace was already looming above the horizon like a dark mountain set against the beautiful backdrop of silver light. the two swarms of the abominable immortals besieging the living ship had grown immense and terrifying, as well. By now, it was as if two slithering walls of hideous flesh surrounded the night garden on both sides, with a grotesque mass of limbs, tendrils, and appendages reaching toward it across the deep dark chasms. The seething waters below were turning strange, as well, having swallowed dozens, if not hundreds, of undying abominations. The flesh of Connacht was infecting new hosts there rapaciously, already subjugating and changing them to suit its goals, the main of which was to devour every living soul aboard the night garden. And worst of all, the Shadow Legion kept suffering casualties. Far fewer shades than one would expect in such an unimaginably dreadful battle were being vanquished, but the incremental losses added up. It was not to the point that Sunny had to start worrying just yet, but it wasn't negligible either. The defiled seeker of truth was already gone, torn apart by the lightning-fast tendrils of hungry flesh. So was the shadow of the winter beast, which had already been damaged on the residential island. Many of the obsidian wasps had been caught and crushed by the fallen immortals, and several of the human saints were gone. But the silent shades knew neither fear nor hesitation. Despite the heavy losses, they continued to defend the living ship with a quiet and indomitable determination, and why would it be any different? The dead did not fear death. Sunny gritted his teeth. Come on, a little more. The night garden passed through the cloud of debris left behind by the shattered bridge, and he released his hold on its pieces with a relieved sigh. Look alive, Shadow! Starboard! Sunny gave Nightwalker a dark look and opened his mouth, wanting to point out that he was technically dead. But Jet beat him to the punch, chuckling quietly. In the next moment, he got too preoccupied to talk. An especially massive abomination appeared portside of the night garden, and a swarm of fleshy tentacles shot across the canal, threatening to pierce the hull of the living ship. At the same time, the shield of starlight grew a little dimmer, betraying the fact that ether was approaching his limit, as well. Then again, maybe he had long passed it. The youngest of the Saints of Night was pale and covered in cold sweat. His face, which had been calm and composed before, was not twisted by a deep scowl. His hands clenched into fists. Damn it! The night garden veered right, creating as much distance between itself and the grotesque tendrils of flesh as possible. The cannons barked, and a rain of enchanted arrows descended upon the towering abomination, tearing it apart. A moment later, the hideous hill of slithering flesh exploded into a horrid rain of blood and bleeding meat, painting the ground red. And in a few moments more, the night garden collided with the foundation of the opposite island, its hull scraping across the stone wall and sending cracks running through it. Cursing under his breath, Sunny sent his shadows and the strongest of the shades rushing toward the right side of the ship. For a few seconds, there was no gap between the ship and its pursuers, and although the starlight cut and burned them, more than a few made their way onto the deck of the night garden. Curse it all! Saint, Fiend, and Serpent descended upon them almost immediately, followed by a coordinated attack of countless shades. The abominations were cut down and thrown into the water before they could do any real damage, but not before slaying several dozen of Sun's silent warriors. Can you go faster? Standing in the runic circle, Nightwalker smiled. His silver eyes glowed like stars in the night sky, and his youthful face seemed to drown in their nebulous light. That might be a little dangerous. Sunny scoffed. Does it seem like we're safe now? Nightwalker lingered for a moment. Then, his smile widened a little. You make a fair point. In that case, I suggest you put your seatbelt on. Chapter 2674. Finish line. This is a little thrilling. The night garden flew through the canals of the Eternal City at a terrible speed, conquering their twisting perils with chilling recklessness. With each subtle turn it made, colossal waves crashed into the walls of the surrounding islands, and the thunderous roar of the firing cannons was almost drowned out by the howling winds. The manner in which the living ship navigated the treacherous expanse of setting water seemed almost suicidal, and yet, it had not been shattered yet. Each turn was made just at the right time, at just the right angle, and just at the right speed. Inertia and acceleration fused into a smooth flow, and the night garden appeared light and nimble despite its dauntingly terrifying mass. The living ship advanced through the maze of canals while leaving scars on them. Its helmsman wasn't shy about using the walls of weathered stone to guide his vessel in the right direction, leaving them cracked and crumbling. At times, he simply crashed through obstacles, making the entire city quake. A little thrilling. Sunny was forcefully preventing himself from clutching a nearby pillar. Jet was looking at Nightwalker with a strange expression. She almost seemed flustered, sheepishly contemplating her own skill as a helmsman, or if she even had the right to call herself that. Nightwalker himself, meanwhile. His beautiful face was illuminated by an easy smile. The runic circle blazed around him, shining with the same light as his silver eyes. His voice, meanwhile, had assumed a strange quality, sounding far more penetrating and vast than any human's voice had the right to be. It was as if the night garden itself was speaking through him. Sunny knew that those who were recognized by the runic circle shared their senses with the living ship, perceiving the world as it did. He did not know what it felt like, exactly, but was starting to suspect that there were degrees to this ineffable state of unity. And Nightwalker was somehow able to delve into that state much deeper than anyone else. Which was why the ship was still in one piece. Well, mostly in one piece. There were deep scars covering the entire length of its hull, and its forward mast was tilted at an angle, standing only because Sunny had wrapped the broken section in a layer of manifested shadows. The palace was obscuring a vast swath of the sky by now, and the two rivers of abominable flesh had turned into two harrowing seas. The battle had entered a cataclysmic stage, and the Shadow Legion could only hold its ground because there was not enough space for all of the immortal monstrosities to attack it at the same time. They stood in each other's way, burning with demented fury and slowing both swarms down. The dire speed of the living ship also helped it stay ahead of the great mass of abominations, forcing them to crawl over each other in an effort to keep up the pursuit. "I have something to say." Nightwalker looked at Sunny and smiled with the corner of his mouth. "There is good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Sunny gave him a scathing glare. "Start with the far, damn it." "I don't care." Nightwalker blinked a couple of times. "All right then. The good news is that we are one turn away from reaching the palace." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What's the bad news?" Nightwalker shrugged. "It's that we're not going to make it." Sunny stared at him with wide eyes. "What the hell do you mean, we're not going to make it?" At that moment, a colossal tendril of flesh swiped across the deck, crushing scores of shades and sending several obsidian cannons flying. They crashed down heavily and rolled, vanquishing even more warriors of the Shadow Legion. Saint Sword cut a black line in the fabric of reality, severing the gargantuan red tentacle. Fiend, meanwhile, grabbed it and tossed it into the slithering mass of abominations across the chasm. Nightwalker grinned. "I mean that there's no way to make that turn. We'll hit the wall of the island at an angle that will prevent us from bouncing off of it and continuing on our merry way. Instead, we'll lose all momentum and drift like a turtle, which means that we'll get buried under a mountain of abominations. So, I will have to slow the ship down to a crawl, which will also get us buried." He shook his head and sighed. Unless, of course, there was a way to make the night garden turn sharper. Sunny stared at him some more, then gritted his teeth. "Don't slow down. I'll handle it." Nightwalker nodded. "Full steam ahead, then." Although it did not seem possible, the night garden accelerated even more. They were swiftly approaching a junction of 3 canals. One of them continued in the same general direction the living ship was headed, while the other turned north at a steep angle. That was the canal they needed to enter. As they came closer and closer to the junction, the puppeteer shifted atop the main mast and opened its colossal wings. With each of them spanning several kilometers, they guided the wind like vast sails. The pressure of the wind would help the night garden turn, but it was not going to be enough. That was why the shadow of Goliath moved at the same time. Crossing the deck of the living ship with wide strides that made it tremble, the shade of the towering Titanic leaned forward and pressed its gargantuan palms against the foundation of the island. As the night garden began to turn, Goliath silently exerted all of his dreadful strength to push the ship away from the stone wall, thus making the turn sharper. A net of cracks opened in his arms, slowly growing deeper and wider. And as the Titan strained them in one final, dreadful push, his elbows exploded, tearing both of his forearms off. The bow of the Night Garden turned just enough to guide it into the canal because of that, though. As tendrils of flesh enveloped Goliath and pulled him off the deck of the living ship, into the flowing mass of slithering flesh, the living ship escaped into the wide canal. The palace was straight ahead. Chapter 2675. Brief Respite. There was a vast expanse of open water between the various districts of the Eternal City and its heart, where the palace towered like a dark mass of sharp, interconnected spires. It was both beautiful and ominous, tapering to a sharp point. The highest of the spires was like a narrow spearhead thrust into the black sky, its soaring shape outlined by silver light. It looked very much like the nexus of a celestial city that used to drift in the vacuous vastness of space. Now that the Night Garden had escaped into the circular lake surrounding the palace, its pursuers were falling behind. The Shadow Legion received a precious moment of respite. Sunny, Jet, Nightwalker, and Ether spent a few moments beholding the dark majesty of the Eternal Palace in silence. "I'll be damned." Nightwalker exhaled slowly. "Well, more damned, I mean." Sunny could not help but smile. "Have you been inside before?" Nightwalker shook his head. "Gods, no. I've never made it this far. The closer you come to the palace, the more of those bastards wander the streets, and the more powerful they are, and while I am just as immortal as they are, I still had to be careful. After all, I wouldn't want to end up becoming a host of the flesh of Canict myself." Sunny nodded slowly and looked back at the dark edifice of the palace. He considered the situation for a moment. They were currently south of it, separated by its looming mass from the furious battle between the Dutchmen and the abominable immortals in the north. Judging by the distant clamor, the Night Garden had reached the heart of the Eternal City first, but not by much. The Wraith army was most likely only an island or two away from making its way to the palace. And judging by the eerie silence in the east, the mysterious third contender was not too far away, either. Quite vexing. Sunny had to make a decision, and the decision he had to make was shrouded in peril and uncertainty. There were many things that he only vaguely understood, and some that he did not know at all. Therefore, any choice he made could only be partially sound, at best. To start, he did not know the identity of the third contender. Sunny could commit significant forces to facing that frightening adversary, but killing it was meaningless, since the Eternal City would just return the abomination to life. So, it had to be restrained, just like the fallen immortals had been. Subduing those abhorrent fiends had already been difficult enough, though, and the thing approaching the palace from the east, whatever it was, seemed far more terrible than they were. Then, there was the Dutchman and its Wraith army. Killing them was difficult as truly destroying his shades, which nothing had managed to achieve so far. Jet, at least, seemed to have the ability to slay the ghost instead of sending them back into the maw of the Well of Souls, or whatever that horror was truly called. But would they stay dead, or would they be revived by the Eternal City as well? Sunny did not know, but suspected that the Wraiths would not be affected by the sorcery of this sunken hell, staying destroyed forever. That was because they were not living things, to begin with. What about Sunny and Jet, then? His expression stiffened. There were the corrupted immortals themselves to contend against, as well. In fact, at the moment, something unprecedented was happening in the Eternal City. Its dwellers, which had always been scattered across its vast expanse, were now all concentrated in the immediate area around the palace. Sunny had brought every abomination from the southern reaches of the cursed city here, the Dutchman had done the same with those who dwelled in the north, and the third contender had pulled all the fields from the east. Now, there were tens or even hundreds of thousands of them in the heart of the Eternal City. That number terrified even Sunny. He had to defeat the Dutchman, subdue the mysterious abomination in the east, deal with the immortal swarm, find the fragment of Weaver's lineage, and destroy the Eternal City somehow, while keeping the Night Garden safe. Sunny pursed his lips, considering his options for the 100th time. In the end, it all came down to the nature of the Eternal City. Everything was immortal here, which meant that nothing could be truly defeated. That was the cornerstone of all his problems. So, if that cornerstone was removed, the rest of the obstacles standing in Sunny's way would follow like dominoes, falling one after another. Which meant that his course of action was clear. He had to stall his enemies and enter the palace first to find Weaver's lineage. It would be even better if he found the source of the divine sorcery sustaining the Eternal City and destroyed it. If not, destroying the city itself would suffice. Sunny took a deep breath, then looked at Nightwalker. Circle the palace from the west and put us between it and the Dutchman's forces. The Wraith army seemed to be closer to reaching the heart of the Eternal City than the unknown horror in the east, so it had to be dealt with first. Nightwalker lingered for a moment, then nodded and guided the battered ship northwest. The sea of grotesque abominations followed from a distance, rushing across the island surrounding the palace. The two vast swarms began to fuse, stretching into a long red line. As the living ship moved across the vast lake, the towering dark shape of the palace obscured the battlefield where the army of ghosts fought the horde of deathless abominations. However, Sunny could already see wisps of mist drifting above the water and felt an eerie chill permeating the air. Soon enough, they were going to escape from the shadow of the towering structure that served as the beating heart of the Eternal City and behold the scene of the dreadful battle. But before that happened, Ether suddenly let out a groan and fell to one knee. The shield of starlight illuminating the night garden flickered and was then snuffed out, plunging the living ship into a sudden darkness. The light of countless lanterns, which usually seemed bright and vibrant, felt dim and inadequate in the wake of the brilliant silver radiance. Ether covered his mouth with a hand, blood trickling between his fingers. I'm sorry. I can't. He was suffering from symptoms of essence exhaustion. Sunny looked at him with a somber exhaustion, then sighed and put a hand on his shoulder. It's all right. You got us this far. At that moment, Jet spoke from her chair. I agree. I am pulling the plug, though. Her voice was even. We had our fun, Sunny, but the night garden has no business remaining in these waters anymore. Now, we need to think about the safety of our people and bring them away from this mess. Sunny looked at her with a frown and remained silent for a while. Finally, he grimaced and turned away. I see your point. I agree, I guess. His tone was bitter. A good strategist had to know how to adapt to the shifting circumstances. And sometimes, being adaptable meant knowing when to cut your losses. So, as much as it pained him, Nightwalker looked at them with a surprised expression. Ooh? Wait, that's it? You're giving up on this battle? On destroying the Eternal City, and all that? That would mean that they were giving up on him, as well. But his tone was aloof, betraying no anger or disappointment. Sunny and Jet both looked at him in confusion. After a few moments, Sunny scoffed. What? Who said anything about giving up? He shook his head and smiled faintly. No, of course not. We're just switching to Plan B. The Eternal City is still getting destroyed. If anything, my main concern now is to keep it in one piece long enough to get what I came here for. Chapter 2676. Palace Lake. Saying that, Sunny inhaled deeply and looked at Jet. Jet! She nodded and rose to her feet, walking over to the edge of the runic hall. I'm on it. I'll need some time to set everything up, though, if we want to do it properly. Below her, the surface decks of the night garden sprawled into the distance, with the silent shades slowly repairing their battered formations. The dark castle towered at the bow, and the colossal, eerily motionless shape of the puppeteer loomed above it all like an eldritch deity. She looked at the dark skies above the Eternal City, her icy blue eyes reflecting their unfathomable splendor. Nightwalker frowned. What exactly are you doing, though? Sunny shrugged. Calling in the cavalry. The beautiful youth blinked a few times, then said in a hesitant tone. What the? I thought you were the cavalry. Sunny smiled. I am more of a special reconnaissance and sabotage specialist. A commando, if you will. He scratched the back of his head. Actually, since we're on a ship, I guess I'm a Marine. A Marine shock trooper? Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Point is, I am an ardent proponent of refined, elegant, and surgical warfare. Brute force, barbaric carnage, and total annihilation are someone else's forte. Nightwalker gave him a dubious look at the mention of elegance and refinement, but chose to remain silent. Sunny went to help Ether to a chair while the Night Garden circled the palace. Soon enough, they escaped from its vast shadow, and not long after that, Neve and Bloodwave joined them on the bridge. What a sight! Sunny looked ahead with a somber expression. Out there, in front of them, a swirling veil of mist obscured the northern reaches of the Eternal City. The sight of the furious battle raging under the cover of mist was obscured, but they could still feel its horrifying scope and sense the echoes of its chilling violence. The tumultuous, billowing torrents of mist were suffused with a ghostly viridian glow that intensified from time to time in sudden flashes, illuminating them from within like bolts of lightning born of a ghostly storm. Rumbling thunderclops rolled across the turbulent surface of the water, and ghastly dark silhouettes were revealed in the ethereal light, moving swiftly in the fog. Those were the horrid silhouettes of the immortal abominations. The wraiths were indistinguishable from the mist, so Sunny could not see them. He could infer their presence from the movements of the immortals, though, where they rushed, where they were stopped, and there they fell, cut down by invisible blades. The Wraith army had already reached the final island before the lake that surrounded the palace. Strangely enough, the bridges leading to the heart of the Eternal City were all destroyed, stretching above the water like the broken ribs of a colossal beast. The sorcery of the Demon of Repose seemed to have no effect on them, for some reason, so they remained broken and shattered. Sunny wondered if that was the work of Daeron or if the broken bridges were ancient scars left on the Eternal City by Storm God, which even the power of the Demon of Repose could not erase. In any case, it did not matter. He doubted that the deadly waters of the lake would pose an obstacle for the Dutchman and his spectral armada. The malevolent ship itself was looming in the mist behind its army, half hidden from view by the deep chasms of the canal it was sailing. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but feel a sudden chill. He did not know what means the Dutchman was using to subdue the immortal abominations, but the Wraith seemed to be steadily pushing the enemy back. There was an ocean of them washing over the islands of the Eternal City, and the battlefront was stretched across multiple districts, slowly forming a crescent shape around the shores of the Palace Lake. The Night Garden moved across the water until it reached the northern face of the palace. There, it gradually slowed down and drifted forward at a crawl, standing like a fortress wall between the Wraith army and the heart of the Eternal City. It was then that Sunny shivered, sensing a cold gaze piercing him. He looked at the distant silhouette of the Dutchman, knowing that its captain was staring back. Forcing out a smile, Sunny gave the ancient abomination a half-hearted bow. "Take a good look. I am the person who will send your sinister hide to the Shadow Realm." There was not much time left before the flood of wraiths reached them, though. "Jet, how much longer?" She looked at him evenly. "A bit longer. They are busy on their side as well, you know." Sunny sighed. This was not good. However, had he not promised to give the Dutchman a present? It was time to deliver the gift. Sunny smiled. The more the merrier, right? Just then, the red river that had been following the Night Garden along the shores of the southern islands reached the billowing veil of mist and poured into it, full of demented frenzy. All the immortal abominations of the southern part of the Eternal City collided with the right flank of the Wraith army, joining the undying fiends that had already been fighting there. There were only a few of them at first, but as more and more arrived, the situation on the battlefield seemed to change. The forces of the Dutchman buckled and were pushed back, causing the entire wing of the ghostly armada to collapse. The mist swirled, and the viridian glow bleeding into it grew much brighter. Sunny's smile turned into a grin. "Deal with them before you come bother me, you bastard." The Dutchman surged forward, and at the same time, its forces seemed to shift. More wraiths poured toward the collapsing flank, which in turn slowed down the advance of the rest of his forces. It did not stall the Wraith army for long. But it did stall the wraiths just long enough. Because at some point, a cold wind blew across the lake. And a radiant line suddenly split the fabric of the world above it. Chapter 2677. Light in the Depths. In an instant, a thin white line seemed to cut the fabric of reality. Starting in the air above the highest spire of the palace, it plummeted down and plunged into the dark waters. A cold wind blew across the eternal city, and the lake rippled. For a moment, silence enveloped the world. Then, the radiant line burst open, expanding into a vast, towering dream gate. For the first time in thousands of years, pure sunshine illuminated the vast expanse of the eternal city. Sunny grimaced, shielding his eyes from the bright light. Standing in the runic circle, Nightwalker stared at the radiant rift in the fabric of reality with wide eyes. What kind of nightmare gate? How is this? Just then, a dark silhouette revealed itself from the blinding radiance, and his eyes widened even more. A ship? It's a flying ship. His tone, which was usually aloof and strangely indifferent, sounded genuinely excited. In fact, it was almost enraptured. The chainbreaker appeared high in the dark sky above the eternal city, the branches of the sacred tree growing on its deck swaying in the wind. A graceful figure stood on its bow, her silver hair fluttering as two white wings shone behind her with a beautiful light. She turned her head calmly, looking down at the night garden. Nightwalker stared at her with wide eyes. Is that an angel? Looking up, Sunny smiled silently. That is the cavalry. Turning his head, he gave Nightwalker a scathing look. Meet the Queen of Humanity, old-timer. She is also my girlfriend, so pick up your jaw. Nightwalker blinked a few times. That's Immortal Flame's grandkid? Who? Such a lovely young lady. She does not seem like a complete lunatic, though. Sunny coughed, but wisely chose not to comment. Ignorance is bliss. It was probably better not to mention that her first step on the path of ascension had been to set herself on fire, and that thing only got progressively worse after that. In any case, their reinforcements had arrived. The night garden was battered, and the chain breaker seemed in dire need of repairs as well. After all, Nephis had been fighting her own battles in the death zones west of Bastion. That campaign had barely ended, allowing the Ivory Island to reach the basin of the River of Tears in time. The waters of the great river were now flowing into the cold expanse of the palace lake. Luckily, the abominations populating the eternal city could not cross over, since they were imprisoned by its sorcery. The flesh of Canict, meanwhile, was imprisoned by Darren's seal. The abominations could not escape their beautiful, nightmarish prison, however, the night garden could. When embarking on the expedition to the Eternal City, the main reason why Sunny had dared to take the living ship and millions of people living aboard it with him was that they could be brought to safety at any moment. That was because the night garden belonged to Neph's domain, and because it granted her the ability to open her dream gate between 2 points in the same realm. So, if the expedition faced too dire a peril at any point during the voyage, the living ship could retreat to safer waters with relative ease. All they needed to do was coordinate their escape with Nephis, which was possible because Cassie connected the members of the cohort like a mental web. Now that the vast swarm of immortal abominations, the Dutchman, and the mysterious third contender were all closing in on the palace lake, the peril facing the night garden became dire enough to call the retreat, especially because the living ship had already received an infusion of vitality from the wharf, and because Ether could not protect it with starlight anymore. So, Jet was right to insist on bringing her people to safety. That said, the fact that the night garden was retreating did not mean that Sunny had to escape, too. Actually, he was determined to stay and finish the job. But since the Dream Gate was already open, why would he not call in reinforcements? Nightwalker had been staring at the graceful silhouette of the chainbreaker with glowing eyes. Just then, however, his gaze shifted to the dream game, and a stunned expression appeared on his youthful face. Wait, what is that? Behind the flying ship, another, far greater silhouette appeared in the blinding radiance. Then, slowly, the majestic shape of the Tower of Hope and the Ivory Island revealed itself from the light. It's a flying island. Nightwalker studied it for a while, then let out a sigh. I once read a report about a deadly region of the Dream Realm that supposedly exists somewhere far north, and is made up entirely of flying islands. I guess somebody reached it, After all, the Chained Isles had only been conquered by humanity during the Crusades led by Anvil and Madoc, so he would have only heard rumors about them before vanishing in the Eternal City. Seeing the Ivory Island must have been a bitter reminder of how the time had passed him by. Nightwalker lingered for a few moments, then asked, "So, what powers does your girlfriend possess?" "No, let me guess. Considering whose granddaughter she is, she has to be a pyromaniac who goes around setting things on fire." "Right." Sunny shook his head. "No." Nightwalker let out a relieved sigh. He did not let Sunny finish the sentence, though. "Actually, she mostly just blows things up." The beautiful youth paled. High above the palace lake, Nephis regarded the dreadful vista of the sunken city and then turned her head slightly. Sunny could not see, but he somehow felt that she was looking directly at him. Nephis was indeed fond of solving problems with annihilating explosions. Of course, she was also a powerful healer and someone who could instill her allies with profound strength. Her supreme power alone was not going to solve the particular problem facing Sunny and his companions, though, at least not in a decisive way. Instead, Sunny put his hopes on something else. There was a moment of silence as the Ivory Island came to a halt, hanging directly above the central spire of the palace. And then, the crushing descended upon the Eternal City. Chapter 2678. Weight of Hope. The Eternal City was truly vast, not losing in sheer size to sprawling human cities like NQSC, Bastion, or Ravenheart. It was like a region in and of itself, spanning countless kilometers on the glassy black bottom of the storm sea. Yet, there was no corner of the sunken city that the crushing did not reach, except for the Palace Lake, which was spared its fury by its master's design. And since the Ivory Island was flying closer to the ground than usual, the force exerted by the crushing was truly devastating. In an instant, every building in the Eternal City was flattened, and every living being on its streets was turned into bloody pulp. Only the lighthouse seemed unaffected by the harrowing pressure, standing as tall and proud as it used to. Somewhere in the distance, the clock tower collapsed once again. On the other side of the city, the wharf groaned, cracks slowly snaking up its towering walls. Countless immortal abominations were thrown to the ground and crushed. It was as if they all simultaneously exploded into repulsive puddles of blood and viscera, painting the cracking stone red. Their blood flowed slowly, pressed down by the same force that destroyed their bodies. An entire city full of great nightmare creatures was obliterated in a heartbeat. Ironically enough, it was as if the unfathomable weight of the endless sea that had been held at bay by the invisible aegis protecting the sunken city caught up with it, after all. The Nightwalker, Neve, Bloodwave, and Ether paled, watching the scene of unimaginable devastation in awed silence. Jet remained nonchalant, while Sunny continued looking at the distant chain breaker with a smile. "That's my girl." What the hell?" Nightwalker's voice sounded a little hoarse. He remained silent for a moment, and then added slowly, "I guess you weren't kidding when you said that you'll destroy the Eternal City." Sunny sighed. If only it were that easy. The Ivory Island continued to exert its tyrannical pressure upon the Eternal City. But the Eternal City was not going to just take it lying down. A few moments after the crushing decimated it, the vast ruin stirred. The buildings had been crushed into stone dust, and now, that dust was trembling and slowly rising into the air. Small pebbles fused into slabs of stone, and slabs of stone assembled into ornate walls. The harrowing mass of crushed flesh came alive, as well. Muscles and bones were formed from its ghastly depths, slowly coalescing into human shapes. Still half complete, the bleeding bodies strained to rise from the ground, pressing against it with raw hands. But then, it was as if another pulse of the crushing descended upon the city, breaking their bones and throwing them down again. A few moments later, the abominable immortals were turned into a sea of bleeding flesh once more, and the half-restored buildings were turned into rubble, only to be repaired again. The crushing and the Eternal City clashed in a harrowing cycle of destruction and restoration, with neither managing to gain the upper hand. It was as if this sunken hell that had denied death for eons got stuck in an endless loop of dying, unable to escape the horrid agony of its cruel embrace. That was the sorcery of the hope, the demon of desire, clashing against the sorcery of the demon of repose. By now, even Sunny could not help but feel a sense of awe. After all, it was not every day that one saw the powers of two diamonds collide. Standing at the bow of the chain breaker, Nephis raised a hand. In the next moment, a hurricane of flame descended upon the ruins surrounding the palace lake, burning the raging mist away. Shaking off his trance, Sunny looked at what had been the battle between the abominable immortals and the Wraith army of the Dutchman less than a minute ago. The immortals were a repugnant mess of undulating flesh, not destroyed, but incapable of becoming whole again either. The Wraiths, meanwhile. Countless ethereal figures were standing amidst the ruins, looking back at him in eerie silence. The spectral soldiers of the Dutchman seemed affected by the crushing, as well, but their ghostly bodies were not affected by it as much as the abominations were. A moment later, they moved, struggling against the crushing force to slowly, arduously march forward. Damnation! Nightwalker tore his gaze away from the harrowing visage of the crushed city and looked at him with a distant expression. Now what? Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said darkly, Now we take the palace island and defend it as if our lives depend on it, while somebody enters the palace and searches for a way to truly unmake this cursed place. Then, we kill all the immortals, slay the Dutchman, and pat ourselves on the back for doing a good job. Oh, but before that. He looked at Jet. She considered something for a bit, then turned her gaze to the Saints of Night. Bloodwave, you have the bridge. Take the Night Garden and Ether into the Dreamed Gate, you should land safely in the River of Tears. Neve. He shook his head and glanced briefly at Nightwalker. I'm staying. Jet studied him for a moment, then nodded. Summon a memory that can slay wraiths, then. Sunny threw one last glance at the marching army of ghosts and turned away. Everyone who is staying should come with me, then. Bloodwave, Ether, it has been a pleasure. Come find me if you're ever in Ravenheat, or Bastion, or north of the Hollow Mountains. Or if you want to purchase a luxury bicycle. We'll share a drink. He flashed them a smile. Ether smiled weakly, while Bloodwave looked at him with a scowl and grunted non-committally before entering the runic circle. At the same time, Nightwalker stepped out of it. How are we getting to the Palace Island without a ship, though? Sunny grabbed him by the shoulder and grinned. With style. He used his other hand to grab Neve and pulled Jet closer with a tentacle made of shadows. Then, he pulled them all into a shadow step. A moment later, they appeared on the walls of the dark castle. Below them, the sea of shades was vanishing without a trace, leaving the deck of the Night Garden empty. Sunny looked up at the distant silhouette of the chain breaker and took a deep breath. And then, he pulled the entirety of the dark castle, with all its immense size and weight, into the shadows as well. How heavy! A moment later, a magnificent black castle suddenly appeared on the shores of the Palace Island. Despite its towering walls, it was easily dwarfed by the gargantuan palace, looking like a guard post in front of its gates. In front of them, the Night Garden rushed across the cold waters of the vast lake amidst the harrowing devastation, approaching the radiant abyss of the Dream Gate. Chapter 2679. Abandoned Ship. The Night Garden glided across the rippling surface of the palace lake, rushing toward the Dream Gate. The abominable immortals were trapped in an endless cycle of rebirth and destruction born from the clash between the sorceries of desire and repose. The wraiths were burdened by the crushing and had not reached the lake yet. Nothing seemed able to threaten the living ship before it escaped to safety. Until a dark shape suddenly escaped from the dark ruins in the east, where the third contender was still hidden in the darkness, and soared into the sky. Sunny turned just in time to see it fly above the decimated city. His eyes widened slightly. That! The dark shape was not an abomination. Instead, it was a piece of a stone wall spanning more than 100 meters across that someone had tossed into the air. Spinning aimlessly, it flew across the districts of the Eternal City, rising higher and higher. Needless to say, one needed monstrous strength to send such an enormous projectile flying a great distance, in normal circumstances. Under the tyrannical strength of the crushing, though, that strength had to be simply unfathomable. Much more disturbingly, the piece of the wall had not turned to dust as it rose higher into the air. The only explanation Sunny could come up with was that the fragment of a building had somehow been infused with the will to at least partially deny the power of the crushing. It had been aimed quite well, too. Traveling dozens of kilometers, the giant projectile reached the crest of its trajectory and plummeted down toward the deck of the night garden. Before it could strike, however, Nephis pointed at it with her palm. A blinding white ray shot from it and pierced the enormous piece of debris, plunging into the lake a split second later. The makeshift projectile exploded into a cloud of stone dust and rubble. The lake boiled, as well. Sunny looked east. It seemed that the third contender was still some distance away, and it wasn't happy about being late to the party. Troubling. He frowned, unleashing the Shadow Legion onto the shores of the Palace Island. That was where the Silent Shades were going to take their last stand, repelling the Dutchman and his army of sinister wraiths. The only thing standing between the two dead armies now were the lake, the radiant Dream Gate, and the night garden. Saved from the giant projectile, the living ship breached the remaining distance to the Dream Gate and plunged into its radiant vastness, slowly disappearing from view. It was as if it dissolved into the light, and Sunny was glad that it did. He could not help but let out a relieved sigh. Sunny was happy to see the night garden escape. He hoped that the living ship could finish repairing itself somewhere far away. In safety, he hoped that nothing would disturb its peaceful sleep. Now that the civilians were gone, he did not need to feel so anxious, either. Standing by his side, Jet scratched her head. You know, they say that a captain never abandons her ship. No one talks about the ship abandoning its captain, though, do they? Nightwalker chuckled. Didn't you send your ship away yourself, young lady? Instead of answering, Jet let out a satisfied sigh. Ah. It feels so nice to be called young again. Being the oldest is such a chore. Below them, the battered Shadow Legion was assembling into a formation. Many of the shades were gone, but plenty still remained. In fact, the losses were far below Sunny's expectations since he had abandoned the plan of conquering the Eternal City district by district and simply rushed to the palace instead. The puppeteer returned to its perch atop the dark castle. Slayer commanded the defenders on the walls. Scent led the silent warriors on the ground. The ivory island hung above the highest spire of the palace, and the chainbreaker was descending from the dark heights. Soon enough, it reached the battlements above the gates of the dark castle, where Sunny and his companion stood. Nephis jumped off its bow, landing near them and illuminating the space around her with her beautiful light. She looked at Sunny and smiled faintly. Fancy meeting you here, Lord of Shadows. Sunny could not help but smile, too. The pleasure is mine. Welcome to the Dark Castle, Lady Changing Star. The last time Nephis had visited the marvelous mimic, it had still been a cozy brick cottage. So, Sunny was a little pleased to show her his new abode, even if it had to be briefly. They looked at each other, their eyes igniting with a heated intensity. Before Sunny could take a step forward and betray his negative stance on public displays of affection, though, Jet patted him on the shoulder. All right, lovebirds. Settle down. We have an undying army to kill and an indestructible city to destroy, so there is no time to waste. The chainbreaker moored itself to the towers of the dark castle, and Cassie joined them on the battlements, flying over by holding to the hilt of the quiet dancer. She bowed quietly, greeting Neve and Nightwalker, and stood beside Nephis. Nightwalker gave the two of them a curious glance, then pointed to the blind seer. Is no one going to introduce me to this stunning beauty? His aloof tone was as obnoxious as ever. No. Even more so. Sunny had to take a deep breath. The stunning beauty is called Cassia, Song of the Fallen. The last old goat who tried to bother her ended up banished to a remote citadel in a death zone. The beautiful youth gave him a sidelong glance. That's an interesting bit of information you decided to share, without being asked. Cassie bowed her head. It is an honor to meet you, Saint Nightwalker. Just then, the mist Nephis had burned away rose from the rubble once again, pouring into the lake. The first of the Wraiths reached its shore and froze there, looking across the dark expanse at the rows of silent shades on the other side. The sinister silhouette of the Dutchman advanced slowly through the canal, nearing the open waters of the lake. Sonny frowned. I guess there really is no time for a touching reunion. He sighed. What a pity. Chapter 2680. Last Stand. One of Sunnis' incarnations had remained with Nephis in Bastion. However, Nephis left the city and led the Fire Keepers to a death zone in the west, where powerful abominations were stirring, driven into a frenzy by the scent of human souls. His avatar remained near the Mirror Lake, though, both to protect the city from the shadows and to watch over Rain. After all, Nephis could protect herself, while Rain could not. There were members of the Shadow clan guarding her, yes, but Sonny was too paranoid to feel confident just because of that. As far as he was concerned, there was no telling when an unholy titan would decide to suddenly appear in the middle of Bastion. In fact, judging by how the world usually operated, something like that was only a matter of time. Because of that, he and Nephis had spent these weeks apart. He had missed her a lot. How funny. Sonny used to spend years alone wandering the deadly reaches of the dream realm and getting himself into all kinds of trouble. But after becoming Neph's lover in Godgrave, he swiftly became domesticated. Now, his body and soul longed for the familiar comfort of their shared life, and being away from her left him in a state of wistful melancholy. And now that they were finally together again, there was an army of undying wraiths standing in the way of their reunion. As well as a city full of immortal great nightmare creatures, some weird thing hiding in the east, and a fragment of Weaver's lineage he was yet to find. Damn it! I'd better deal with the Dutchman and destroy the Eternal City quick. As Nephis looked at the spreading mist across the lake, her smile widened a little. Perhaps it was because she felt his longing, even if he did not say anything. So, what is the battle plan? Her voice sounded even. On the distant shore, the Wraith army had already reached the lake. The mist was once again suffused with viridian glow, and the ethereal silhouettes of ghostly ships appeared in it one by one. The massive shape of the Dutchman had almost reached the estuary of the canal, mere moments away from escaping into the lake. The crushing was still restraining the abominable immortals, but as time went on, there seemed to be something strange happening to the vast, repugnant mess of pulverized flesh they had turned into. Whatever it was, Sonny had a bad premonition about what the near future held. He inhaled deeply. Jet and Neve. Join my legion and hold the Dutchman back as long as possible. Jet leaned on her scythe and nodded lazily. Sure. Don't sell us short, though. I'm not planning on simply holding the Dutchman back. I am planning to kill him. Sonny studied her for a moment, then shrugged. Sure. Go wild. Oh, but not too wild. He gave Jet a poignant look, trying to relay a message. Do as I say, not as I do. With that, Sonny turned to Nephis. Neph, the creature in the east. Whatever it is, I need you to prevent it from reaching the palace. She simply summoned the blessing. It won't cross the lake. Finally, Sonny looked at Cassie. Cass, you will have to be our eyes. We still don't know much about the Dutchman, its captain, the thing in the east, and the flesh of Canact. Try to glean as much about their powers and weaknesses as possible. Now that you are here in person, your powers might be able to tell you more. Cassie nodded. I'll try. Exhaling slowly, Sonny looked at his companions and smiled darkly. I'll leave most of my incarnations to reinforce the Shadow Legion and send one inside the palace. Hopefully, I'll be able to dispel the sorcery of the Eternal City there. If not... Jet chuckled. Don't tell me. We'll die. Sonny looked at her in confusion. What? No, of course not. I'll steal what I came here to steal, and we'll run away as fast and as far from here as possible. She grinned. Oh. I like that plan better. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. All right. Then, good luck to us all. It was a solemn moment. Sadly, the mood was ruined by Nightwalker, who cleared his throat loudly. Who? And me? What about me? Sunny pulled him to follow and said, You're coming with me into the palace. Don't tell me that you're not dying to know what's inside after spending 2 decades in this godforsaken city. Nightwalker let out a quiet laugh. Dying to know, he? Well, you aren't wrong. A few moments later, Sunny and his companion split up. Nephis pushed herself off the ground and flew toward the eastern shore of the palace island. Jet and Neve jumped down, joining the formation of the Shadow Legion. Cassie stayed in place, gripping the quiet dancer Sambali. Sunny and Nightwalker, meanwhile, rushed to reach the gates of the palace. As they did, the flesh of the crushed immortals all across the Eternal City stirred, and then moved, flowing forward like a viscous red river, slowly converging on the lake. Noticing that, Nightwalker shivered. What do you think it's doing? Sunny hesitated with the answer. I am not sure. It's definitely nothing good, though. As they descended from the battlements of the dark castle and stepped onto the soil of the palace island, Nightwalker sighed. Do you think he's going to be okay? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Who? The beautiful youth lingered for a moment. Neve. My son. Sunny spared him a brief glance. Yes. He looked up at the towering dark edifice of the palace and added in a somber tone. Because he has someone to return to. Because Neve was bound to the world, and to those precious to him, by chains far more firm and inescapable than the strings of fate. Although, perhaps, the two were one and the same. Sunny gritted his teeth. Let's go. Chapter 2681. Palace Gates. The gate of the palace resembled the gate of the Awakened Academy more than it did that of the Dark Castle. It was a single, colossal plate of a strange metal with no visible locking mechanism. However, while the Academy gate was simply an unadorned plate of reinforced alloy, this one was decorated by countless engravings that made it seem like a work of art. A destroyed work of art, that was, considering that the titanic plate of metal had been viciously torn and bent, opening into the cold darkness of the palace island like a grotesque, jagged flower. Sunny and Nightwalker paused in front of it for a few moments, studying the sharp edges of torn metal with pensive expressions. Nightwalker looked up somberly. The jagged expanse of the breached gate towered above them, dwarfing the distant silhouette of the dark castle. Why does it feel like? Sunny finished his sentence in a dark tone. Like something broke through this enormous gate from the inside. Nightwalker nodded. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Well, if something did, it's good news for us. Isn't it? After all, that would mean that it is not inside anymore. Nightwalker nodded again, then looked around with a frown. Sure. But, did you notice it? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Noticed what, exactly? Nightwalker's frown deepened. There are no nightmare creatures on the palace island. It's eerily quiet. Sunny had indeed noted that strange discrepancy. Up until now, they had encountered immortal abominations on every island within the inner dome. So, he had expected to enter battle immediately after pulling the Dark Castle to the Palace Island. However, nothing attacked them once they arrived. Even now that the Shadow Legion spread across the entire northern shore of the island, the Shades had not encountered a single immortal. The only threat they faced was the approaching Wraith army. He hesitated for a moment. It is a bit weird, true. But then again, the bridges are broken. Nightwalker grimaced. Yeah, it makes sense that the immortals would not have been able to get here. At the same time, this damned silence makes you feel like something extra terrible will be waiting for us inside, doesn't it? Sunny sighed. We've already met something extra terrible. He lingered for a moment, then shrugged. It is pretty obvious what broke this gate and where it went, is it not? Turning, he looked at the vast expanse of crushed flesh flowing like a river in the distance. It was the flesh of Canact. Canact was cut into pieces, and each of the pieces was sealed. So, to me, it seems like one of those pieces was sealed right here, in the palace. In fact, it might have been the first prisoner of the Eternal City. But after the city fell, it escaped. His expression brightened a little. Which must have been a disaster for the immortals who lived here, but good news for us. Because it means that we already met the worst this place has to offer. And it was pretty damn terrible. Pulling a black Odachi from the shadows, Sunny took a step forward. In any case, though, I am more terrible. So even if there's something hiding in the palace, it should be wary of me, not the other way around. The darkness of the palace swallowed him. A moment later, Nightwalker followed with a quiet chuckle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Sunny and Nightwalker delved into the palace, Jet was preparing to face the Dutchman and its Wraith army on the shore of the lake. The rows of shades had assembled into a defensive formation, ready to repel the assault of the spectral warriors. It felt both eerie and reassuring to be among the silent soldiers of the Lord of Shadows. They were a little creepy, to be honest. There was something deeply unnerving about these creatures, who moved and acted like living beings, but lacked the spark of life. The shades did not seem to possess the sense of self, and neither did they seem to possess a will of their own. But at the same time, there was hardly a more reliable army in the world. After all, the Shadow Warriors did not know fear, were indifferent to pain, and never failed to follow orders. So, Jet could hardly imagine better battle companions. It was quite ironic that she felt at home in the company of the Shadows. A dead woman was going into battle with dead soldiers, fighting against an army of ghosts in a city of immortals. There had to be some kind of poetry in that. Can we even withstand those wraiths? Neve's voice sounded somber. Jet smiled. Of course. Any other army would have been wiped out in moments, but luckily for us, the main advantage of those bastards, their phantasmal nature, is meaningless when facing the Lord of Shadows. Each of these shadows is a kind of ghost itself, and on top of that, they carry his will. So, the Dutchman could not have chosen a worse enemy. Oh, that includes me, as well. She looked ahead. A little more, and we can welcome them with ranged attacks. Neve inhaled deeply. You seem tense, though. Jet gave him a curious look. If there was one thing she was good at, it was appearing nonchalant. That was because, in most cases, she simply could not be bothered to worry about things. However, she and Neve had spent enough time together for him to learn how to read her expressions. Jet sighed. Indeed, I am a little nervous. Not because of the wraiths, though. Even if there were a myriad of them, the Shadow Legion would withstand their assault for a while. Nephis was here, as well, so if things went south, they would have reinforcements. There was something that made her anxious, though. It is the Dutchman and its captain themselves. That is what worries me. She looked at the looming silhouette of the cursed ship darkly. Once the Dutchman joins the battle, that was when the real trouble would begin. Jet was sure of it. She was also anticipating it. Chapter 2682. Fellow Slayers. The Wraith Armada advanced across the palace lake, followed by a swirling veil of mist. On the opposite shore, the Shades waited for their enemy in cold silence, aloof and indifferent to the eerie horror of the vast expanse of viridian glow converging upon them. Behind the ethereal fleet, covered by mist, rivers of mangled flesh were flowing and swelling like a sea on the eve of a terrible storm. The battle for the heart of the Eternal City was about to begin. Jet looked back at the creepy silhouette of the titanic black moth sitting atop the magnificent castle. She could not see it, but felt the presence of countless strings connecting the dead deity to the silent warriors of the Shadow Army. From what she understood, Sunny was somehow using the moth to control his legion, therefore, it was their true commander. Jet found herself playing the role of a simple foot soldier instead of a general. It felt a bit strange, after all these years of being in command, but also liberating. Finally, she could not worry about anything except wielding her blade and slaughtering her enemies. Like in the good old times. How nice. She smiled faintly, casting an icy gaze at the approaching armada. Her blue eye seemed to glow coldly in the darkness of the palace island as she beheld its dreadful visage. If it were me, I'd begin peppering them with arrows right about now. As if reading her mind, a black arrow suddenly streaked across the sky, coming from somewhere on the walls of the dark castle. It breached the distance to the Wraith armada in an instant and bloomed into a blinding flash of a strange, radiant, silent explosion. The light swallowed multiple ships, erasing them from existence. Another one. Jet grinned. Even from a distance, she could feel that the ghosts were not merely vanquished and returned to the harrowing cargo hold of the Dutchman. They were truly and utterly obliterated, disappearing forever, just like those slain by her own hands had been before. She knew who the archer was, as well. It was one of those few shadows that felt far more willful and sentient than the rest, the quiet, fearsome archer who was always surrounded by the chilling scent of death. Jet had always sensed a kindred soul in her, and now, she had confirmation. That one was a fellow slayer. The first arrow was like a trailblazer. As soon as the silent explosion of essence swallowed the vanguard ships, the entire Shadow Legion stirred. Soon, a dark cloud of projectiles rose into the air, raining down on the Wraith armada from the black sky. Sadly, none of them was as deadly as Slayer's arrow. The silent legion of the Lord of Shadows mostly consisted of the nightmare creature shadows, and while there were some of them capable of ranged attacks, most abominations only excelled in melee. So, the Shadow Legion was most formidable in a direct clash. It was probably a good thing, too. It was not difficult to realize that all of these shadows belonged to beings whom the Lord of Shadows, Sunny, had killed. His domain was built on slaughter and death, so it was a relief to see that most of the shadows he subjugated belonged to nightmare creatures. There were some humans, as well, but not too many. Jet still remembered the chill she had felt when she saw the shadows of her former acquaintances standing among the silent shades, though. She had not been close to those people, but she knew them. Even if most belonged to the legacy clans, there had been too few powerful awakened before for them not to brush sides at least a few times over the years. Watching the Wraith armada shrug off the bombardment and continue its advance without ever slowing down, Jet looked at the Shadow Legion with a complicated expression. In fact, the shadows of people were not the only ones she had recognized. There were others, as well. There was Goliath, there was an eerie thing hidden in the veil of snow, too. Jet had never gotten the chance to witness what the winter beast looked like, but she was almost certain that it was now dead and a member of the Shadow Army. Too bad. I wanted to kill it myself. There were various abominations of the chain of nightmares, those who must have come from the tomb of Ariel, and many more. Which posed the question, how had the Lord of Shadows come to possess these shadows? He had been veiled in secrets and mystery from the very start. No one knew where he had come from, or how he came to be as powerful as he was. Nephis and Cassie seemed to trust him, so Jet put his trust in him, too. Plus, the man was quite likable once he took off his mask. There was something about him that put Jet at ease, a hint of familiarity that made her feel a strange sense of comfort when he was around, as well as a subtle note of unexplainable wistfulness. Maybe it was because he was a fellow outskirt rat, or maybe it was simply because he was immensely powerful and on their side, while possessing a down-to-earth and easygoing personality. Even if, deep down, Sunny was definitely completely and utterly mad. Still, the vexing mystery of his existence gnawed at Jet from time to time. But whenever she tried to think about it deeply, her thoughts seemed to wander in some other direction. Most of the time, she did not even realize that there was something amiss with her thought process. Actually, the very fact that she only wondered about his past occasionally was an abnormality. But there were plenty of anomalies in the world of the nightmare spell. There were all kinds of bizarre aspects, powers, and flaws. Take Effie's husband, for example. Not even Jet could remember his name, despite how close she was to their family. Maybe Sunny suffered from something similar. In any case, it was good to have the Lord of Shadows on their side. Jet had wanted to get to know him better for a while now, driven by an inexplicable impulse that was more than simply curiosity, so she jumped at the chance to participate in an expedition with him. Granted, she had not expected to find herself facing an undying army in the middle of a sunken hell. Well, no, that was not really true. Actually, she had expected something exactly like that to happen. Watching the first wisps of mist reach the palace island, Jet smiled darkly. I guess it's time to prove once and for all which one of us is the more terrible Wraith. Despite it all, the expedition to the Eternal City promised to be worth it. Chapter 2683. Master of her craft. Just before the Wraith ships reached the shore of the Palace Island, Neve summoned a strange memory that looked like a mass of translucent fabric. Taking a step forward, he spun and tossed the fabric into the air in one smooth, practiced motion. The memory soared high, unfolding into a vast net woven out of thin opalescent strings as it did. It glimmered with a shimmering light and expanded like an effervescent spiderweb. The beautiful net was hundreds of meters across, but as Neve tensed, it grew even more, covering a vast swath of the sky. Then, it fell on the ghostly ships and blazed with multicolored flames, dimming their ethereal glow. In an instant, the core of the advancing armada was suddenly swallowed by a beautiful, iridescent inferno. The opaline flames burned above the water and reflected on its surface. It was as if an explosion of vibrant colors suddenly invaded the black and silver majesty of the Eternal City, brightening the somber expanse of the lake. Of course, what mattered most was not the beauty of the shimmering flames. It was the fact that the spectral ships and the phantoms caught under the net melted in the colorful blaze, dissolving into its radiance. Compared to the great size of the ghostly armada, these losses were minor, but the opaline net broke the momentum of the first assault wave, buying the Shadow Legion some time. Looking at the colorful wall of fire burning above the water, Neve winced and bent down to pick up his harpoon. His indigo eyes seemed to shine with a dark radiance for a moment. Jet smiled lazily. "Where have you been hiding that memory?" He sighed. "It's my mother's aspect legacy. It is a powerful memory, and could be exponentially so, but it consumes too much essence. There's no point in being frugal anymore, though. This is do or die, after all." Jet chuckled. "Don't forget to thank your mother when we get out of this hellhole." Personally, she was in the exact opposite situation. Neve had been rationing his essence and was now prepared to burn it all in a final confrontation. However, she had exhausted most of hers and was now hoping to replenish her reserves in the battle against the Dutchman. Jet had even resorted to consuming the souls trapped in the mist blade in order to survive the horrors of the Eternal City, all but one, that was. The soul of the Heart of Canact was too valuable to be wasted that way, so she had chosen to retreat and find safety on the bridge of the Night Garden in order to preserve it. So, at the moment, Jet felt hungry. Looking at the approaching ships, she grinned. "Stay alive, Neve." The mist blade assumed the form of a ghostly war scythe. In the next moment, the dreadful armada was upon them. Countless wraiths poured from the decks of the spectral ships, landing on the soil of the Palace Island. They seemed to be acting with some kind of strategy in mind, but whatever their goal was, the Shadow Legion did not give them a chance to implement it. The Silent Shades advanced, aiming to push the enemy back into the water, where myriads of hungry abominations awaited, even if they would never be able to satisfy their hunger by devouring ghosts. As it had happened before, the champions of the Shadow Legion led the assault, causing havoc and devastation among the ethereal wraiths. The beautiful statue of a female knight, the towering fiend forged from blackened metal, the formless creature who constantly changed shapes, sometimes turning into a colossal serpent. I suppose I am an honorary champion of the Shadow Legion too, today. Even if she was of a lower rank than most of these immensely powerful creatures. The thought was amusing. Taking a deep breath, Jet lunged herself into the furious crucible of battle. Her aspect was not at all flashy, and her powers were quite simple. Jet could absorb the essence of those she killed, bypass flesh to attack one soul directly, and augment her body with more essence than an ordinary awakened could. She could also turn into mist or assume the form of a wraith, and her shattered soul core always continued to grow, one jagged fragment at a time. After decades of strife and slaughter, it had become quite imposing. Her enemies in this battle were phantoms, though, so her awakened ability, one that had made her the infamous Soul Reaper, was meaningless. So was the Transcendent one, meaning that Jet only had two things going for her. She was far more powerful than a Transcendent was supposed to be, almost reaching the level of physical prowess one would expect from a Supreme. And she would remain inexhaustible for as long as she kept killing her enemies. That is fine. people liked to tell tall tales about combat and warfare. There was no end to sophisticated philosophies and profound musings dedicated to the supposed art of battle, making it all seem far more complicated than it truly was. That was because people liked to feel enlightened and elegant even while doing something as barbaric as perpetuating ruthless violence. But, in fact, there was no art to battle. It was at best a craft, and a very simple one at that, fit for a butcher, not an artist. And Jet excelled in her craft. Her craftsmanship was beyond compare, even. Instantly overtaking the foremost shades, Jet descended upon the disembarking wraiths like a hurricane of ghostly steel. Her war scythe flashed, causing the mist to part before it. The curved blade pierced the chest of a spectral warrior, obliterating it, then slashed in a wide arc to cut another one apart. As the two wraiths dissolved into ethereal light, Jet used the inertia of the slash to raise the mist blade high and then brought it down. Instantly, her somber weapon changed shape, turning from a war scythe into a mundane one. With its blade now extending perpendicular to the shaft, it easily bypassed the block that one of the phantoms tried to make with its weapon and plunged into his head. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the Dutchman's wraiths were destroyed. Jet spun her scythe, deflecting several blows and forcing the enemies to retreat for a moment. Finally, a refreshing stream of essence flowed into her shattered soul. Inhaling deeply, Jet looked at the endless sea of eerie phantoms in front of her and smiled. Her icy blue eyes glowed with a chilling killing intent. Goodness gracious! There's so many! It was a real feast. Chapter 2684. More bad news. The Shadow Legion engaged the vanguard of the Wraith army on the Palace Island, making the ground quake and the lake swell with towering waves. The Dutchman loomed in the distance, drawing closer and closer. On the eastern shore, Nephis landed gently at the very edge of water and leaned on the blessing, looking across the lake at the ruined vista of the Eternal City. The mysterious being hiding somewhere among the rubble had not revealed itself yet, slowed down by the crushing, but it was going to arrive soon. Cassie stood on the wall above the gates of the dark castle, resting her head on the hilt of the quiet dancer. She had removed her blindfold and was now facing the battlefield, the dying light of Neve's flames reflecting in her beautiful blue eyes. Far in the distance, beyond the lake, the repulsive rivers of crushed flesh were slowly converging on a single point. Ah! I don't like it. Standing in the dead darkness of the gateway of the palace, Sonny looked around with a complicated expression. He had an ominous feeling that the flesh of Canict had not shown them its worst, yet. We should hurry. Nightwalker raised an eyebrow. Hurry where? The palace was gargantuan, taking up most of the island. More than that, it was incredibly tall, with countless spires bound together by a complicated maze of aerial bridges. The spacious corridor they were currently in resembled an enormous metal tunnel, with no seams between its walls, floor, and ceiling. It was in a state of dire disrepair, with deep scratches covering every surface and an eerie dark mold growing in vast patches here and there. Ghastly black flowers bloomed in the mold, and the air was thick with dust and pollen. It was as if something enormous had made its way through the corridor once, smearing its walls with blood. The blood then dried up, and eventually gave birth to the sinister mold. If Sonny could unleash his shadow sense, he could have scouted the entirety of the palace in an instant. But just like everywhere else in the Eternal City, his senses were suppressed, more so here than outside. He could barely perceive what was 100 meters ahead of them, and did not feel what was behind the walls at all. Giving the swirling wisps of pollen a wary look, Sonny ceased breathing and answered in an even tone. You're the Nightwalker. Your people are known to be excellent guides, so why don't you guide us to the very heart of this damn place? Nightwalker summoned a memory that resembled a square piece of deep blue fabric embroidered with silver thread, folded it once, and tied it around his neck. Pulling it to cover the lower part of his face, he inhaled deeply and shrugged. No problem. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Wait, really? I was joking. Nightwalker chuckled. I think I mentioned that my aspect allows me to get to places. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. Lead the way, then. He had almost expected Nightwalker to sit on the floor, meditate for a while, and then opened some kind of mystical portal, but instead of that, the youth simply started walking. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then followed, careful not to step on the disturbingly thick mounds of mold growing on the floor. He was observing their surroundings with utmost caution, ready to repel any kind of attack. However, even after a few minutes, no abominations lunged at them from the darkness. Instead, he suddenly heard Cass's voice in his ears. "Sonny." He frowned slightly. "Did you learn something about the Dutchman?" There were a few moments of silence, and then she spoke again. "No, although I can perceive it clearer the closer it comes. It is about the flesh of Connacht." Sonny pursed his lips, suspecting that he was not going to like what she was about to say. "What is it?" Cass's voice sounded glum. "It's evolving." Hearing that, Sonny almost stumbled. "It's what?" She seemed to sigh. "I think it has been on the precipice of evolution for a long while. Perhaps it gained something while battling the Dutchman, or perhaps resisting the crushing served as a catalyst. In any case, it's in the process of evolving from a great terror to a great titan. And the evolution is swift, we don't have much time." Sonny cursed out loud. As if he had not already had enough on his plate. "A damn great titan, damn it!" His expression darkened. Sonny had yet to battle a great titan, let alone kill one. He had spent a long time staring at the dark sea of the forgotten shore and planning to slay it one day, but that day still remained in the far future. "It's going to be fine. I killed a cursed tyrant once, surely, a great titan won't be any worse. Surely. Even if it's immortal." His expression fell. Nightwalker looked at him in confusion. "What are you cursing for?" Sonny exhaled slowly. He remained silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "The flesh of Connacht. Apparently, it's evolving." Nightwalker stared at him for a bit, then looked away. "Ah. Makes sense." Sonny gaped. "Make sense? How the hell does it make sense?" His guide coughed, then shrugged. "Well, it's how things go. There is usually a pattern to how nightmare creatures evolve, you know? A demon has to develop unnatural powers to become a devil. A devil has to gain authority over lesser creatures and claim a territory to become a tyrant. A tyrant?" Nightwalker paused for a moment and grimaced. "You know how tyrants usually rule over minions, but abominations of higher ranks don't? That's because they don't need to exert their authority outward. Instead, they internalize it and become a complete being, a force in and of itself, self-contained and self-sufficient. Anyway, tyrants usually consume their minions to fuel their ascension to terrors. That's why terrors and titans rarely have servants." Sonny stared at him in puzzlement, wondering how this first-generation fossil had a better understanding of nightmare creatures than people of the third generation. In fact, those who had become awakened after the chain of nightmares were already being called the fourth generation, and they did not know any better either. In hindsight, what Nightwalker had said made a lot of sense, though. It also correlated with Sonny's own observations. Consume their minions, hell. What about terrors, then? How do they usually evolve into titans? Nightwalker grimaced. Terrors usually have only one goal, to spread, to grow. But once they spread and grow enough to reach critical mass, they must do the opposite. They must consolidate themselves and evolve. That is how they become titans, only, of course, very few ever do. And they need to fuel the final stages of their evolution with an enormous amount of soul essence, so it's usually a massacre of harrowing proportions. Sonny tilted his head a little. Consolidate themselves. Strangely enough, it reminded him of how stars were born. Diffused clouds of gas and dust, of matter, had to reach a threshold of density to initiate gravity collapse. Then, in a terrible conflagration of heat and light, a star was formed by nuclear fusion. As Sonny pondered that, Nightwalker grimaced. The flesh of Connacht spread to the entire population of the Eternal City thousands of years ago. I think it only lacked fuel to evolve, and the Dutchman delivered just that to this damn place. Sonny looked down, fuming. That damn Dutchman. Taking a few more steps forward, he sighed. What the hell? That's cheating. I had to literally descend into the Shadow Realm and kill a dead god to become a Titan. Nightwalker chuckled. Ha! You're a funny one. Sunny smiled bitterly. I'm not joking, though. I wish I were. Chapter 2685. Simple Choices. On the shores of the Palace Island, a legion of shadows was drowning in the sea of wraiths. The lake had become covered by billowing mist, glowing with ethereal light as an endless armada of ghastly ships glided across its waters. There were so many of them that one could travel from shore to shore by jumping from deck to deck. Each ghostly vessel carried scores of imprisoned souls in its hold, and as soon as they reached the Palace Island, those souls were sent forth to join the battle. The island was being swallowed by mist, and the Shadow Legion was being besieged by the horrid tide of wraiths. Jet had found herself plunging into the familiar heightened state of battle focus. The world had become both simple and profoundly intricate, void of emotions, but full of calculated intent. There was no past or future in that world, only the present moment, only action and reaction, cause and effect, happening so swiftly that they were almost one and the same. Combat was simple. It was really the simplest thing in existence, both in principle and by definition. That was because combat only had two components, choice and execution. Execution was a foregone issue of matching action to its intent, while choices were easy to make by always striving for optimal efficiency. Efficiency of movement, efficiency of emotion, efficiency of thought. The most efficient move was always the most economical, the least wasteful, and therefore it was always the simplest. Made up of these simplest choices, combat was simplicity itself. Perhaps such an approach was not very elegant, but then again, the same people who critiqued Jet for lacking refinement were the first ones to tremble at the sight of her blade. So who cared? She definitely couldn't give less of a damn. The only thing that mattered was slaying the enemy and staying alive, well, alive adjacent, at least. Ha! Jet felt very alive at the moment. That was because the mist blade had reaped countless lives, or whatever the wraiths possessed instead of lives, and raging torrents of essence were pouring into her starved soul. With every phantom she destroyed, more jagged fragments were added to her shattered core, as well. Jet was a veteran of countless battlefields, but she had never reaped such a bountiful harvest of powerful souls. It would have been exhilarating if it weren't so daunting, if she had the capacity to feel exhilaration while coldly making an endless amount of optimal choices. Time flowed slowly, each moment encompassing countless actions. Jet, meanwhile, moved with the speed of lightning, or maybe with the speed of the last electric impulse that traveled through the nerves of the dying before they were embraced by darkness. There were wraiths all around her. Their ghostly bodies were ethereal and insubstantial, but that did not mean that their weapons could not cut her, could not bring her down. So, she had to stay ahead of an endless avalanche of fatal blows, either by staying on her toes and being faster than death, or by killing those who aimed at her faster than they could kill her. The mist blade was like a vicious and mercurial predator, sometimes biting like a stinger, sometimes cutting like a scalpel, sometimes turning into a shimmering sphere of slaying steel around her. Scores of wraiths had already fallen to her blade, and scores more would follow soon, a startling massacre even by her standards, especially considering how powerful these sinister phantoms were. And yet, it was a drop in the ocean. The champions of the Shadow Legion, the Living Statue, the Steel Demon, the Serpentine Shadow, were in similar situations. The Silent Shades were holding ground against the tide of ghosts, but their number was slowly diminishing, while the army of the Dutchman seemed endless. The murderous archer was still raining down death and destruction from the walls of the dark castle. Neve was still alive, and even doing well. He had found himself fighting side by side with a shade of a tall warrior who was clad in splendid armor and wielding a fearsome spear, displaying might worthy of a supreme. They made for a deadly and strangely harmonious duo, thriving in the chaos of battle. But there were simply too many enemies for them to slay. Just how deep is the Dutchman's hold? How many souls had that fiend swallowed and subjugated over the ages? And where had it come from? Jet did not really believe the story about a lovesick captain and a cursed treasure he had found. The demon of repose was not someone who inspired love, she was someone who inspired terror. She was the very definition of the saying that there were worse things than death. Similarly, the captain of the Dutchman did not seem like someone who had been blinded by affection. He seemed like someone who had been blinded by a callous, malignant hunger for power. Someone who had sacrificed his soul in pursuit of a clear and sinister intent. Jet knew people well, all too well, really, and she especially knew those who lusted for the corruption of power. She had only looked the captain of the Dutchman in the eye once, but it was enough to recognize what kind of being he was. What is that bastard doing, anyway? He should be halfway across the lake by now. Jet leaped back to create some distance between her and the nearest wraiths for a brief moment, then looked into the distance. There, hidden in the mist. Her eyes narrowed. Just then, the looming silhouette of the Dutchman vanished. No, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into an eerie cutlass and fell into its captain's hand. Jet knew that because the captain of the Dutchman soared into the air in a stunning leap, breaching the remaining distance to the palace island and plummeting down in a whirlwind of viridian glow. A moment later, he landed in the shallows, rising a plume of foaming water, and cast the indifferent gaze of his harrowing, sea-colored eyes at the struggling shadows. Jet pursed her lips. Crap. Chapter 2686. Twisted Truth. Crap. Sonny stumbled and leaned on the metal wall of the vast corridor to keep his balance. Sadly, there was mold growing on that wall, and as soon as his hand touched that mold, it started growing through his skin, too. Sonny stared at his hand, which was swiftly becoming something horrifying, then grimaced as he felt bloodweave attacking the swiftly spreading mold with ferocious hunger. Not wishing to suffer the agony much longer, he turned his entire arm into a shadow, watched the disgusting black growths fall to the floor, and stomped them. Then, he made his arm tangible again, surreptitiously summoned the mantle, and encased himself in a carapace of black jade. The handy bracelet was still whispering into his ear by the time he did. Your shade has been destroyed. Your shade has been destroyed. Your shade has been. Sonny's expression turned somber for a moment. So, it finally happened. He had finally met a being who could irrevocably obliterate his shades. The immortals of the Eternal City and the spectral warriors of the Wraith army had failed to truly vanquish even one, but as soon as the captain of the Dutchman descended upon the Shadow Legion in person, wielding his ghostly viridian cutlass with practiced skill, a dozen of them were destroyed in an instant. The bastard was strong. In fact, he was terrifying. And that was not even Sonny's greatest problem, at the moment. Nightwalker turned back to look at him questioningly. What happened? Sonny lingered for a few moments. It's the captain of the Dutchman. He joined the fray. And a familiar face. Of course, Sonny had recognized the sinister fiend instantly. He changed a lot from the last time he had seen him, being a wraith and a nightmare creature on top of that, but it was difficult to mistake him for anyone else. The captain of the Dutchman was Sonny. I know what the Dutchman is. Cass's urgent voice made him sigh. So, Sonny had recognized the captain of the cursed ship, while Cassie had gleaned what the ship itself was. How convenient. He inhaled deeply, a dark expression twisting his face. The helmsman of the Dutchman was none other than the bronze-skinned sea captain who had been one of the 9. The 9 again? He frowned. Their malignant traces seemed to be everywhere in the dream realm, often turning into obstacles standing in Sonny's way. Was the ill-fated relationship between them and Weaver still pursuing Sonny even after he became fateless? Or was it simply that anyone who sought the heights of power had no choice but to stumble onto the echoes of their unspeakable sins? Regardless, he would have been happier to learn that the captain of the Dutchman had turned out to be some cursed abomination than a corrupted ghost of one of the 9. Having faced Slayer in battle, Sonny could not help but feel phantom pain at the prospect of facing another. He let out another sigh. What the Dutchman is? Well, go on, tell me. Cassie answered in a moment. The Well of Souls, it's the soul of Canict. Sonny's eyes widened a little. Suddenly, a few pieces of knowledge clicked together, giving meaning to many of the mysteries of recent days. It was not a confirmed theory, exactly, but he had a strong feeling that he was on the right path. The soul of Canict, the flesh of Canict. Nightwalker told them that the Dutchman had been hunting him for decades because the map to the Eternal City was in his possession. And that old legend about the Well of Souls told the tale of a lovesick captain who had spent a lifetime searching for the Eternal City out of one-sided love for the Demon of Repose, only to be damned instead. But what if the truth had been twisted? Uris of the Nine had been sent to infiltrate the Empire of War. Alethea had been sent to uncover the lies of the gods. Oro had received a mysterious mission that was supposedly the most harrowing of them all. But what about the other 6? Orphney had been sent to kill Weaver. Imodan had been sent to Nether so that Nether could rally his siblings and start the Doom War. Oma had been sent to convince Mirage to join. Those were 3 of the 9, receiving tasks having to do with 3 of the diamonds. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the 9 had plans for the rest of the diamonds, as well? Dread, Desire, and Repose. No, wait. Am I forgetting one? Sunny frowned, then shook his head. If the captain was not in love with Repose, but instead needed to get close to her to accomplish his mission, then the quaint legend gained a far more sinister meaning. And as to why he would seek out the soul of Canict, sacrifice himself to it, and then subjugate it instead, why, Sunny could come up with any number of explanations. The simplest of them was a desperate need to gain power. After all, the 9 had been meant to help the Diamonds win the Doom War, and for that, they needed to walk far on the path of ascension. And while they were all fated, not all of them were Orphney, who had become someone who managed to kill the Demon of Fate twice out of sheer grit and determination. Some would have needed to seek out shortcuts to might and power. Fusing with the soul of a supreme cursed to immortality by Shadow God would have been one such shortcut. It had worked so well, in fact, that the Dutchman and its captain survived the Doom War, while neither the gods nor the diamonds did. However, they had not survived it unscathed. They had both fallen into the vile depths of corruption. Sunny scowled. How much of that man is even left by now, after thousands of years of being corrupted? It wouldn't be much. Which posed the question of why that fiend was still so obsessed with the Eternal City. The answer to that question was quite obvious, though. It was because the flesh of Canict was here. He had already subjugated the soul of Canict, but once one tasted power, no amount of it was ever enough. So, maybe the captain of the Dutchman had grown dissatisfied with being a dreadful wraith. Maybe he wanted to gain a dreadful body, too. Ah, damn it all. Sunny cursed under his breath. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. No, wait. No way. The flesh of Canict and the soul of Canict were currently here, in the Eternal City. But wasn't the heart of Canict here, as well? Slain and trapped within Jet's mist blade. And if 3 of the ancient fiend's parts were here, then Sunny had a suspicion about what the mysterious abomination in the east was, as well. Chapter 2687. Mist Front. The captain of the Dutchman cleaved the formation of the Shadow Legion apart in an instant. The silent shades, which had seemed indomitable before, fell to his ghostly blade like autumn leaves. A moment later, the Wraiths followed their commander into the breach, causing the dark phalanx to buckle. Not good. Ordinary shades had no chance in a clash against the sinister apparition. The champions of the Shadow Legion, meanwhile, were either too far away or preventing other sections of the formation from falling. Jet was the closest. Cassie was already whispering into her ear, relaying the new information about the Dutchman and its captain. Much stranger, though, was the fact that she heard the voice of the Lord of Shadows resounding in her other ear at the same time. He said, "You need to buy me time." Jet regarded the captain of the Dutchman for a split second. Gods! Somehow it felt like he was coming directly for her. Sure, no problem. Her voice was even. Hearing its nonchalant tone, the Lord of Shadows let out a nervous laugh. At least one of us is calm, I guess. In any case, 4 of my incarnations are spread out around the battlefield. They are augmenting my warriors while suppressing the enemy. The Shadow Legion might be wiped out without them, but if you need me, I'll manifest them as avatars and come after the bastard myself." Jet smiled darkly. So, he was offering his help? How caring. No need. She paused for a moment, and then added in something that almost resembled hurry. I mean, no need for now. Let's see how things go fist. If you see me getting absolutely destroyed by that thing, do come rescue me post-haste. She could not see Sonny, whose voice seemed to be resounding from the shadows, but suspected that there was a grin on his needlessly handsome face at that moment. Deal. Cassie had finished talking, as well, which meant there was no more time to waste. To hell with it. Jet tuned into mist. Flowing between the silent shades like a torrent, she enveloped the battlefield and surrounded the great Wraith from all sides. His cutlass glowed in the fog like an ethereal beacon, drowning the world with its ghostly chill. Then, two icy blue lights ignited in the mist. That was Jet assuming her human form. Taking a step forward, she lowered her war scythe and looked the cursed wanderer directly in the eye. She smiled faintly. I am the captain of the Night Garden, Soul Reaper Jet. I was told to hold you off. The captain of the Soul of Canik looked quite like a man up close, well, a ghost of a man, at least. He wore the tattered remnants of a lavish robe and a spectral chainmail underneath. His long hair was swept back and tied into a careless knot, revealing a narrow forehead. His skin would have been bronze if it weren't ethereal and translucent, suffused with a pale glow. No one would have mistaken him for a human, though, because of the monstrous madness burning in the depths of his cold, inhuman eyes. Jet's smile widened a little. But where's the fun in that? I think I'll just kill you instead. With that, she lunged forward. The captain of the Dutchman, the cursed wanderer, was not particularly powerful. In fact, he was a mere corrupted devil, or so Cassie had told. However, he had conquered and subjugated the great tyrant, Soul of Canik, and stole its power. It was a strange situation where a minion of a powerful tyrant had come to rule his master. Stranger things have happened. Jet was a saint who rivaled supremes in terms of physical prowess, while the cursed wanderer was a devil who had taken the power of a great one for his own. They were supposed to be, if not equal, then at least existing in the same realm. However, practice was woefully different from theory. As soon as Jet attacked, she could feel a terrifying wrongness to it all. The timing felt off, and the space seemed twisted subtly. Her body was not responding to her commands as flawlessly as it should have, and her aim was slightly off. She was moving slower than she had expected, her attack was weaker. It was as if the world itself was resisting her and aiding the abomination. That felt suffocating. Jet could only compare it to how it had felt to be in the presence of powerful saints as a mere awakened. Their mystical presence had been like a physical pressure, threatening to send her falling to the ground. Similarly, the great Wraith before her was exerting pressure. She knew what that pressure was, as well. It was the will, the mysterious, yet palpable force that those of the higher ranks knew how to wield. Sadly, although Jet was as strong as a supreme, she was not a sovereign. She could not even begin to imagine how to harness her own nascent will, let alone how to use it to suppress the influence of a far more ancient horror. But that was all right. Corruption must have rotted his brain. Having the will was neat, but the captain of the Dutchman seemed to have forgotten a simple fact, the simplest fact, really. In a battle between two skilled warriors, the one wielding a longer weapon usually won. Who asked you to turn the Soul of Canik into a cutlass, idiot? Despite the world itself working against Jet, her war scythe reached the sinister apparition long before his sword could get anywhere near her. Granted, she was slower than she had hoped, and her aim was slightly off. But it still forced the cursed wanderer to block her blow with the blade of his ethereal cutlass. Jet had seen how easily that horrid blade cut down the shades, severing their inky black bodies as if meeting no resistance. After all, it was the Soul of Canik, a being far more ancient and powerful than they were. A remnant of a dreadful fiend who was almost as old as existence itself. But when the Soul of Canik met the mist blade, a crack appeared on its surface, and the cursed wanderer reeled back. Finally, his mask of indifferent malice was lifted, revealing a rare moment of confusion and shock. Jet grinned. She was the Soul Reaper, after all. Her aspect allowed her to deliver tangible attacks to intangible souls. So why would anyone try to block her attacks with the soul of Connect? Chapter 2688. Third Contender. The cursed wanderer had not remained rattled for long. In fact, his shock only lasted a split second. Then, he coldly pulled his cutlass away and moved forward, aiming to slip past the mist blade. He was so fast that time seemed to slow down to a crawl, with wisps of mist suspended in the air and unmoving. Of course, Jet was just as fast. Almost. She retreated at the same pace as he advanced, coldly calculating the odds. The shaft of her war scythe was long, so if she could just keep him at an optimal distance, the advantage would be hers. Conversely, if the sinister apparition got too close, she would die. So, there was no way that she would allow him to move past the blade of her scythe. It is a bit funny, really. Here she was, fighting an eldritch horror in the heart of an eternal hell. And yet, the same principles that she had learned during her clumsy training spars at the academy could still decide the outcome of this fight. A thorough mastery of the basics had never let her down. The mist blade moved with swift and deadly precision, aiming to behead the great Wraith. Usually, an enemy would have been able to easily deflect or block such an unsophisticated attack, but the cursed wanderer was wary of letting the soul of Canuck touch the ghostly scythe, so he had to evade instead. And to do that, he had to give up on his attempt to get closer. Jet smiled. "Why are you running away, though?" This time, it was the sinister apparition who retreated a step, and it was she who advanced. For a few moments, the two of them turned into a whirlwind of mist and cold steel, both aiming to cut the other down. The ground of the palace island cracked under the strain of their clash, and the surrounding shades had to retreat lest they be destroyed. The advance of the Wraith army stalled and then halted. The broken formation of the Shadow Legion received a chance to repair itself. But before it could, the whole island suddenly quaked, and a blinding flash of white light illuminated the sky behind the palace. Jet briefly glanced east. Nephis. It seemed that the third contender had finally arrived. Asterisk. Shortly before, Nephis stood on the eastern shore of the island, leaning on the blessing. The turbulent expanse of the palace lake stretched before her, and on its other side, the ruins of the Eternal City were locked in a constant cycle of destruction and restoration. The rubble was obscured by billowing clouds of black dust, and something was moving there, under its veil. Getting closer. What could it be? Nephis did not know, but she felt something that she had not experienced in a long while. It was a hint of fear. The cold, insidious tendrils of fear crawled from under the wary apprehension that was familiar to her, making her heart ache. How strange. Was there still something in the world capable of frightening her? Even if there was, she saw no reason to assign that meaning to the unknown abomination hiding in the black dust. So why was she afraid? Am I under some kind of mental attack? Nephis frowned. Surely, that had to be it. She wouldn't experience fear otherwise. Let's see what that abomination is, then. She raised the blessing, intending to channel her flames and burn the dust away. But just before she could, a vague silhouette finally appeared from the dust. It was the thing Nephis feared. A man wearing a tattered spacesuit walked across the ruins while holding his hands behind his back. His face was obscured by the visor of the round helmet, but she could glean desiccated flesh through its cracks. The man halted for a moment at the edge of the water, then stepped on it lightly and walked leisurely across the surface of the lake. Nepha's eyes narrowed. She remained motionless for a bit, too, then quietly rose into the air. Flying to the middle of the lake, Nephis hovered just above the water, holding the blessing pointed down. The strange man continued to walk until he was only a few dozen meters away from her, then stooped, looking at her from beneath the cracked visor of his helmet. There was silence between them for a while. And then, a low, croaking laugh resounded from the tattered helmet. "Little Nephis, my lovely girl. You're all grown up." Nephis did not answer. Then man studied her for a bit, then raised a hand tentatively, as if wanting to touch her. His hand fell powerlessly back a moment later, though. "Won't you say hello to your Uncle Aster?" His voice almost sounded hurt. Neff stared at him silently. Then, a faint smile twisted her lips. "Is this what you think I fear?" The man shrugged slowly. "Love, hatred, fear, courage, aren't they all human emotions? But we are not humans, you and I. We have never been human, and we certainly never will." Nephis chuckled joylessly. "Ah, I see. I guess that is what I fear, as well." With that, she took a deep breath and stared at the man coldly, white flames igniting in her eyes. "It was a good attempt, but you are not Asterion." She tilted her head a little, and then added in an aloof tone. "Although now that his name has been invoked, I guess he will be watching." Raising the blessing once again, she pointed it at the man in a tattered spacesuit and said evenly, "Let him see, then." "So, what are you, really? The mind of Canict? The thoughts of Canict? The folly of Canict, maybe?" The man laughed. "Ah, a Nephilim. Of all the creatures in the world, why did I have to meet one of your vile kind?" Taking a step forward, he suddenly seemed to lose shape, becoming vast and unfathomable. "What am I?" "Oh, the madness of Canict. That's what they called me." Nephis nodded somberly. "I see. Well, then." The blade of the blessing shone with a blinding radiance, and the water of the lake boiled under the immolating heat. "Get the hell out of my head." In the next moment, the world exploded into a harrowing, pure, merciless white inferno. Chapter 2689. Eternal Engine. The palace was an eerie and inhospitable place. The smooth metal corridors stretched endlessly, filled with nothing but destruction, eerie black growths of mold and spores. Nightwalker seemed quite confident as he navigated their complicated maze, but it almost felt like he was choosing directions at random. Sometimes they would go up, and sometimes they would go down. Some corridors were angled at a steep incline, some opened into bottomless wells. Some were filled with unrecognizable debris, some were empty. In any case, the longer they spent inside the palace, the less Sunny was convinced that it was a place where a demon had lived. The unidentifiable debris could have been furniture, true, but it looked more like broken pieces of esoteric machinery. There were no spaces fit for mundane activities. The layout was inexplicable. It felt like they were traveling the metal bowels of a giant, dead beast. Sunny had been to several strongholds that belonged to the Diamonds. They were all subtly strange, as if built for someone who was similar in shape to a human, but not quite the same, except for the Tower of Hope, whose master had lived among humans and favored them. The Ebony Tower, the Jade Palace, the Mirror Castle, and the Night Garden all shared that trait, though. The Palace of the Eternal City was entirely different. It seemed more like a complicated mechanism than a home. Perhaps it was. After all, the Eternal City was basically a colossal space station. It had been created to exist in the vacuum of space, so it would make sense that there was a sorcerous engine at its heart. Sunny could just imagine how the palace had looked when the Eternal City drifted among the stars. It would have shone brightly with silver light, powerful torrents of stellar flame and soul essence rushing through these corridors. The palace was dark and lifeless now, though. Still, that did not mean that its sorcery was gone. "What is happening out there?" Nightwalker's voice sounded a little glum. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then allowed himself to take a breath and used the air he inhaled to answer. "The Wraiths are pushing my shadows back. Jet is fighting the Dutchman and its captor. Oh, the Dutchman is the soul of Canict, as it turns out. Nephis is fighting the madness of Canict." Nightwalker stared at him silently, which prompted Sunny to add, "Neve is still in one piece." His guide turned away and grunted quietly. "Well, everything seems to be under control." Sunny sighed and shook his head. "Does it?" "I guess it is, for now. Sadly, one guest is yet to arrive." The Shadow Legion was holding back the Wraiths, Jet was holding back the soul of Canict, and Nephis was holding back his madness. All three battles were precarious, hanging in a delicate balance, but that was fine. What was not fine, however, was that the flesh of Canict continued its evolution as they spoke. And once it became a titan, the fragile balance would be instantly shattered. Not to mention if the pieces of Canict somehow merge. That'd probably be an unmitigated disaster. Body, soul, mind, and spirit. Those were all the parts of a living being Sunny knew of, except for the final one, shadow. The flesh of Canac, the soul of Canict, and the madness of Canict constituted the first three. The fourth one, the spirit, was with Jet in the form of the heart of Canict. A part of that devil was bound by the mist blade, while some of it had been fused with her shattered soul core. The shadow of Canict was missing, but then again, it was not supposed to exist. After all, Canict had been cursed by Shadow God. A person's shadow was their death, so would a deathless being possess one? Yuri's did have a shadow, but it had felt like a hollow and lifeless thing, like a shadow of an object, not of a living being. What was going to happen if the other parts of Canict merged? Would that ancient fiend be reborn? That'd be suboptimal. Sunny did not even know how to deal with the flesh of Canict after its evolution, let alone the entirety of that undying bastard. So, it was in their best interest to prevent all parts of Canict from coming anywhere near each other. It's a bit funny though, isn't it? Nightwalker raised an eyebrow. What is? Sunny shrugged. That we went on this expedition to find the wharf, the lineage of Storm God, the trace left behind by a nebulous demon, and some treasure, of course. There are so many things to be gained in the Eternal City. But the other two forces that reached it actually came for the monsters guarding the treasure instead. The captain of the Dutchman and the madness of Canict did not care about all the things that Sunny had wanted to take. All they cared about was the flesh of Canict, which was why they had entered the deadly race to the Eternal City. Time was of the essence. How far are we from our destination, anyway? Nightwalker lingered for a moment. We are here. Before Sunny could feel surprised, they stepped into a vast hall. It was unlike any of the intersections they had passed before, circular in shape and grandiose in size. A deep pit took most of its expanse, surrounded by giant shards of a violently torn metal plate, almost like a bowl with a broken lid. Or a prison with a broken seal. The hall was dark and empty, like the rest of the palace. The mold was much thicker here, and wisps of grey fog drifted above the floor. Just before Nightwalker stepped into the fog, Sunny grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Don't touch that fog if you want to live. Nightwalker frowned. Why? What is it? Sunny looked around and answered in a distant tone. It's nothing. Ignoring Nightwalker's confusion, he studied the heart of the palace with a dark expression. Eventually, a pale smile appeared on his face. I guess we found the cage where the flesh of Canict had been locked. Chapter 2690. Empty Cage. The Demon of Repose had once helped overthrow a being that was as old and eldritch as her, Canict, one of the original humans born from the sparks of the flame of desire, bearer of the Shadow God's curse, and the king of the first human kingdom. The first human domain. She was most likely the one who had separated him into pieces and sealed each piece away, as well. The Eternal City had held one such seal, in fact, containing the flesh of Canict might have been its original purpose. Now, the Eternal City had fallen from the black skies, and the seal was broken. Sunny was looking at the torn fragments of its lid right now. Nightwalker blinked a few times. Nothing? What do you mean by nothing? Sunny sighed. Well, diamonds were never above stealing. Nether in particular felt comfortable lifting any useful idea that had been carelessly left laying around, be it by his siblings or the gods. It seemed that the Demon of Repose took a page out of the divine book, as well. Carefully avoiding a wisp of grey fog, he added, Nothing is what the gods used to seal the void. It is like a layer of insulation between the void and the bars of its cage. A state of absolute non-existence. Touch it, and you'll be erased from existence, as well. He looked at Nightwalker and smiled. Unless you're someone amazing like me, of course. I once spent close to a year enduring nothing. It was a terrible experience, so I do not recommend. Walking to the edge of the vast pit where the flesh of Canict had been kept, he looked inside and grimaced. The mounds of repulsive mold growing inside resembled eerie black hills, with strange flowers opening their meaty petals at the sound of his steps. A deep frown slowly settled onto his face. Nightwalker remained silent for a while, then asked, now what? Sunny looked at him darkly. Are you sure that this is the heart of the palace? His youthful guide nodded. Quite sure. Sunny looked away and scratched his head. Then I have no idea. Yet. The battle was raging outside. Jet was barely staying alive, and Nephis was fighting an ancient fiend proficient in mind attacks. No matter how formidable her mental defenses were, that made Sunny nervous. He had to solve this puzzle quickly. Nightwalker stared at him with disbelief. That's it? You had no plan? Sunny frowned. How was I supposed to concoct a plan without knowing anything about what sorcery Repose used to create the Eternal City? I had reasons to believe that I'll be able to dismantle it, okay. He paused for a moment, and then added. A long time ago, I taught myself Weaver's sorcery to interfere with the sorcery of hope. I was merely an awakened back then, knew close to nothing, and was sitting alone in a cage. Needless to say, I am vastly more powerful now. I know far more, can do far more, and have become a far better sorcerer. I also have the counsel of others like me. So, I should be able to at least break whatever sorcery the Demon of Repose left behind. Sunny threw another glance into the pit and sighed heavily. The problem is that I need to lay my eyes on the inner workings of that sorcery first. Do you see the problem? Nightwalker hesitated a little, then looked around. There's nothing here. Everywhere we've been inside the palace is the same, dead and empty. Sunny smiled faintly. Yes. Quite ironic, to find nothing but death and emptiness in the heart of an immortal city. He remained silent for a while, then closed his eyes. His shadow sense was still being suppressed, but he cast it as wide as he could, which wasn't very wide, really. There has to be something. The palace was obviously a structure created to channel a powerful sorcery. Sunny had been confident of that fact even before entering these walls, but after walking between them, he was sure. The Demon of Repose had built the Eternal City around the palace. Every canal led to the lake surrounding it. The dome was highest above its spires. Cassie? What is your intuition telling you? Sunny used to have a supernatural intuition as well, but now that he was untethered from fate, it had become completely mundane. Cassie, meanwhile, had lost the ability to see the future, and yet she was still innately attuned to the great tapestry. She could sense the underlying connections between things, the intricate intersections of the strings of fate, the meaning hidden in them. So, she was handy to have around. And since she practically lived in Sunny's head now, there was no need for her to be around, even. Cassie did not answer immediately, then sent him a simple message. Down. Sunny sighed heavily. Ah, damnation. I knew you'd say that. He looked at Nightwalker and summoned the helmet of the Jade Mantle. Wish me luck. Nightwalker opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Sunny took a step forward and jumped into the pit. He landed into the mold, feeling it squelch and part under his weight. A black cloud of spores rose into the air, obscuring everything in sight, and the repulsive flowers moved, trying to envelop him with their petals. Sharp thorns scraped against his armor, leaving shallow scratches on it. Ah! It was disgusting. Breaking free of their hold, Sunny waded through the slithering mold, slowly making his way to the bottom of the pit. It was as if he was diving into an abhorrent mire. He had hoped to find what he was looking for there, buried under the mold. But to his disappointment, the bottom of the pit where the flesh of Canict had been sealed was no different from the rest of the palace. There was nothing there. No runes etched into the metal, no diamond strings, no streams of essence, no strings plucked from the tapestry of fate and twisting onto each other, just a vast expanse of bent, corroded metal. However, Sunny's eyes widened a little. There was something beneath the pit. Out there, on the very edge of his shadow sense. What the hell? He could sense shadows. Thousands of them, motionless, still, silent. They were shadows that belonged to living beings. Chapter 2691. Red Lake. Lord of Shadows? Sonny, how much longer do you need? Jet's voice sounded strained. The battle was still raging around her, and the Shadow Legion was slowly losing ground. The Silent Shades had already vanquished countless wraiths, but no matter how many enemies they destroyed, more and more revealed themselves from the mist. What was worse, torrents of ethereal light sometimes escaped from the Cursed Wanderer's ghostly cutlass, infusing the mist with viridian glow. That meant that there were more wraiths still contained within the soul of Canict, myriads of them, perhaps, and that the ranks of the undying army were constantly being replenished. Jet herself was barely holding on. Her battle with the captain of the Dutchman was furious, but at the same time strange. The great Wraith was evading and dodging all of her attacks instead of facing them directly, while she did everything in her power to keep him at a distance. Despite the dreadful forces unleashed by their clash, neither had received a single wound yet. That was because one strike of the viridian cutlass was all it would take to kill Jet. The Cursed Wanderer, meanwhile, was simply too powerful and diabolical to allow her scythe to touch him. Jet had managed to build a solid defense through arduous effort. However, she could not mount an effective offense no matter how hard she tried, and she was trying truly hard, fighting both against the world itself and against her own limits. On the surface, this state of things was beneficial to her. After all, she did not really need to kill the sinister apparition, her task was merely to hold him back. But in reality, the future looked more and more bleak with each passing moment. That was because battles of such intensity usually did not last this long. When a transcendent poured so much of themselves into the battle, going above and beyond to match the power of a superior enemy, the outcome was more likely than not decided in a matter of moments. Jet, however, had been locked in a furious melee with the Cursed Wanderer for gods, she did not even know how long. The body and soul might have been unscathed, but her reserves of essence were slowly diminishing. Worse than that, she was growing tired. The encroaching exhaustion was not of the physical kind, but rather a mental one. It took a lot to maintain her mind in a state of utmost focus, and by now, her intense concentration was showing signs of decay. She had not made a mistake yet, but at this rate, one was inevitable. And one mistake was all it took to lose one's life in the world of the nightmare spell. Which was why Jay was trying to find out how much longer she needed to hold. This time, Sunny's voice did not resound from the shadows around her. Instead, Cassie whispered softly into her ear. He found a thread. Now, he just needs to pull on it, there's no telling how long that will take, though. Keep fighting for a little more. Jet gritted her teeth. That's what she said the last time. At that moment, the Cursed Wanderer finally managed to get past her defenses. The mist blade was just a split second late, but that allowed the great Wraith to dodge it and lunged forward with chilling malice. Jet barely managed to position the shaft of her weapon in a way that prevented her enemy from impaling her with his sword. He did not try, though. Instead, the captain of the Dutchman took a swift step and reached for Jet with his hand. The moment his palm touched the black leather of her armor, Jet screamed. No, it was her body that opened her mouth, threw her head back, and let out a terrifying wail. She had no say in it. In the next moment, it was as if an invisible wall slammed into her. Jet was tossed far back, collided with the Silent Shades, and fell to the ground. She spat a mouthful of blood and weakly rose to her feet. As she looked in the direction of the Cursed Wanderer, her expression darkened. What the hell is this thing? Out there, on the other side of the Palace Lake. Something massive and dreadful was rising in the mist. Jet cursed quietly. I guess we've run out of luck, after all. The rivers of mangled flesh that had been converging from all across the Eternal City under the terrible weight of the crushing finally fused together, forming a second lake, a viscous, red lake of blood and pulverized tissue. The red lake was made up from the obliterated bodies of all the corrupted immortals. It swallowed an entire island, drowning the ruins. Its surface seethed and rippled, enduring the pressure of the crushing. And then, it began to swell. An enormous lump grew in its middle, rising high into the air. From afar, it looked as if a red mountain was growing in the heart of the Eternal City. Then, the mountain burst, and a colossal arm rose into the dark sky of this sunken hell. Jet paled. The bones were formed first, growing at a startling speed. Bloody marrow seeped down, escaping through swiftly disappearing seams. Then, tendons wrapped themselves around the bones, followed by colossal ropes of firm muscle. Patches of skin grew atop the muscles, but then, something went wrong. Instead of covering the gargantuan arm entirely, the patches of skin blackened and shrank instead. The muscles contorted and spasmed in a revolting display of deformation, and the bones were twisted. In the end, the colossal arm remained incomplete, or maybe simply different, towering above the ruins like a profane monument. Blood flowed down its immense length, and a rot was spreading through its tissue. The gargantuan arm resembled that of someone who had recently been flayed. Then, it fell, allowing its palm to press against the ruins. And another one was unleashed. Together, they started to pull the body of the flesh of Canict out of the Red Lake slowly. Chapter 2692. Birth of a Titan. An enormous being slowly rose from the Red Lake, absorbing it. After the two colossal arms, a back with a bent spine showed itself next. Then, the top of a bloody skull, uneven shoulders, and an endlessly stretching torso. Finally, two towering legs were formed from the last remains of the lake, ending in stumped feet. The being crawled across the ruins, pressed into them by the crushing, then opened its maw and let out a chilling, deafening, tortured wail. The twitching muscles on the creature's gigantic arms contracted once again, and it slowly pushed itself off the ground. Hell! In the next moment, Jet had no more time to study the titanic figure of the newly evolved flesh of Canict. The captain of the Dutchman appeared from the mist, and a split second later, his cutlass was already flying through the air to cut off her head. Jet felt like she was drowning in her own blood, but she still managed to evade, mumbling curses as she struggled to draw a breath. She had to dedicate her entire focus to battling the great Wraith once more. And yet, the image of the newborn Titan remained in her mind, as if burned into it. That thing looked like a colossal human, or rather, like a failed attempt to create a human. Its titanic body was horrid and misshapen and covered in patches of disgusting rot. The creature's skin was entirely missing, revealing contorting muscles that were constantly seeping blood. Its deformed skull was half buried in slithering flesh, with a lower jaw that hung askew, barely attached to the rest of its face with rotting cartilage. There was no intelligence in the deep dark pits of its missing eyes, just bestial and hungry lights. Jet did not know whether the ghastly state of the flesh of Canict was due to the crushing or simply due to the rot of corruption that permeated it. What she did know, however, was that the abhorrent thing was, without a doubt, a Titan. As she fought the cursed wanderer, the flesh of Canict slowly rose to its feet and straightened. Its size was so enormous that its head almost reached the roof of the invisible dome, the same size as the monumental edifice of the palace. Damn it! Things were not looking good for them. Out there across the lake, the flesh of Canict let out another groan of agony and took an earth-shattering step forward. At the same time, the cursed wanderer landed another blow, sending Jet flying back. She fell on the ground and rolled, feeling blood streaming down her face. Her vision turned blurry as the blood got into one of her eyes, burning it. Not too far away, Neve's harpoon shattered, leaving him unarmed. The dark castle warily moved back as the Wraith army advanced up the shore of the palace island. The Shadow Legion was dwindling, and with every shade it lost, its eventual defeat seemed more and more cemented. In the east, hidden from view by the soaring mass of the palace, flashes of blinding white light were getting closer and closer to the shore. Nephis was being pushed back, as well. Jet winced and spat out blood, turning into a wraith and shifting away to avoid the fatal blow of the Viridian cutlass. Assuming her human form again, she raised the mist blade and pointed it at the cursed wanderer tiredly. She wasn't feeling too well. "Sonny, are you perhaps about done?" There was a moment of silence, and then Cass's voice resounded in her head once again. He needs a few more minutes. Jet sighed. At this rate, they'll all be dead in a few more minutes. The expedition and its reinforcements could face the madness of Canict, the flesh of Canict, or the soul of Canict and its master, but not all of them at the same time. If they wanted to last several minutes in this hell, one of their enemies had to die. Looking at the cursed wanderer, Jet grinned and slowly lowered the mist blade. As she did, the long war scythe changed form, turning into a black khopesh and robbing her of her reach advantage. The mist turned frigidly cold, and a layer of ice formed on the shattered ground. She grasped her sickle sword and lowered her stance a little, looking at her enemy with a dark intensity. Your heart once told me to surrender and succumb, you know. Her grin widened a little. Guess who succumbed in the end? As the flesh of Canict took another step, approaching the palace lake, the cursed wanderer lunged forward. Jet did, as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the depths of the palace, Sunny had stepped through the shadows and moved past the floor of the vast circular pit. There was nothing but solid metal beneath it, stretching for about 100 meters down. The reach of his suppressed shadow sense just barely allowed him to perceive a hollow space below, appearing under its ceiling. He cursed and prepared to plummet down. There was another great hall hidden under the sealed chamber, this one entirely circular in shape, with no doors leading into its vast expanse. Sunny expected to fall down, but to his surprise, he didn't. In fact, he felt strangely weightless, drifting in the air. Well, not exactly air. There was no air in the spherical hall to speak of, only the cold void of vacuum. There was no gravity, either, so Sunny found himself in a strange state of falling endlessly while standing in place. Summoning a tentacle out of shadows, he pulled himself to the roof of the hall, or its floor, depending on perspective, and manifested another shadow in a thin layer on the sole of his boot, instilling an adhesive quality to its composition. Stepping onto the cold metal, he found himself sticking to it. He looked around. How is this possible? All around him, there stood shadows. They were the shadows of the immortals of the Eternal City. Chapter 2693. Void Chamber. Cold. The vacuous chamber was filled with nothing but stark light, shadows, and unbearable cold. Even Sunny, whose supreme body was encased in the soul-bound carapace of the jade mantle, could feel all warmth swiftly draining from his body. At the same time, he raised a hand. His palm was drowning in impenetrable darkness, while the back of his hand was shining with resplendent light. It had turned incandescent in the furious torrents of blinding radiance that poured between the shadows, on the verge of turning to ash. Feeling his skin starting to blister beneath the sublime jade, Sunny grimaced and hid his hand in the shadows. The vast spherical chamber was drowned in the radiance of a furious silver conflagration that burned in its center, suspended in the vacuum like a miniature star. In fact, maybe it was a star, just like the one imprisoned inside the lighthouse. If so, this one was even smaller, so much so that Sunny could easily grasp it with his hands. Of course, he would be incinerated long before reaching its radiant halo. The vast emptiness of the chamber, the deep shadows, the brilliant flame burning in the center of the dark void like a beating heart. It was like a miniature model of the void and the flame of desire, almost. The shadows of the immortals stood silently on the concave walls of the chamber, bathed in starlight, lonesome and lost. Most of them belonged to humans, but some resembled beasts. Some were small, others were vast. Some, Sunny recognized, the rest of them were unfamiliar. Ha! He wanted to chuckle, but no sound escaped from his lips. After all, there was no air in the chamber, so nothing could carry his voice. So the old man was right, after all. Back at the lighthouse, Nightwalker joked that the demon of repose drew inspiration from the curse shadow God had placed upon Canict when designing the Eternal City. He turned out to be more right than any of them had imagined. This is her sorcery. Canict had been denied death, cursed to exist forever devoid of its final embrace, therefore, he did not have a shadow. Shadow God had taken it away. So, this was how the demon of repose had created her immortals, as well. She had separated them from their shadows and then sealed the shadows in the heart of the palace, preventing them from both returning to their owners and making the journey to the Shadow Realm. That was why the prisoners of the Eternal City were immortal. They could not die because their deaths existed somewhere else. Their deaths were in front of Sunny. Naturally, he had no idea how the Demon of Repose had managed to sever living beings from their shadows without killing them. Neither did he know how she had been able to trap the orphaned shadows and overcome the pull of the Shadow Realm. Apart from that, Sunny could only guess why the buildings of the Eternal City endlessly restored themselves, as well. What was sustaining the dome above the city? How was the annihilating heat of the imprisoned stars contained? Was it harvested? And what means had the Demon of Repose used to realize her sorcery? Sunny did not know any of these details. However, he did not need to know all the answers to make a mess of things. Destroying something was far easier than creating it, after all. Especially because Sunny was uniquely suited to destroy this particular manifestation of divine sorcery. Before that, though, he had to solve another problem. A very serious problem. Ah, damn it all. The Void Chamber had been created to trap shadows. And Sunny was a shadow. His shadow sense was flawlessly contained within the sphere of starlight and darkness, so he could not use Shadow Step. He could not travel to the waking world, either. He could not summon his shadows or call upon his shades. In fact, he could not do anything to leave this empty place at all. The Void Chamber had been created to cut off a part of the world from the universal laws of existence, after all. It was a place that barred passages to the Shadow Realm, so how was a mere Supreme supposed to escape it? Sunny remained motionless for a short while, then walked across the metal surface of the chamber's wall by alternating the adhesive nature between the soles of his boots. Reaching the nearest shadow, he reached out to it. Nothing happened when he touched it. Nothing happened when he commanded it to enter his soul and submit to him, either. However, when he cajoled and soothed it quietly, it hesitantly turned to him, and then vanished without a trace. A new shade was added to his legion. That was promising enough. Sadly, it was also not going to help him make the abominable immortals mortal once again fast enough, simply because there was a myriad of them in the Void Chamber, and he could not afford himself the luxury of convincing each one to submit individually. Sunny walked among the orphaned shadows, looking around intently and absorbing them into his soul one after another. He was searching for something, but at the same time, he was thinking furiously about how to escape this place. Eventually, Sunny stopped and lowered his head for a moment. Then, he looked up with a dark smile. All right, then. It was not a problem. He figured out how to destroy the sorcery of the Demon of Repose, and the solution was pretty simple. Since the orphaned shadows could not travel to the Shadow Realm, he was going to bring the Shadow Realm to them. As the light of the star burning in the center of the Void Chamber grew a little dimmer, Sunny raised a hand and summoned a particular memory. Of course, it was the Shadow Lantern. Thus spoke Weaver, "They will open the gates." Grasping the Shadow Lantern in his hand, he opened its gate, the Gate of Shadow, drew his arm back, and then tossed the lantern toward the center of the chamber. As soon as the Gate of Shadow opened, it was as if an invisible ripple spread through the vast, vacuous expanse. As if a cold wind blew across the space that had no air. A powerful pull descended upon the spherical chamber like a reverse crushing. Of course, it only affected the shadows. All of them turned to the delicate stone lantern simultaneously. And then, the first of them was suddenly sucked into its open gate. Chapter 2694. Call of Shadow. Ah, crap! The Shadow Lantern was a divine memory, but it had always been subtle and understated. Usually, nothing flashy really happened when Sunny opened its gate. In fact, nothing happened at all. It was on him to either command or coax shadows into entering or call them back from the other side. That was not what was transpiring at the moment, though. As soon as the Gate of Shadow opened, a strange ripple spread through the Void Chamber, and the blinding radiance of the immolating star imprisoned in its center seemed to dim a little. A powerful pull descended upon the shadows, drawing them toward the Shadow Lantern, which drifted away from Sunny in the weightlessness while spinning slowly. Then, the shadow lantern suddenly froze in place, rooting itself into the world like a pillar of existence. That was when the trouble started. Everything seemed to stand still for a moment, and then the world quaked. What the? Sunny lost his balance and fell to his knees. Raising his head, he looked at the distant shadow lantern with wide eyes. Its small gate suddenly seemed vast and boundless like the realm of death itself, and the subtle pull it was exerting on the orphaned shadows turned tyrannical and destructive. More than that, it was growing more overwhelming with each moment. Even Sunny was dragged into the air, only managing to hold himself in place by sinking the claws of his armored gauntlet into the metal floor. All around him, the shadows of the immortals, hundreds of thousands of them, were slowly floating upward, pulled toward the boundless darkness of the Gate of Shadow. It was like a dark, twisted version of the Rapture. The laws of existence had been defied by the stubborn will of the Demon of Repose for untold eons, and now, the universe seemed to be zealously correcting itself, using the shadow lantern as its conduit. At least that was what it felt like to Sunny, who found himself caught in that violent process. The furious white star was still burning in the heart of the void chamber, but now, there was an opposite singularity mirroring it, a flawlessly dark dot that was pulling everything toward itself. Shadows were pouring into the maw of the shadow lantern, and it seemed as if it was consuming the torrents of blinding stellar light with them. With every shadow that passed through the Gate of Shadow, the radiant light of the imprisoned star was growing a little dimmer. Not good. Sunny had thought that the shadow lantern was only exerting its pull on the shadows, but when the metal floor he was clinging to deformed and bent upward, he realized that he was wrong. The entire place seemed to be slowly imploding. Outside the palace, Cassie was standing on the walls of the dark castle. The dreadful battle between the allied forces of the Flame and Shadow domains and the abominable union of the remnants of Canict was raging all around her, but she was suddenly distracted by something else. A drop of something cold had just landed on her head. Raising a hand, Cassie brushed her fingers across her forehead and then brought them to her lips. She tasted salt. Not blood, water. Raising her head as if wishing to gaze at the dark sky, she frowned. She had to wait for one of her marks to do the same before she could see anything. Drops of water were falling down on the vast ruins of the Eternal City, splashing against the rubble here and there, as if it was about to rain. Of course, it was impossible for rain clouds to gather above the sunken city. Which could only mean one thing. Sunny. What the hell did you do? It could only mean that the dome above the Eternal City was failing. His voice resounded in her head a moment later. Well, about that, do you remember how I promised to unravel the sorcery of repose? I think? Far away, in the heart of the palace, Sunnis' avatar rippled and turned into the four-armed devil, using all his claws and even his tail to hold onto the bending floor. I think I succeeded a little bit too hard. Sunny cursed under his breath and rushed across the imploding void chamber, looking around frenetically. The brilliant star was slowly losing its radiance, while the black gate facing it seemed to be becoming darker and darker. It was like a spherical rift in the fabric of existence by now, surrounded by a flowing halo of light that disappeared into its vast darkness. The void chamber was gradually growing smaller as it collapsed on itself. Where are you? Where the hell are you? Sunnis' gaze was jumping between the floating shadows. His other senses were searching, as well. He had almost made a full circle around the imploding chamber by the time he finally found what he was looking for. Found you! Sunny wanted to shout, but there was no air in his lungs, and none for him to inhale anywhere around. Hesitating for a moment, he let go of the deformed metal floor and launched himself into the air. The Gate of Shadow pulled him toward it with dreadful force, but he had accounted for its draw already. Flying across the maelstrom of stellar radiance and deep darkness, he reached a particular shadow and grabbed it. Grabbing a shadow seemed like an impossible feat, but he willed his hand to do just that against all reason. Sorry, buddy. It's not time for you to find peace yet. The shadow he grabbed belonged to Nightwalker. Twisting in the air, Sunny manifested a heavy kunai linked to a black chain in his hands and threw it back toward the caving floor. The kunai pierced deep into the weakened metal, and Sunny held to the chain for his dear life, relying on it to keep him from falling into the frightening black hole of the Gate of Shadow. It was not time to leave the chamber yet. Hold on tight. He did not say those words aloud, and the shadow of Nightwalker would not have heard him anyway. But it seemed to grow still in his grasp. The void chamber was slowly coming undone around them. And around the chamber, the palace was coming undone as well. Chapter 2695. A castle built on fog. A hideous laughter surrounded Nephis as she flew above the lake, illuminating its turbulent surface with her radiance. She had long assumed the form of the spirit of flame, wielding the blessing to battle the madness of Connacht. The ancient abomination was like a vast cloud of smoke and black dust that constantly changed and shifted, obscuring hundreds of twisted forms that seemed to be hidden in its dark depths. It had no claws, no fangs, and no hands to wield deadly weapons. However, it had no blood to be spilled, no heart to be pierced, and no head to be severed either. Its shape was whatever madness consumed its enemies, and its power was whatever obsession made them weak. The delusions given shape by the black dust wielded monstrous strength, capable of shattering mountains and tearing titans apart. What truly made the madness of Connacht terrifying, however, was the dreadful onslaught of insidious mental attacks it unleashed upon its victim. Nephis could feel it as she invoked the name of destruction and channeled her flames through the blessing, summoning a furious firestorm, a malevolent presence invading her mind to infest it with a ghastly delirium. Tormented by unbearable pain and dazed by the encroaching delusion, she coldly commanded the storm of flames to swallow the billowing expanse of black smoke. The madness of Connacht laughed louder as it burned. More, burn me more, hurt me more, more. The vast cloud was incinerated, turning into a maelstrom of ash. However, a moment later, the ash turned into smoke and black dust again, flowing forward like a tide to swallow her. That was the worst of it. No matter how many times Nephis destroyed the madness of Connacht, it never seemed to die. Did you know, Nephilim? An avalanche of devastating blows rained on her from all sides, forcing Nephis to dance in the air with her sword to defend herself. I've never met anyone as mad as you. Nephis cut the world with her will, creating a rift in the boundless expanse of the madness of Connacht. She escaped its dark vastness and spun to deliver another strike. A torrent of white flame spanning hundreds of meters fell from above, severing the black cloud in two. As soon as it touched the water, a deafening explosion rang, and everything became enveloped in steam. I draw power from madness, and your mind, Thar. What a delicacy, what a feast. A moment later, the madness of Connacht was already mended and rushed forward to push her closer to the shore. Nephis suppressed a groan, disoriented by the blinding pain of her flaw. She was usually better at enduring it, but her mind was weakened by the constant assault of the vile delirium. I made a mistake. They had assumed that the delirium consuming her mind was strictly an attack meant to infect and debilitate her, but as it turned out, its main purpose was the opposite. It used her own mind to strengthen the madness of Connacht. Nephis knew that she was not the most normal person. Her desires had always bordered on obsession, and her resolve had always been far more extreme than that of most people, all people, really, as far as she could tell. On top of that, she was supreme, and all supremes had to be a little mad to sustain the heavy weight of their unreasonable defiance. So, if the madness of Connacht drew power from the derangement of its victims, it could gain quite a lot from her. But Nephis had invoked the name of passion at the start of their battle, adding fuel to her already scathing desires. That was a way to empower her will, but it had also inadvertently granted her enemy a far greater boon. No wonder the fiend was so dreadfully strong. It is strange, though. The madness of Connacht descended upon her like a swarm of horrors, making the lake boil. There is so much of you missing. Your mind is a ruin already, through no effort of my own. Who made you that way? Nephis measured the remaining distance to the palace island and frowned. How was she going to win this battle? What do you mean? Despite her torment and mental anguish, her voice remained even. A sinister growl resounded from within the harrowing black cloud, washing over her like a wave. There are holes everywhere here. There are things missing. It is as if someone tore out half of your heart and replaced it with fog. How can a castle stand on fog? Ah. I've never seen such a strange creature before. Nephis hesitated for a split second. Was he talking about the gaps left in her memory after the tomb of Ariel? How did it know? And what did it know? No, what had that thing said? It had seemed important. That split second of hesitation was enough for a crushing blow to land on her radiant body, infecting the white flames with swirls of darkness. She let out a scream, which drowned in the hideous laughter of the madness of Canact. You and I are not that different, are we? Burning the infection out of herself, Nephis allowed the pain to cleanse her mind and unfolded her wings. The black dust around her melted, and the smoke was immolated. Air itself combusted, causing a destructive chain reaction and creating a bubble of cold vacuum. Embraced by the deadly cold, Nephis raised the blessing. At this point, the wisest choice was to release the name of passion and rob her enemy of some of its power. Her radiant figure blazed with merciless light as the air, the smoke, and the black dust rushed into the vacuum. You feed on madness. She smiled. Let's see how much you can eat, then. With that, she invoked the names. The name of hatred, the name of love, the name of despair, the name of courage, the name of wrath. She called upon every passion and its every shade, drowning herself in unbearable, overwhelming emotions. She let herself be consumed by madness. The madness of Canact reeled. Chapter 2696. Cog in the machine. What the hell? Why is it raining? A heavy downpour was descending on the ruins of the Eternal City. The drops of water seemed to move slowly as Jet staggered back, barely keeping her balance. Her face was smeared with blood, and her body was broken, and yet, she was still full of fight. Now that the mist blade had assumed the form of a Khopesh, she did not have the advantage of reach anymore. The cursed wanderer was still avoiding letting their blades cross, which held him back, but he had managed to land far more blows with his fists and feet now, as well as his elbows, knees, shoulders, and forehead. The bastard really knew his hand-to-hand combat. It was as if he had spent thousands of years doing nothing but participating in fistfights. How come? Groaning quietly, Jet turned her torso to avoid the ghostly cutlass and counterattacked, trying to sink her sword into the ethereal body of the great Wraith. The rain made it harder to see. In front of her, the flesh of Canact had already reached the palace lake and stepped into it. The water barely reached its knees, and the enormous monstrosity waded through it, painting the lake red. Now that it was not slowed down by the crushing anymore, it was advancing faster. Around Jet, the Shadow Legion was being pushed back by the endless tide of wraiths. Worse than that, the army of silent shadows was also shrinking. There were barely half of them left, by now. Behind Jet, meanwhile. Was she imagining things, or were the walls of the palace slightly bending inward? What did he do? She could not be sure, but was pretty much convinced that the Lord of Shadows had done something crazy. Not that it mattered to her, at the moment. All that mattered was defeating the soul of Canact and its master. Jet forced out a smile as she dove under the whistling cutlass and tried to strike it with the mist blade from below. The cursed wanderer pulled his sword back with impossible speed, easily avoiding her trap, and slammed his palm into her abdomen. Ah! This time, something vital ruptured inside of her. A torrent of blood flowed from her mouth, and Jet staggered back once again. Can you give me a moment? She grinned through the pain. The sinister apparition did not wait until she recovered, of course. He moved forward, intending to use her wounded state and finish her off. If one thought about it, getting beaten that badly but somehow failing to die was quite an achievement. Then again, she had been dead this whole time. The cursed wanderer was making a mistake if he thought he could cut her down that easily, though. He must have made a judgment about the power of his enemies based on what the Silent Shadows and the champions of the Shadow Legion could do, but Jet was neither. Jet was a proud subject of the human domain. So, just as her body was about to fail her, a soft glow suffused her skin, and a pleasant warmth permeated her body. Embraced by Neph's purifying flames, Jet was healed and mended, restored to flawless health. That was the blessing of the human domain and its brilliant, distant ruler. That was the power of the immortal flame, of the unquenchable longing. Of course, Nefer's power was not absolute. She had to be paying attention to heal those who served her, and even her boundless supply of soul essence was not really inexhaustible. However, Jet was one of the special few who always enjoyed her attention. That was her privilege as a former member of Changing Stars cohort and an irreplaceable cog in the great machine of humanity. The cursed wanderer did not expect his enemy to suddenly be healed, so he fell into a momentary disadvantage. That was Jet's chance to end this fight, or at least lay the foundation of his defeat. Sadly, she failed. No matter how unexpected her recovery was, the great Wraith was simply too powerful to be taken down. He easily avoided the mist blade, then unleashed a flurry of blows upon Jet. Deadly attacks rained on her from all sides, as if the bastard was in several places at the same time. By the time severed drops of rain fell to the ground, Jet was bruised and battered once again, and white radiance enveloped her figure once more. Damn it! She threw a calculating gaze at the approaching colossus of mangled flesh. Time was running out. In fact, there was almost no time left at all. Which meant that she had to do something drastic. The hilt of the black khopesh lay comfortably in her hand. This was the form of the mist blade that contained the soul of the heart of Canict, the most powerful soul in her possession. Because of that one soul, the mist blade was akin to a supreme weapon of the fourth tier instead of being equal to Jet's own rank and class. It also infused the mist blade with a special ability. All souls it bound did, but the heart of Canict granted Jet an especially potent one. It was the ability to stop the flow of time for everyone except herself for one heartbeat. Needless to say, such an ability was incredibly deadly. However, it was not without drawbacks, the main being that it consumed pretty much all of her essence. For somebody else, that might have been merely inconvenient, but for Jet, it was fatally dangerous. It meant that she had to be certain that she would be able to kill something in that single heartbeat. If she did, their death would nourish her arid soul. If not, she would die instead. The risk was real and palpable. The situation, however, was similarly desperate. And since Jet had known that it would become desperate, she transformed the mist blade into a khopesh in advance. Can I kill that fiend instantly? Jet wasn't sure. But she was willing to find out. Chapter 2697. Wraith Gambit. Cassie! That thing is getting closer. Out there beyond the calamitous battle, the flesh of Canict had already reached the middle of the lake. The dream gate had long vanished, and nothing stood between it and the shattered shore. The titanic horror gazed down, an eerie malice emanating from the dark, bleeding chasms of its empty eye sockets. Its dislocated jaw swayed, putting strain on the elastic bands of muscle holding it in place. What the hell? Damn, why is this thing so creepy? Jet retreated from the ghostly blade of the cursed wanderer, knowing that she could not escape it much longer. The dwindling formation of the Shadow Legion had been pushed back, retreating all the way to the walls of the dark castle. If she took another step back, their defeat would become inevitable. Don't worry about the Titan, Jet. You have enough on your plate. Jet smiled. Cassie was undoubtedly right. Torrential rain was falling onto the ruins of the Eternal City. The ivory island was frozen in the dark sky above the palace, surrounded by cascading waterfalls. The palace itself was slowly collapsing in on itself, its metal walls groaning as they bent inward. Just then, another blinding white flash illuminated the world. This time, however, it did not dim, only growing brighter. It was as if a sun was rising from behind the crumbling palace. The Eternal City was welcoming day for the first time since it sank to the bottom of the storm sea. It seemed like Nephis was getting serious. It's now or never, I suppose. Jet looked at the cursed wanderer with cold, calculating malevolence. Could she do it? Could she not? The bound soul of the heart of Canict granted her the ability to freeze time for a single heartbeat. At least that was how the spell described it. A heartbeat was an unreliable measure of time, though. Different hearts beat at different rates depending on the circumstances, after all. Jet's heart, for example, did not beat at all at times. So, it would be more accurate to say that she would be able to move in the frozen time for a single moment. Could Jet slay the sinister apparition in a single moment? She did not know. Worse than that, she did not know if the cursed wanderer would remain still when she froze time. He had usurped the power of the soul of Canict, which meant that he had also usurped its will. And those who wielded the will could often resist the powers of those who did not. As Jet looked at the cursed wanderer, her gaze kept being drawn to the ghostly cutlass glowing with an ethereal viridian glow in his hand. The soul of Canict. Just then, it flashed with a cold halo of viridian light. The light drowned in the mist, and countless spectral figures suddenly became visible in it, ready to join the Wraith army's assault. To hell with this. She lunged forward. What's the worst that can happen? I'll die. Jet could not help but smile at her own joke as she delivered a recklessly powerful downward cut with the mist blade. The great Wraith avoided it easily by taking a step back. A moment later, he would regain solid footing and use the opening created by her reckless attack to launch his own, probably delivering her a fatal blow. But Jet reached into the mist blade and activated the ability granted to it by the heart of Canict. That fatal blow would have to come in 2 moments, no one. The flow of time around her came to an abrupt halt. The colossal, hideous figure of the flesh of Canict stopped mid-step. Drops of rain froze in the air. The mist ceased its swirling advance, suffused with ethereal light. The tide of eerie wraiths became a motionless canvas, the crumbling phalanx of black shades became a still painting drawn against its background with ink. The soul of Canict was slowly swelling with another flash of viridian light. In the frozen time, only one thing moved, Jet. She pulled her sword back up, aiming to pierce the cursed wanderer's chest. But then, the sinister apparition suddenly moved, as well. Slowly, he shifted his gaze and stared directly at Jet. His torso began to turn, and the hand holding the ghostly cutlass began to move forward. Bastard! Jet tried to calculate if she would be able to hit him, still. Would one strike be enough? The cursed wanderer was a corrupted devil, which meant that he had 4 soul cores. Souls usually collapsed long before all of their cores were destroyed, but would the same hold true for a wraith, a naked soul infused with malevolent will? Can I cut him 4 times in 1 heartbeat? Jet felt that she could, even if she was not entirely confident. But her gaze kept turning to the soul of Canict. In the end, she wasted her heartbeat to consider it silently, and then turned into a wraith herself. Time resumed its flow. The flesh of Canict took a step. Drops of rain fell to the ground. The mist swirled as it washed over the furious violence of the battle between the Shadow Legion and the Wraith army. The ghostly cutlass shot toward Jet's heart. However, it never pierced it. Because as soon as time resumed its flow, the mist blade slashed across the cursed wanderer's wrist, severing it. The sinister apparition's hand, as well as the soul of Canict grasped in it, soared into the air. Reaching forward, Jet grabbed the hilt of the ghostly cutlass. As soon as it was in her grasp, she dashed back while holding both swords in her hands. The mist blade in one, the soul of Canict in the other. Jet created some distance between herself and the cursed wanderer, then landed on the ground and looked at him with a dark smile. You did not like that, did you? The great wraith silently lunged forward. He was a little bit late, though. Jet looked down at the hand that held the soul of Canict. Somehow, her hand looked even less substantial than usual. It was swiftly growing blurred, like a wisp of mist being dispelled by the wind, and drawn into the ominous viridian cutlass. Jet smile dimmed a little. Crap. In the next moment, she vanished in a flash of ethereal light. The ghostly cutlass clattered to the broken ground. Chapter 2698. Metal Coffin. In the void chamber of the palace, what used to be the void chamber, Sunny let out a silent scream as the vast space around him was slowly turning into a narrow metal coffin. It felt like the fabric of reality itself was coming undone around him as the shadows, the light, and the world itself were being drawn into the impenetrable black maw of the Gate of Shadow. The star that used to burn in the center of the chamber was barely giving off any light by now, having turned into an incandescent sphere of liquid flame. With every moment, it was growing dimmer and dimmer. The chamber itself, meanwhile, had long lost its spherical shape. Its walls bent inward in jagged mounds of folded metal, coming closer and closer together. He was still clinging to a black chain, holding to it with all his supreme strength. However, the smaller the void chamber grew, the closer he came to the halo of flowing light that surrounded the shadow lantern. Sunny had no faith in the strength of the chain either, even though he had manifested it himself. Damnation! Throwing a tense look at the terrifying black rift of the Gate of Shadow, Sunny gritted his teeth. In truth, he did not have to fear the shadow lantern. He could simply let go of the chain and fall into its gate, traveling to the shadow realm with the rest of the shadows. In fact, that would even be beneficial to him. It was going to take a bit of time for the shadow realm to destroy all these orphaned shadows, so in the meantime, he could draw more of them into his soul and establish a new contingent within the Shadow Legion. But there were two reasons why Sunny was stubbornly refusing to let go. One of them was the shadow of Nightwalker that he was holding in one of his 4 hands. He was still hell-bent on bringing the legendary hero of the first generation back from the dead, and the shadow was most likely Nightwalker's ticket home. So, Sunny refused to sacrifice him to the final mercy of the shadow realm. The second reason was the subtle, but familiar sensations he started to feel once the walls of the void chamber began to cave. It was the feeling of his blood responding to something that was hidden nearby. Sunny could not be sure, but he was quite confident that the fragment of Weaver's lineage was somewhere here, in the crumbling chamber. The problem was that he could see no obvious place where the fragment would be hidden. After all, the void chamber was simply a hollow sphere of metal with smooth walls. Unless Weaver had placed a piece of his lineage into one of the shadows, there was seemingly nowhere here to hide it. Damn demon! That damn demon! Struggling against the irresistible pull of the Gate of Shadow, Sunny strained his muscles and grasped the black chain with 2 more of his found hands. Then, muttering silent curses, he arduously pulled him up its length. The walls continued to collapse as he did. Hold there, buddy! The shadow of Nightwalker dangled from his 4th hand, seemingly indifferent to what was happening around it. The Gate of Shadow was drawing it into the darkness nonetheless, so Sunny had to endure twice the attraction. Sunny climbed the chain slowly, reached the deformed mess of metal that used to be smooth once, and sank all his claws into it. The shadow spawn form was perfect for hanging from the ceiling, so he managed to brace himself against it and hold on. Must hold. The void chamber used to be vast, but now, the formless chaos of its bent walls was drawing close to each other. The ancient metal seemed to be rippling and flowing like a current as it was drawn closer and closer to the shadow lantern, losing integrity in the process. Sunny could already feel weaknesses in the metal, jagged rifts that led into the depths of the palace, away from the collapsing chamber. He was not ready to try to escape into one of those rifts yet. It was growing darker around him. Soon enough, the entire palace was quaking. Feeling its death throes and observing the deluge of rain outside its breaking walls, Sunny came to a curious conclusion. He realized that the shadows imprisoned in the void chamber were not only how the demon of repose had made living beings immortal, but also the source of power that fueled the sorcery of the eternal city. The shadows fueled the star, somehow, and the star powered the sorcery of repose. Now that the shadows were escaping into the realm of death, though, the star was weakening. And as it weakened, so did the eternal city. All parts of it, including the protective dome that kept the storm sea at bay. That's problematic. There was no telling what kind of dreadful devastation would befell the eternal city once at least a small part of its dome failed completely. The furious star burning in its heart seemed on the verge of being extinguished by then. Its brilliant radiance dimmed so much that Sunny could actually look at it without being blinded. Which he did, searching for something with fervent intensity. Don't tell me. And there, previously obscured by the blinding light and currents of incinerating stellar flame, Sunny saw a black dot that was not supposed to exist. He stared at it for a few moments, stunned. Weaver, that bastard. Had the nebulous demon hidden a part of the forbidden lineage in the heart of a damned star? Sunny knew that he was probably not supposed to be surprised, let alone appalled, but nevertheless, he was. He was certain that the small object hovering in the very heart of the dying star was the fragment of Weaver's lineage. So, now, all he had to do was grab it without turning to ash and escape this place in one piece. Chapter 2699. Event Horizon. What to do, what to do? Clinging to the crumbling shell of the void chamber, Sunny peered at the vaguely noticeable item hidden in the heart of the dying star. The world was coming undone around him as the hungry maw of the Shadow Realm devoured it. The integrity of the imploding chamber had been compromised a long time ago, allowing air to rush in. Because of that, he could hear once more. What surrounded him was a deafening, penetrating, chilling hiss that was low and loud enough to sound like a furious roar. It was as if he heard the otherworldly voice of the Shadow Realm itself, and since the Shadow Realm was the corpse of the god of death, Sunny wondered if that was what his voice had sounded like, as well. The metal was groaning as it was torn and pulled apart. What Sunny remembered while looking at the dying star of the Eternal City was not the Shadow Realm and its cold expanse, though. He remembered the conflagration of divine flames burning in the endless expanse of the sky below, and the pain he had suffered after being burned by them. Was he going to burn once more today? Even if I am, let's do it, I guess. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a pair of black wings and then let go of the chain. Immediately, the pull of the Gate of Shadow grasped him like an inescapable vice. Sunny found himself plummeting down, or maybe up, with terrible speed, barely able to control the direction of his fall or ascension. As he drew closer to the dying star, terrible heat washed over him. Then, the heat became unbearable. And then, it became impossible. Ah! Sunny regretted inhaling, because his lungs were instantly seared. His wings caught fire first, black feathers igniting and turning to ash a moment later. The jade mantle withstood the stellar radiance for a while, but then, incandescent cracks slowly spread across its surface. The outward layers of the stone-like metal began to melt. The shadow of Nightwalker grew smaller, shielded from the blinding light by the towering figure of the Shadow Spawn. And it all hurt like hell, of course. Ah, damn it! I miss Antarctica? Sunny wanted to be buried in ice. He wanted to go on a snowy expedition with Silent Stalker again. Instead, nearing the furious white orb of the dying star, he gritted his teeth and spread his burning wings to fight the pull of the Gate of Shadow. His fall slowed, even if only for a moment. But that moment was enough for Sunny to steel himself and plunge his arm into the stellar flame. The stone-like metal of the jade mantle finally melted. His flesh melted, too. However, even with his bones showing through the blackened flesh, Sunny still willed himself to grasp the fragment of Weaver's lineage hidden in the core of the dying star. He tore it out and wasted a split second to look at what it was. A scroll. It was an elegant scroll made of fine spider silk. There was no time to study it yet, though. Sunny only needed to confirm that this was, indeed, the fragment of Weaver's lineage he had come here to find. And judging by how his blood responded to it, it was. I'll read it later. He would unfold the scroll when the palace was not crumbling around him, when a great titan was not breathing down his neck, and when an army of wraiths was not besieging his Shadow Legion. Even if a small, irrational, and exceedingly curious part of him kept screaming to read the scroll right now. That's all the initial goals of the expedition achieved. Sunny allowed himself to feel a brief moment of satisfaction. He had come to the Eternal City to repair the Night Garden, recover Storm God's lineage, find the sixth piece of Weaver's lineage, and loot some treasure. He had done all that. Now, only one goal remained, one he had discovered after arriving at his destination. Get Nightwalker out of the Eternal City. About that. Sunny released his form, tuning into a vast and shapeless shadow. That made him more susceptible to the pull of the Gate of Shadow, but it also made him far greater, size-wise, so much so that he brushed against the collapsing walls of the void chamber. Powerful tendrils of darkness pierced the jagged metal near one of the rifts in it and pulled him toward it. Sunny had to exert all of his titanic strength, but that helped him avoid the event horizon of the Gate of Shadow and reach the distant wall. There, he built the onyx serpent shell around himself and the shadow of Nightwalker. Pushing his prodigious body into the rift in the wall of the void chamber, Sunny slithered away from its crumbling expanse and burrowed into the maze of tears created in the frame of the palace like a worm burrowing into an apple. The twisting, irregular tunnels moved and changed shape, closing and opening as he rushed through them. The molten surface of the jade mantle sent rivers of sparks flying as it scraped against the jagged edges of torn metal. It only took him a dozen seconds to reach what had been the sealed chamber of the collapsing palace once, the great hall where the flesh of Canact had been imprisoned. It had changed a lot since Sunny left it. The floor of the vast chamber caved, and the pit was strangely deformed. Nightwalker was hanging from its edge, trying to get away from the hills of mold below. Black clouds of spores made the air hazy, and something that seemed like sunlight was pouring from somewhere, illuminating the nightmarish scene with pale light. When Nightwalker saw the head of a giant serpent rise from the darkness of the pit, his eyes widened. What the? He did not finish the sentence, though, because Sunny opened his maw without ever slowing down, and swallowed him. Chapter 2700. Starbeast. Ah. What the hell? Relax. In the cavernous darkness of the giant snake's maw, Nightwalker rolled on something slick and hard, then jumped to his feet. Then, as a nonchalant voice resounded from the shadows around him, he lost his balance and fell again. That was because the dark cave he had found himself in was swaying. That voice, though. Why did it sound familiar? Sunless. Slithering through the crumbling corridors of the palace with astonishing speed, Sunny chuckled inwardly. Junctions and intersections flashed past him in a blur, and the walls that groaned and bent threatened to suffocate his shell in a crushing embrace. Yeah, it's me. I just assumed a different form. Welcome to Sunny Express, Lord Nightwalker. Somewhere in his maw, Nightwalker carefully sat up and looked around with a resentful expression. You could have it's a metamorphosis ability. I get it. Sunny was confused for a moment. People usually call it the transformation ability, actually. Or one's transcendent form. But how would Nightwalker know? He had been stuck in the Eternal City for decades. There had been no saints during his glory days, let alone colloquial terms to describe things that had to do with transcendence. So, he would have had to come up with his own terminology. Technically, the Onyx Serpent Shell was not Sunny's transcendent ability, but since Nightwalker had not posed his comment as a question, he was under no obligation to explain the difference. Speaking of transcendent abilities, though, as Sunny reached a seemingly bottomless stairwell and sent his serpentine body down its vertical expanse, he realized that he actually knew very little about Nightwalker's aspect and abilities. There had been little time to ask, and it was a sensitive subject anyway. Asking another awakened about their flaw was considered exceedingly rude, while asking them about their aspect could go either way. Colleagues had to share what they could with each other, of course, but it was always a little awkward. After all, everything you revealed could be used against you. Then again, Cassie definitely knew what Nightwalker was capable of, already. So, Sunny could simply ask her. But why would he when the man was right there? By the way, what is your own transcendent form? Actually, what can your aspect do? Nightwalker hesitated a little, prompting Sunny to add. It's just that we're about to fight a great titan, so I thought I'd be nice to know. His youthful guide sighed. Well, I guess it's only fair. You showed me yours, I show you mine. Sunny almost spat the bastard out. He did not like that phrasing at all. Nightwalker chuckled. My aspect is on the stranger side, though. It's a bit difficult to wrap your head around. My dormant ability is a form of divination, I suppose. I have this feeling that tells me where to go to get to where I want to go. Or where to find what I am searching for. Like intuition. Sunny nodded mentally. That made sense. It was an understated, but unquestionably powerful ability. In fact, it might just be the most potent dormant ability he had ever heard of, considering what kind of challenges awakened usually faced in the dream realm and in the nightmares. Cassie possessed a similar kind of supernatural intuition, albeit hers was far less specific, and therefore not as powerful. There were benefits to her more vague but general sense, though, because while it did not clearly tell her where to go in any given situation, it did tell her where not to go from time to time. Nightwalker's ability did not, which was a deadly flaw. The man, meanwhile, continued. My awakened ability is, how do I explain it? It's like a magical containment suit. Only there's no suit, it's just that my body becomes isolated from the environment. So, I can be impervious to all hazards for as long as I have essence, cold, heat, radiation, contaminants, pressure, and so on. At the same time, my body becomes self-sufficient, producing its own oxygen and nutrients. Something like that. Basically, I can go pretty much anywhere without dying, anywhere reasonable or only slightly unreasonable, at least. What the? Sunny vividly imagined Nightwalker just comfortably floating in space in comfortable pajamas, stargazing. For a moment, he felt a hint of envy. That was basically any explorer's dream ability. Lucky bastard. What about your ascended ability? Nightwalker smiled. I can fold space. If Sunny had eyelids at the moment, he would have blinked. Who? Nightwalker shrugged. Simply put, I can fold it to make something long short, or unfold it to make something short long. It's a bit tricky and there's a lot of applications, an infinite amount, really, but with some practice, you can get amazing results. Taking one step and walking 100 meters, for example. That was how we reached the center of the palace so fast, by the way. I folded space to make each of our steps count for a dozen. Sunny felt a strong desire to scowl. No, but how does it even work? And he had not even felt anything strange. That's a cheat ability. Not fair. If anyone heard his thoughts at the moment, they would have probably commented that hypocrisy had a name. Nightwalker, meanwhile, added with a hint of malice in his voice. Or, I can fold the space that my enemy occupies. Or a body part of theirs. So, it's quite useful in combat, as well. Sunny sighed. No kidding. There was indeed an infinite number of ways that ability could be used, from traversal to fighting to even things like creating hidden storage spaces. If Nightwalker had not been the founder of a great clan, he would have made for a peerless smuggler. So, transformation. Nightwalker scratched his nose. Well, I call it the Starbeast. Sunny was a little confused. What is that? Nightwalker shrugged. Just like it sounds, a strange beast made of starlight. Light is both a particle and a wave. Similarly, my transcendent form can be both tangible and intangible, or shift seamlessly between the two. It's a bit silly, but if there were animals grazing on cosmic radiation and gravity waves while drifting from star to star through the endless dark void, that is what I imagine they would look like. Sunny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said in a disgruntled tone, "And you were surprised when I turned into a big snake?" Nightwalker blinked a few times. Hey! It's not every day that I am swallowed by giant snakes, okay? He paused for a moment and then raised 3 fingers in indignation. In fact, if I remember correctly, this is at best my 3rd time. Which was 3 times too many, as far as he was concerned.